Welcome back. This is our audiobook series. If you missed part, check the link in the description. Let's pick up right where we left off. D. Typical dreams. We are not in general in a position to interpret another person's dream unless he is prepared to communicate to us the unconscious thoughts that lie behind its content. The practical applicability of our method of interpreting dreams is in consequence severely restricted. We have seen that, as a general rule, each person is at liberty to construct his dream world according to his individual peculiarities and so to make it unintelligible to other people. It now appears, however, that, in complete contrast to this, there are a certain number of dreams which almost everyone has dreamt alike, and which we are accustomed to assume must have the same meaning for everyone. A special interest attaches, moreover, to these typical dreams because they presumably arise from the same sources in every case and thus seem particularly well qualified to throw light on the sources of dreams. It is therefore with quite particular anticipations that we shall attempt to apply our technique of dream interpretation to these typical dreams, and it is with great reluctance that we shall have to confess that our art disappoints our expectations precisely in relation to this material. If we attempt to interpret a typical dream, the dreamer fails as a rule to produce the associations which would in other cases have led us to understand it, or else his associations become obscure and insufficient, so that we cannot solve our problem with their help. We shall learn in a later portion of this work, section E of chapter 6, pp. 363f, why this is so and how we can make up for this defect in our technique. My readers will also discover why it is that at the present point I am able to deal only with a few members of the group of typical dreams and must postpone my consideration of the rest until this later point in my discussion. See P 394, F-enter 261. A. Embarrassing dreams of being naked. Dreams of being naked or insufficiently dressed in the presence of strangers sometimes occur with the additional feature of there being a complete absence of any such feeling as shame on the dreamer's part. We are only concerned here, however, with those dreams of being naked in which one does feel shame and embarrassment and tries to escape or hide, and is then overcome by a strange inhibition which prevents one from moving and makes one feel incapable of altering one's distressing situation. It is only with this accompaniment that the dream is typical. Without it, the gist of its subject matter may be included in every variety of context, or may be ornamented with individual trimmings. Its essence, in its typical form, lies in a distressing feeling in the nature of shame and in the fact that one wishes to hide one's nakedness, as a rule by locomotion, but finds one is unable to do so. I believe the great majority of my readers will have found themselves in this situation in dreams. The nature of the undress involved is customarily far from clear. The dreamer may say, "I was in my chemise," but this is rarely a distinct picture. The kind of undress is usually so vague that the description is expressed as an alternative. "I was in my chemise or petticoat." As a rule, the defect in the dreamer's toilet is not so grave as to appear to justify the shame to which it gives rise. In the case of a man who has worn the emperor's uniform, nakedness is often replaced by some breach of the dress regulations. "I was walking in the street without my saber and saw some officers coming up," or "I was without my necktie," or "I was wearing civilian check trousers," and so on. The people in whose presence one feels ashamed are almost always strangers, with their features left indeterminate. In the typical dream, it never happens that the clothing which causes one so much embarrassment is objected to or so much as noticed by the onlookers. On the contrary, they adopt indifferent or, as I observed in one particularly clear dream, solemn and stiff expressions of face. This is a suggestive point. The embarrassment of the dreamer and the indifference of the onlookers offer us, when taken together, a contradiction of the kind that is so common in dreams. It would, after all, be more in keeping with the dreamer's feelings if strangers looked at him in astonishment and derision, or with indignation. But this objectionable feature of the situation has, I believe, been got rid of by wish fulfillment, whereas some force has led to the retention of the other features, and the two portions of the dream are consequently out of harmony with each other. We possess an interesting piece of evidence that the dream in the form in which it appears, partly distorted by wish fulfillment, has not been rightly understood. For it has become the basis of a fairy tale which is familiar to us all in Hans Andersen's version, The Emperor's New Clothes, and which has quite recently been put into verse by Ludwig Fulda 62 in his dramatic fairy tale, Der Talisman. Hans Andersen's fairy tale tells us how two impostors weave the emperor a costly garment which, they say, will be visible only to persons of virtue and loyalty. The emperor walks out in this invisible garment, and all the spectators, intimidated by the fabric's power to act as a touchstone, pretend not to notice the emperor's nakedness. This is just the situation in our dream. It is hardly rash to assume that the unintelligibility of the dream's content as it exists in the memory has led to its being recast in a form designed to make sense of the situation. That situation, however, is in the process deprived of its original meaning and put to extraneous uses. But, as we shall see later, it is a common thing for the conscious thought activity of a second psychical system to misunderstand the content of a dream in this way, and this misunderstanding must be regarded as one of the factors in determining the final form assumed by dreams. 3. Moreover, we shall learn that similar misunderstandings, taking place, once again, within one and the same psychical personality, play a major part in the construction of obsessions and phobias. In the case of our dream, we are in a position to indicate the material upon which the misinterpretation is based. The imposter is the dream, and the emperor is the dreamer himself. The moralizing purpose of the dream reveals an obscure knowledge of the fact that the latent dream content is concerned with forbidden wishes that have fallen victim to repression. For the context in which dreams of this sort appear during my analyses of neurotics leaves no doubt that they are based upon memories from earliest childhood. It is only in our childhood that we are seen in inadequate clothing, both by members of our family and by strangers, nurses, maidservants, and visitors, and it is only then that we feel no shame at our nakedness. We can observe how undressing has an almost intoxicating effect on many children, even in their later years. Instead of making them feel ashamed, they laugh and jump about and slap themselves, while their mother, or whoever else may be there, reproves them and says, "Ugh, shocking. You mustn't ever do that." Children frequently manifest a desire to exhibit. One can scarcely pass through a country village in our part of the world without meeting some child of 2 or 3 who lifts up his little shirt in front of one, in one's honor, perhaps. One of my patients has a conscious memory of a scene in his 8th year when at bedtime he wanted to dance into the next room where his little sister slept, dressed in his nightshirt, but was prevented by his nurse. In the early history of neurotics, an important part is played by exposure to children of the opposite sex. In paranoia, delusions of being observed while dressing and undressing are to be traced back to experiences of this kind. While among persons who have remained at the stage of perversion, there is one class in which this infantile impulse has reached the pitch of a symptom, the class of exhibitionists. When we look back at this unashamed period of childhood, it seems to us a paradise, and paradise itself is no more than a group fantasy of the childhood of the individual. That is why mankind were naked in paradise and were without shame in one another's presence, till a moment arrived when shame and anxiety awoke, expulsion followed, and sexual life and the tasks of cultural activity began. But we can regain this paradise every night in our dreams. I have already, P2 39, expressed a suspicion that impressions of earliest childhood, that is, from the prehistoric epoch until about the end of the 3rd year of life, strive to achieve reproduction from their very nature and irrespectively perhaps of their actual content, and that their repetition constitutes the fulfillment of a wish. Thus, dreams of being naked are dreams of exhibiting. The core of a dream of exhibiting lies in the figure of the dreamer himself, not as he was as a child, but as he appears at the present time, and his inadequate clothing, which emerges indistinctly, whether owing to superimposed layers of innumerable later memories of being in undress or as a result of the censorship. Added to these are the figures of the people in whose presence the dreamer feels ashamed. I know of no instance in which the actual spectators of the infantile scene of exhibiting have appeared in the dream. A dream is scarcely ever a simple memory. Curiously enough, the people upon whom our sexual interest was directed in childhood are omitted in all the reproductions which occur in dreams, in hysteria, and in obsessional neurosis. It is only in paranoia that these spectators reappear, and though they remain invisible, their presence is inferred with fanatical conviction. What takes their place in dreams, a lot of strangers who take no notice of the spectacle that is offered, is nothing more nor less than the wishful contrary of the single familiar individual before whom the dreamer exposed himself. Incidentally, a lot of strangers frequently appear in dreams in many other connections, and they always stand as the wishful contrary of secrecy. 7. It is to be noticed that even in paranoia, where the original state of things is restored, this reversal into a contrary is observed. The subject feels that he is no longer alone. He has no doubt that he is being observed, but the observers are a lot of strangers whose identity is left curiously vague. In addition to this, repression plays a part in dreams of exhibiting, for the distress felt in such dreams is a reaction on the part of the second system against the content of the scene of exhibiting having found expression in spite of the ban upon it. If the distress was to be avoided, the scene should never have been revived. We shall return later, up 53 ofta, to the feeling of being inhibited. It serves admirably in dreams to represent a conflict in the will or a negative. The unconscious purpose requires the exhibiting to proceed. The censorship demands that it shall be stopped. There can be no doubt that the connections between our typical dreams and fairy tales and the material of other kinds of creative writing are neither few nor accidental. It sometimes happens that the sharp eye of a creative writer has an analytic realization of the process of transformation of which he is habitually no more than the tool. If so, he may follow the process in a reverse direction and so trace back the imaginative writing to a dream. One of my friends has drawn my attention to the following passage in Gottfried Keller's Der grüne Heinrich, Part 30, Chapter 2. I hope, my dear Lee, that you may never learn from your own personal experience the peculiar and piquant truth of the plight of Odysseus when he appeared, naked and covered with mud, before the eyes of Nausicaa and her maidens. Shall I tell you how that can happen? Let us look into our example. If you are wandering about in a foreign land, far from your home and from all that you hold dear, if you have seen and heard many things, have known sorrow and care, and are wretched and forlorn, then without fail you will dream one night that you are coming near to your home. You will see it gleaming and shining in the fairest colors, and the sweetest, dearest, and most beloved forms will move towards you. Then suddenly you will become aware that you are in rags, naked and dusty. You will be seized with a nameless shame and dread. You will seek to find covering and to hide yourself, and you will awake bathed in sweat. This, so long as men breathe, is the dream of the unhappy wanderer, and Homer has evoked the picture of his plight from the deepest and eternal nature of man. The deepest and eternal nature of man, upon whose evocation in his hearers the poet is accustomed to rely, lies in those impulses of the mind which have their roots in a childhood that has since become prehistoric. Suppressed and forbidden wishes from childhood break through in the dream behind the exile's unobjectionable wishes which are capable of entering consciousness. And that is why the dream which finds concrete expression in the legend of Nausicaa ends as a rule as an anxiety dream. My own dream, recorded on P257 ep, of running upstairs and of soon afterwards finding myself glued to the steps, was equally a dream of exhibiting, since it bears the essential marks of being one. It should be possible, therefore, to trace it back to experiences during my childhood, and if these could be discovered, they should enable us to judge how far the maidservant's behavior to me, her accusing me of dirtying the carpet, helped to give her her place in my dream. I can, as it happens, provide the necessary particulars. In a psychoanalysis, one learns to interpret propinquity in time as representing connection in subject matter. See below, P of 330. Two thoughts which occur in immediate sequence without any apparent connection are in fact part of a single unity which has to be discovered. In just the same way, if I write an A and a B in succession, they have to be pronounced as a single syllable, ab. The same is true of dreams. The staircase dream to which I have referred was one of a series of dreams, and I understood the interpretation of the other members of the series. Since this particular dream was surrounded by the others, it must have dealt with the same subject. Now, these other dreams were based on a recollection of a nurse in whose charge I had been from some date during my earliest infancy till I was 2.5. I even retain an obscure conscious memory of her. According to what I was told not long ago by my mother, she was old and ugly but very sharp and efficient. From what I can infer from my own dreams, her treatment of me was not always excessive in its amiability, and her words could be harsh if I failed to reach the required standard of cleanliness. And thus the maidservant, since she had undertaken the job of carrying on this educational work, acquired the right to be treated in my dream as a reincarnation of the prehistoric old nurse. It is reasonable to suppose that the child loved the old woman who taught him these lessons, in spite of her rough treatment of him. Dreams of the death of persons of whom the dreamer is fond. Another group of dreams which may be described as typical are those containing the death of some loved relative, for instance, of a parent, of a brother or sister, or of a child. Two classes of such dreams must at once be distinguished: those in which the dreamer is unaffected by grief, so that on awakening he is astonished at his lack of feeling, and those in which the dreamer feels deeply pained by the death and may even weep bitterly in his sleep. We need not consider the dreams of the first of these classes, for they have no claim to be regarded as typical. If we analyze them, we find that they have some meaning other than their apparent one, and that they are intended to conceal some other wish. Such was the dream of the aunt who saw her sister's only son lying in his coffin. TPP 176F. It did not mean that she wished her little nephew dead. As we have seen, it merely concealed a wish to see a particular person of whom she was fond and whom she had not met for a long time, a person whom she had once before met after a similarly long interval beside the coffin of another nephew. This wish, which was the true content of the dream, gave no occasion for grief, and no grief therefore was felt in the dream. It will be noticed that the affect felt in the dream belongs to its latent and not to its manifest content, and that the dream's affective content has remained untouched by the distortion which has overtaken its ideational content. Very different are the dreams of the other class, those in which the dreamer imagines the death of a loved relative and is at the same time painfully affected. The meaning of such dreams, as their content indicates, is a wish that the person in question may die. And since I must expect that the feelings of all of my readers and any others who have experienced similar dreams will rebel against my assertion, I must try to base my evidence for it on the broadest possible foundation. I have already discussed a dream which taught us that the wishes which are represented in dreams as fulfilled are not always present-day wishes. They may also be wishes of the past which have been abandoned, overlaid and repressed, and to which we have to attribute some sort of continued existence only because of their re-emergence in a dream. They are not dead in our sense of the word, but only like the shades in the Odyssey, which awoke to some sort of life as soon as they had tasted blood. In the dream of the dead child in the case, PO 177F, what was involved was a wish which had been an immediate one 15 years earlier, and was frankly admitted as having existed at that time. I may add, and this may not be without its bearing upon the theory of dreams, that even behind this wish there lay a memory from the dreamer's earliest childhood. When she was a small child, the exact date could not be fixed with certainty, she had heard that her mother had fallen into a deep depression during the pregnancy of which she had been the fruit, and had passionately wished that the child she was bearing might die. When the dreamer herself was grown up and pregnant, she merely followed her mother's example. If anyone dreams, with every sign of pain, that his father or mother or brother or sister has died, I should never use the dream as evidence that he wishes for that person's death at the present time. The theory of dreams does not require as much as that. It is satisfied with the inference that this death has been wished for at some time or other during the dreamer's childhood. I fear, however, that this reservation will not appease the objectors. They will deny the possibility of their ever having had such a thought with just as much energy as they insist that they harbor no such wishes now. I must therefore reconstruct a portion of the vanished mental life of children on the basis of the evidence of the present. Let us first consider the relation of children to their brothers and sisters. I do not know why we presuppose that that relation must be a loving one, for instances of hostility between adult brothers and sisters force themselves upon everyone's experience, and we can often establish the fact that the disunity originated in childhood or has always existed. But it is further true that a great many adults, who are on affectionate terms with their brothers and sisters and are ready to stand by them today, passed their childhood on almost unbroken terms of enmity with them. The elder child ill-treats the younger, maligns him and robs him of his toys, while the younger is consumed with impotent rage against the elder, envies and fears him, or meets his oppressor with the first stirrings of a love of liberty and a sense of justice. Their parents complain that the children do not get on with one another, but cannot discover why. It is easy to see that the character of even a good child is not what we should wish to find it in an adult. Children are completely egoistic. They feel their needs intensely and strive ruthlessly to satisfy them, especially as against the rivals, other children, and first and foremost as against their brothers and sisters. But we do not on that account call a child bad, we call him naughty. He is no more answerable for his evil deeds in our judgment than in the eyes of the law. And it is right that this should be so, for we may expect that before the end of the period which we count as childhood, altruistic impulses and morality will awaken in the little egoist and, to use Meinert's terms, Audio 1892-169F, A secondary ego will overlay and inhibit the primary one. It is true, no doubt, that morality does not set in simultaneously all along the line and that the length of non-moral childhood varies in different individuals. If this morality fails to develop, we like to talk of degeneracy, though what in fact faces us is an inhibition in development. After the primary character has already been overlaid by later development, it can still be laid bare again, at all events in part, in cases of hysterical illness. There is a really striking resemblance between what is known as the hysterical character and that of a naughty child. Obsessional neurosis, on the contrary, corresponds to a supermorality imposed as a reinforcing weight upon fresh stirrings of the primary character. Many people, therefore, who love their brothers and sisters and would feel bereaved if they were to die, harbor evil wishes against them in their unconscious, dating from earlier times. And these are capable of being realized in dreams. It is of quite particular interest, however, to observe the behavior of small children up to the age of 2 or 3, or a little older, towards their younger brothers and sisters. Here, for instance, was a child who had so far been the only one, and now he was told that the stork had brought a new baby. He looked the new arrival up and down, and then declared decisively, "The stork can take him away again, voici." I am quite seriously of the opinion that a child can form a just estimate of the setback he has to expect at the hands of the little stranger. A lady of my acquaintance, who is on very good terms today with a sister 4 years her junior, tells me that she greeted the news of her first arrival with this qualification: "But all the same, I shan't give her my red cap." Even if a child only comes to realize the situation later on, his hostility will date from that moment. I know of a case in which a little girl of less than 3 tried to strangle an infant in its cradle because she felt that its continued presence boded her no good. Children at that time of life are capable of jealousy of any degree of intensity and obviousness. Again, if it should happen that the baby sister does in fact disappear after a short while, the elder child will find the whole affection of the household once more concentrated upon himself. If after that the stork should bring yet another baby, it seems only logical that the little favorite should nourish a wish that his new competitor may meet with the same fate as the earlier one, so that he himself may be as happy as he was originally and during the interval, too. Normally, of course, this attitude of a child towards a younger brother or sister is a simple function of the difference between their ages. Where the gap in time is sufficiently long, an elder girl will already begin to feel the stirring of her maternal instincts towards the helpless newborn baby. Hostile feelings towards brothers and sisters must be far more frequent in childhood than the unseeing eye of the adult observer can perceive. In the case of my own children, who followed each other in rapid succession, I neglected the opportunity of carrying out observations of this kind, but I am now making up for this neglect by observing a small nephew whose autocratic rule was upset, after lasting for 15 months, by the appearance of a female rival. I am told, it is true, that the young man behaves in the most chivalrous manner to his little sister, that he kisses her hand and strokes her. But I have been able to convince myself that even before the end of his 2nd year, he made use of his powers of speech for the purpose of criticizing someone whom he could not fail to regard as superfluous. Whenever the conversation touched upon her, he used to intervene in it and exclaim petulantly, "Too ickle, too ickle." During the last few months, the baby's growth has made enough progress to place her beyond this particular ground for contempt, and the little boy has found a different basis for his assertion that she does not deserve so much attention. At every suitable opportunity, he draws attention to the fact that she has no teeth. We all of us recollect how the eldest girl of another of my sisters, who was then a child of 6, spent half an hour in insisting upon each of her aunts in succession agreeing with her. Lucy can't understand that yet, can she? She kept asking. Lucy was her rival, 2.5 years her junior. In none of my women patients, to take an example, have I failed to come upon this dream of the death of a brother or sister, which tallies with an increase in hostility. I have only found a single exception, and it was easy to interpret this as a confirmation of the rule. On one occasion during an analytic session, I was explaining this subject to a lady, since in view of her symptom its discussion seemed to me relevant. To my astonishment, she replied that she had never had such a dream. Another dream, however, occurred to her, which ostensibly had no connection with the topic, a dream which she had first dreamt when she was 4 years old, and at that time the youngest of the family, and which she had dreamt repeatedly since. A whole crowd of children, all her brothers, sisters, and cousins of both sexes, were romping in a field. Suddenly they all grew wings, flew away, and disappeared. She had no idea what this dream meant. But it is not hard to recognize that in its original form it had been a dream of the death of all her brothers and sisters, and had been only slightly influenced by the censorship. I may venture to suggest the following analysis. On the occasion of the death of one of this crowd of children, in this instance the children of two brothers had been brought up together as a single family, the dreamer, not yet 4 years old at the time, must have asked some wise grown-up person what became of children when they were dead. The reply must have been, "They grow wings and turn into little angels." In the dream which followed upon this piece of information, all the dreamer's brothers and sisters had wings like angels and, which is the main point, flew away. Our little baby killer was left alone, strange to say, the only survivor of the whole crowd. We can hardly be wrong in supposing that the fact of the children romping in a field before flying away points to butterflies. It is as though the child was led by the same chain of thought as the peoples of antiquity to picture the soul as having a butterfly's wings. At this point, someone will perhaps interrupt. Granted that children have hostile impulses towards their brothers and sisters, how can a child's mind reach such a pitch of depravity as to wish for the death of his rivals or of playmates stronger than himself, as though the death penalty were the only punishment for every crime? Anyone who talks like this has failed to bear in mind that a child's idea of being dead has nothing much in common with ours apart from the word. Children know nothing of the horrors of corruption, of freezing in the ice-cold grave, of the terrors of eternal nothingness, ideas which grown-up people find it so hard to tolerate, as is proved by all the myths of a future life. The fear of death has no meaning to a child. Hence it is that he will play with the dreadful word and use it as a threat against a playmate. If you do that again, you'll die, like Franz. Meanwhile, the poor mother gives a shudder and remembers perhaps that the greater half of the human race failed to survive their childhood years. It was actually possible for a child, who was over 8 years old at the time, coming home from a visit to the Natural History Museum, to say to his mother, "I'm so fond of you, Mummy. When you die, I'll have you stuffed and I'll keep you in this room so that I can see you all the time." So little resemblance is there between a child's idea of being dead and our own. To children who, moreover, are spared the sight of the scenes of suffering which precede death, being dead means approximately the same as being gone, not troubling the survivors any longer. A child makes no distinction as to how this absence is brought about, whether it is due to a journey, to a dismissal, to an estrangement, or to death. 276. If, during a child's prehistoric epoch, his nurse has been dismissed, and if soon afterwards his mother has died, the two events are superimposed on each other in a single series in his memory as revealed in analysis. When people are absent, children do not miss them with any great intensity. Many mothers have learnt this to their sorrow when, after being away from home for some weeks on a summer holiday, they are met on their return by the news that the children have not once asked after their mummy. If their mother does actually make the journey to that undiscovered country, from whose bourne no traveller returns, children seem at first to have forgotten her, and it is only later on that they begin to call their dead mother to mind. Thus, if a child has reasons for wishing the absence of another, there is nothing to restrain him from giving his wish the form of the other child being dead, and the psychical reaction to dreams containing death wishes proves that, in spite of the different content of these wishes in the case of children, they are nevertheless in some way or other the same as wishes expressed in the same terms by adults. 7. If, then, a child's death wishes against his brothers and sisters are explained by the childish egoism which makes him regard them as his rivals, how are we to explain his death wishes against his parents, who surround him with love and fulfill his needs, and whose preservation that same egoism should lead him to desire? A solution of this difficulty is afforded by the observation that dreams of the death of parents apply with preponderant frequency to the parent who is of the same sex as the dreamer, that men, that is, dream mostly of their father's death and women of their mothers. I cannot pretend that this is universally so, but the preponderance in the direction I have indicated is so evident that it requires to be explained by a factor of general importance. It is as though, to put it bluntly, a sexual preference were making itself felt at an early age, as though boys regarded their fathers and girls their mothers as their rivals in love, whose elimination could not fail to be to their advantage. Before this idea is rejected as a monstrous one, it is as well in this case, too, to to consider the real relations obtaining, this time between parents and children. We must distinguish between what the cultural standards of filial piety demand of this relation and what everyday observation shows it in fact to be. More than one occasion for hostility lies concealed in the relation between parents and children, a relation which affords the most ample opportunities for wishes to arise which cannot pass the censorship. Let us consider first the relation between father and son. The sanctity which we attribute to the rules laid down in the Decalogue has, I think, blunted our powers of perceiving the real facts. We seem scarcely to venture to observe that the majority of mankind disobey the fifth commandment. Alike in the lowest and in the highest strata of human society, filial piety is wont to give way to other interests. The obscure information which is brought to us by mythology and legend from the primeval ages of human society gives an unpleasing picture of the father's despotic power and of the ruthlessness with which he made use of it. Kronos devoured his children, just as the wild boar devours the sow's litter, while Zeus emasculated his father Nine and made himself ruler in his place. The more unrestricted was the rule of the father in the ancient family, the more must the son, as his destined successor, have found himself in the position of an enemy, and the more impatient must he have been to become ruler himself through his father's death. Even in our middle-class families, fathers are, as a rule, inclined to refuse their sons' independence and the means necessary to secure it, and thus to foster the growth of the germ of hostility which is inherent in their relation. A physician will often be in a position to notice how a son's grief at the loss of his father cannot suppress his satisfaction at having at length won his freedom. In our society today, fathers are apt to cling desperately to what is left of a now sadly antiquated potestas, patris familias, and an author who, like Ibsen, brings the immemorial struggle between fathers and sons into prominence in his writings may be certain of producing his effect. Occasions for conflict between a daughter and her mother arise when the daughter begins to grow up and long for sexual liberty, but finds herself under her mother's tutelage, while the mother, on the other hand, is warned by her daughter's growth that the time has come when she herself must abandon her claims to sexual satisfaction. All of this is patent to the eyes of everyone, but it does not help us in our endeavor to explain dreams of a parent's death in people whose piety towards their parents has long been unimpeachably established. Previous discussions, moreover, will have prepared us to learn that the death wish against parents dates back to earliest childhood. This supposition is confirmed with a certainty beyond all doubt in the case of psychoneurotics, when they are subjected to analysis. We learn from them that a child's sexual wishes, if in their embryonic stage they deserve to be so described, awaken very early, and that a girl's first affection is for her father 80 and a boy's first childish desires are for his mother. Accordingly, the father becomes a disturbing rival to the boy and the mother to the girl. And I have already shown in the case of brothers and sisters how easily such feelings can lead to a death wish. The parents, too, give evidence as a rule of sexual partiality. A natural predilection usually sees to it that a man tends to spoil his little daughters while his wife takes her son's part, though both of them, where their judgment is not disturbed by the magic of sex, keep a strict eye upon their children's education. The child is very well aware of this partiality and turns against that, one of his parents who is opposed to showing it. Being loved by an adult does not merely bring a child the satisfaction of a special need, it also means that he will get what he wants in every other respect as well. Thus he will be following his own sexual instinct and at the same time giving fresh strength to the inclination shown by his parents if his choice between them falls in with theirs. The signs of these infantile preferences are for the most part overlooked, yet some of them are to be observed even after the first years of childhood. An 8-year-old girl of my acquaintance, if her mother is called away from the table, makes use of the occasion to proclaim herself her successor. "I'm going to be mummy now. Do you want some more greens, Carl? Well, help yourself then." And so on. A particularly gifted and lively girl of 4, in whom this piece of child psychology is especially transparent, declared quite openly, "Mummy can go away now. Then Daddy must marry me and I'll be his wife." Such a wish occurring in a child is not in the least inconsistent with her being tenderly attached to her mother. If a little boy is allowed to sleep beside his mother when his father is away from home, but has to go back to the nursery and to someone of whom he is far less fond as soon as his father returns, he may easily begin to form a wish that his father should always be away so that he himself could keep his place beside his dear, lovely mummy. One obvious way of attaining this wish would be if his father were dead, for the child has learnt one thing by experience, namely that dead people, such as Granddaddy, are always away and never come back. Though observations of this kind on small children fit in perfectly with the interpretation I have proposed, they do not carry such complete conviction as is forced upon the physician by psychoanalyses of adult neurotics. In the latter case, dreams of the sort we are considering are introduced into the analysis in such a context that it is impossible to avoid interpreting them as wishful dreams. One day, one of my women patients was in a distressed and tearful mood. "I don't want ever to see my relations again," she said. "They must think me horrible." She then went on, with almost no transition, to say that she remembered a dream, though of course she had no idea what it meant. When she was 4 years old, she had a dream that a lynx or fox 281 was walking on the roof. Then something had fallen down, or she had fallen down, and then her mother was carried out of the house dead, and she wept bitterly. I told her that this dream must mean that when she was a child, she had wished she could see her mother dead, and that it must be on account of the dream that she felt her relations must think her horrible. I had scarcely said this when she produced some material which threw light on the dream. Lynx eye was a term of abuse that had been thrown at her by a street urchin when she was a very small child. When she was 3 years old, a tile off the roof had fallen on her mother's head and made it bleed violently. I once had an opportunity of making a detailed study of a young woman who passed through a variety of psychical conditions. Her illness began with a state of confusional excitement during which she displayed a quite special aversion to her mother, hitting and abusing her whenever she came near her bed, while at the same period she was docile and affectionate towards a sister who was many years her senior. This was followed by a state in which she was lucid but somewhat apathetic and suffered from badly disturbed sleep. It was during this phase that I began treating her and analyzing her dreams. An immense number of these dreams were concerned, with a greater or less degree of disguise, with the death of her mother. At one time she would be attending an old woman's funeral, at another she and her sister would be sitting at table, dressed in mourning. There could be no question as to the meaning of these dreams. As her condition improved still further, hysterical phobias developed. The most tormenting of these was a fear that something might have happened to her mother. She was obliged to hurry home, wherever she might be, to convince herself that her mother was still alive. This case, taken in conjunction with what I had learnt from other sources, was highly instructive. It exhibited, translated as it were into different languages, the various ways in which the psychical apparatus reacted to one and the same exciting idea. In the confusional state, in which, as I believe, the second psychical agency was overwhelmed by the normally suppressed first one, her unconscious hostility to her mother found a powerful motor expression. When the calmer condition set in, when the rebellion was suppressed and the domination of the censorship re-established, the only region left open in which her hostility could realize the wish for her mother's death was that of dreaming. When a normal state was still more firmly established, it led to the production of her exaggerated worry about her mother as a hysterical counter-reaction and defensive phenomenon. In view of this, it is no longer hard to understand why hysterical girls are so often attached to their mothers with such exaggerated affection. On another occasion, I had an opportunity of obtaining a deep insight into the unconscious mind of a young man whose life was made almost impossible by an obsessional neurosis. He was unable to go out into the street because he was tortured by the fear that he would kill everyone he met. He spent his days in preparing his alibi in case he might be charged with one of the murders committed in the town. It is unnecessary to add that he was a man of equally high morals and education. The analysis, which incidentally led to his recovery, showed that the basis of this distressing obsession was an impulse to murder his somewhat over-severe father. This impulse, to his astonishment, had been consciously expressed when he was 7 years old, but it had, of course, originated much earlier in his childhood. After his father's painful illness and death, the patient's obsessional self-reproaches appeared, he was in his 31st year at the time, taking the shape of a phobia transferred onto strangers. A person, he felt, who was capable of wanting to push his own father over a precipice from the top of a mountain was not to be trusted to respect the lives of those less closely related to him. He was quite right to shut himself up in his room. In my experience, which is already extensive, the chief part in the mental lives of all children who later become psychoneurotics is played by their parents. Being in love with the one parent and hating the other are among the essential constituents of the stock of psychical impulses which is formed at that time and which is of such importance in determining the symptoms of the later neurosis. It is not my belief, however, that psychoneurotics differ sharply in this respect from other human beings who remain normal. that they are able, that is, to create something absolutely new and peculiar to themselves. It is far more probable, and this is confirmed by occasional observations on normal children, that they are only distinguished by exhibiting on a magnified scale feelings of love and hatred to their parents which occur less obviously and less intensely in the minds of most children. This discovery is confirmed by a legend that has come down to us from classical antiquity, a legend whose profound and universal power to move can only be understood if the hypothesis I have put forward in regard to the psychology of children has an equally universal validity. What I have in mind is the legend of King Oedipus and Sophocles' drama which bears his name. Oedipus, son of Laius, king of Thebes and of Jocasta, was exposed as an infant because an oracle had warned Laius that the still unborn child would be his father's murderer. The child was rescued and grew up as a prince in an alien court until, in doubts as to his origin, he too questioned the oracle and was warned to avoid his home since he was destined to murder his father and take his mother in marriage. On the road leading away from what he believed was his home, he met King Laius and slew him in a sudden quarrel. He came next to Thebes and solved the riddle set him by the Sphinx who barred his way. Out of gratitude, the Thebans made him their king and gave him Jocasta's hand in marriage. He reigned long in peace and honor, and she, who, unknown to him, was his mother, bore him 2 sons and 2 daughters. Then at last a plague broke out, and the Thebans made inquiry once more of the oracle. It is at this point that Sophocles' tragedy opens. The messengers bring back the reply that the plague will cease when the murderer of Laius has been driven from the land. But he, where is he? Where shall now be read the fading record of this ancient guilt? The action of the play consists in nothing other than the process of revealing, with cunning delays and ever-mounting excitement, a process that can be likened to the work of a psychoanalysis, that Oedipus himself is the murderer of Laius, but further that he is the son of the murdered man and of Jocasta. Appalled at the abomination which he has unwittingly perpetrated, Oedipus blinds himself and forsakes his home. The oracle has been fulfilled. Oedipus Rex is what is known as a tragedy of destiny. Its tragic effect is said to lie in the contrast between the supreme will of the gods and the vain attempts of mankind to escape the evil that threatens them. The lesson which, it is said, the deeply moved spectator should learn from the tragedy is submission to the divine will and realization of his own impotence. Modern dramatists have accordingly tried to achieve a similar tragic effect by weaving the same contrast into a plot invented by themselves, but the spectators have looked on unmoved while a curse or an oracle was fulfilled, in spite of all the efforts of some innocent man. Later tragedies of destiny have failed in their effect. If Oedipus Rex moves a modern audience no less than it did the contemporary Greek one, the explanation can only be that its effect does not lie in the contrast between destiny and human will, but is to be looked for in the particular nature of the material on which that contrast is exemplified. There must be something which makes a voice within us ready to recognize the compelling force of destiny in the Oedipus, while we can dismiss as merely arbitrary such dispositions as are laid down in Grillparzers, Die Ahnfrau, or other modern tragedies of destiny. And a factor of this kind is in fact involved in the story of King Oedipus. His destiny moves us only because it might have been ours, because the oracle laid the same curse upon us before our birth as upon him. It is the fate of all of us, perhaps, to direct our first sexual impulse towards our mother and our first hatred and our first murderous wish against our father. Our dreams convince us that that is so. King Oedipus, who slew his father Laius and married his mother Jocasta, merely shows us the fulfillment of our own childhood wishes. But, more fortunate than he, we have meanwhile succeeded, insofar as we have not become psychoneurotics, in detaching our sexual impulses from our mothers and in forgetting our jealousy of our fathers. Here is one in whom these primeval wishes of our childhood have been fulfilled, and we shrink back from him with the whole force of the repression by which those wishes have since that time been held down within us. While the poet, as he unravels the past, brings to light the guilt of Oedipus, he is at the same time compelling us to recognize our own inner minds, in which those same impulses, though suppressed, are still to be found. The contrast with which the closing chorus leaves us confronted. Fix on Oedipus your eyes, who resolved the dark enigma, noblest champion and most wise. Like a star his envied fortune mounted beaming far and wide. Now he sinks in seas of anguish, whelmed beneath a raging tide. 284. Strikes as a warning at ourselves and our pride, at us who since our childhood have grown so wise and so mighty in our own eyes. Like Oedipus, we live in ignorance of these wishes, repugnant to morality, which have been forced upon us by nature, and after their revelation we may all of us well seek to close our eyes to the scenes of our childhood. There is an unmistakable indication in the text of Sophocles' tragedy itself that the legend of Oedipus sprang from some primeval dream material which had as its content the distressing disturbance of a child's relation to his parents owing to the first stirrings of sexuality. At a point when Oedipus, though he is not yet enlightened, has begun to feel troubled by his recollection of the oracle, Jocasta consoles him by referring to a dream which many people dream, though, as she thinks, it has no meaning. Many a man ere now in dreams hath lain with her who bare him. He hath least annoy, who with such omens troubleth not his mind. Today, just as then, many men dream of having sexual relations with their mothers and speak of the fact with indignation and astonishment. It is clearly the key to the tragedy and the complement to the dream of the dreamer's father being dead. The story of Oedipus is the reaction of the imagination to these two typical dreams. And just as these dreams, when dreamt by adults, are accompanied by feelings of repulsion, so too the legend must include horror and self-punishment. Its further modification originates once again in a misconceived secondary revision of the material which has sought to exploit it for theological purposes. Cf. the dream material in Dreams of Exhibiting, p. 261 9. The attempt to harmonize divine omnipotence with human responsibility must naturally fail in connection with this subject matter, just as with any other. Another of the great creations of tragic poetry, Shakespeare's Hamlet, has its roots in the same soil as Oedipus Rex, 7. But the changed treatment of the same material reveals the whole difference in the mental life of these two widely separated epochs of civilization. The secular advance of repression in the emotional life of mankind. In the Oedipus, the child's wishful fantasy that underlies it is brought into the open and realized as it would be in a dream. In Hamlet, it remains repressed, and, just as in the case of a neurosis, we only learn of its existence from its inhibiting consequences. Strangely enough, the overwhelming effect produced by the more modern tragedy has turned out to be compatible with the fact that people have remained completely in the dark as to the hero's character. The play is built up on Hamlet's hesitations over fulfilling the task of revenge that is assigned to him, but its text offers no reasons or motives for these hesitations, and an immense variety of attempts at interpreting them have failed to produce a result. According to the view which was originated by Goethe and is still the prevailing one today, Hamlet represents the type of man whose power of direct action is paralyzed by an excessive development of his intellect. He is sicklied o'er with the pale cast of thought. According to another view, the dramatist has tried to portray a pathologically irresolute character which might be classed as neurasthenic. The plot of the drama shows us, however, that Hamlet is far from being represented as a person incapable of taking any action. We see him doing so on two occasions, first in a sudden outburst of temper when he runs his sword through the eavesdropper behind the arras, and secondly in a premeditated and even crafty fashion when, with all the callousness of a Renaissance prince, he sends the two courtiers to the death that had been planned for himself. What is it then that inhibits him in fulfilling the task set him by his father's ghost? The answer, once again, is that it is the peculiar nature of the task. Hamlet is able to do anything except take vengeance on the man who did away with his father and took that father's place with his mother, the man who shows him the repressed wishes of his own childhood realized. Thus the loathing which should drive him on to revenge is replaced in him by self-reproaches, by scruples of conscience, which remind him that he himself is literally no better than the sinner whom he is to punish. Here, I have translated into conscious terms what was bound to remain unconscious in Hamlet's mind, and if anyone is inclined to call him a hysteric, I can only accept the fact as one that is implied by my interpretation. The distaste for sexuality expressed by Hamlet in his conversation with Ophelia fits in very well with this. The same distaste which was destined to take possession of the poet's mind more and more during the years that followed, and which reached its extreme expression in Timon of Athens. For it can of course only be the poet's own mind which confronts us in Hamlet. I observe in a book on Shakespeare by Georg Brandes, 1896, a statement that Hamlet was written immediately after the death of Shakespeare's father in 1601, that is, under the immediate impact of his bereavement, and, as we may well assume, while his childhood feelings about his father had been freshly revived. It is known, too, that Shakespeare's own son, who died at an early age, bore the name of Hamnet, which is identical with Hamlet. Just as Hamlet deals with the relation of a son to his parents, so Macbeth, written at approximately the same period, is concerned with the subject of childlessness. But just as all neurotic symptoms, and for that matter dreams, are capable of being over-interpreted, and indeed need to be, if they are to be fully understood, so all genuinely creative writings are the product of more than a single motive and more than a single impulse in the poet's mind, and are open to more than a single interpretation. In what I have written, I have only attempted to interpret the deepest layer of impulses in the mind of the creative writer. 288. I cannot leave the subject of typical dreams of the death of loved relatives without adding a few more words to throw light on their significance for the theory of dreams in general. In these dreams, we find the highly unusual condition realized of a dream thought formed by a repressed wish entirely eluding censorship and passing into the dream without modification. There must be special factors at work to make this event possible, and I believe that the occurrence of these dreams is facilitated by two such factors. Firstly, there is no wish that seems more remote from us than this one. We couldn't even dream, so we believe, of wishing such a thing. For this reason, the dream censorship is not armed to meet such a monstrosity, just as Solon's penal code contained no punishment for parricide. Secondly, in this case, the repressed and unsuspected wish is particularly often met halfway by a residue from the previous day in the form of a worry about the safety of the person concerned. This worry can only make its way into the dream by availing itself of the corresponding wish, while the wish can disguise itself behind the worry that has become active during the day. CFP 1294F. We may feel inclined to think that things are simpler than this, and that one merely carries on during the night and in dreams with what one has been turning over in one's mind during the day. But if so, we shall be leaving dreams of the death of people of whom the dreamer is fond completely in the air and without any connection with our explanation of dreams in general, and we shall thus be clinging quite unnecessarily to a riddle which is perfectly capable of solution. It is also instructive to consider the relation of these dreams to anxiety dreams. In the dreams we have been discussing, a repressed wish has found a means of evading censorship and the distortion which censorship involves. The invariable concomitant is that painful feelings are experienced in the dream. In just the same way, anxiety dreams only occur if the censorship has been wholly or partly overpowered, and, on the other hand, the overpowering of the censorship is facilitated if anxiety has already been produced as an immediate sensation arising from somatic sources. See above. pp. 255. We can thus plainly see the purpose for which the censorship exercises its office and brings about the distortion of dreams. It does so in order to prevent the generation of anxiety or other forms of distressing affect. I have spoken above, p. 268, of the egoism of children's minds, and I may now add, with a hint at a possible connection between the two facts, that dreams have the same characteristic. All of them are completely egoistic. 289. The beloved ego appears in all of them, even though it may be disguised. The wishes that are fulfilled in them are invariably the ego's wishes, and if a dream seems to have been provoked by an altruistic interest, we are only being deceived by appearances. Here are a few analyses of instances which seem to contradict this assertion. A child of under 4 years old reported having dreamt that he had seen a big dish with a big joint of roast meat and vegetables on it. All at once the joint had been eaten up, whole and without being cut up. He had not seen the person who ate it. 290. Who can the unknown person have been whose sumptuous banquet of meat was the subject of the little boy's dream? His experiences during the dream day must enlighten us on the subject. By doctor's orders, he had been put on a milk diet for the past few days. On the evening of the dream day, he had been naughty, and as a punishment, he had been sent to bed without his supper. He had been through this hunger cure once before and had been very brave about it. He knew he would get nothing, but would not allow himself to show by so much as a single word that he was hungry. Education had already begun to have an effect on him. It found expression in this dream, which exhibits the beginning of dream distortion. There can be no doubt that the person whose wishes were aimed at this lavish meal, a meat meal too, was himself. But since he knew he was not allowed it, he did not venture to sit down to the meal himself, as hungry children do in dreams. Kef. My little daughter Anna's dream of strawberries, on p. 163. The person who ate the meal remained anonymous. 2. I dreamt one night that I saw in the window of a bookshop a new volume in one of the series of monographs for connoisseurs, which I am in the habit of buying, monographs on great artists, on world history, on famous cities, etc. The new series was called Famous Speakers, or Speeches, and its first volume bore the name of Dr. Lecher. When I came to analyze this, it seemed to me improbable that I should be concerned in my dreams with the fame of Dr. Lecher, the non-stop speaker of the German nationalist obstructionists in Parliament. The position was that a few days earlier I had taken on some new patients for psychological treatment and was now obliged to talk for 10 or 11 hours every day. So it was I myself who was a non-stop speaker. 3. Another time I had a dream that a man I knew on the staff of the university said to me, "My son, the myops." Then followed a dialogue made up of short remarks and rejoinders. After this, however, there was yet a third piece of dream in which I myself and my sons figured. So far as the dream's latent content was concerned, Professor M and his son were men of straw, a mere screen for me and my eldest son. I shall have to return to this dream later on account of another of its features. See pp. 449f. 4. The dream which follows is an instance of really low egoistic feelings concealed behind affectionate worry. My friend Otto was looking ill. His face was brown and he had protruding eyes. Otto is my family doctor, and I owe him more than I can ever hope to repay. He has watched over my children's health for many years. He has treated them successfully when they have been ill, and, in addition, whenever circumstances have given him an excuse, he has given them presents. See P 140. He had visited us on the dream day, and my wife had remarked that he looked tired and strained. That night I had my dream, which showed him with some of the signs of Basedow's Graves' disease. Anyone who interprets this dream without regard for my rules will conclude that I was worried about my friend's health and that this worry was realized in the dream. This would not only contradict my assertion that dreams are wish fulfillments, but my other assertion too, that they are accessible only to egoistic impulses. But I should be glad if anyone interpreting the dream in this way would be good enough to explain to me why my fears on Otto's behalf should have lighted on Basedow's disease, a diagnosis for which his actual appearance gives not the slightest ground. My analysis, on the other hand, brought up the following material from an occurrence 6 years earlier. A small group of us, which included Professor R, were driving in pitch darkness through the forest of N, which lay some hours' drive from the place at which we were spending our summer holidays. The coachman, who was not perfectly sober, spilt us, carriage and all, over an embankment, and it was only by a piece of luck that we all escaped injury. We were obliged, however, to spend the night in a neighboring inn, at which the news of our accident brought us a lot of sympathy. A gentleman with unmistakable signs of Basedow's disease, incidentally just as in the dream, only the brown discoloration of the skin of the face and the protruding eyes but no goiter, placed himself entirely at our disposal and asked what he could do for us. Professor R replied in his decisive manner, "Nothing except to lend me a nightshirt." To which the fine gentleman rejoined, "I'm sorry, but I can't do that," and left the room. As I continued my analysis, it occurred to me that Basedow was the name not only of a physician, but also of a famous educationalist. In my waking state, I no longer felt quite so certain about this. I won. But my friend Otto was the person whom I had asked to watch over my children's physical education, especially at the age of puberty, hence the nightshirt, in case anything happened to me. By giving my friend Otto in the dream the symptoms of our noble helper, I was evidently saying that if anything happened to me, he would do just as little for the children as Baron L had done on that occasion, in spite of his kind offers of assistance. This seems to be sufficient evidence of the egoistic lining of the dream. 92. But where was its wish fulfillment to be found? Not in my avenging myself on my friend Otto, whose fate it seems to be ill-treated in my dreams 93, but in the following consideration. At the same time as I represented Otto in the dream as Baron L, I had identified myself with someone else, namely Professor R. For just as in the anecdote R had made a request to Baron L, so I had made a request to Otto, and that is the point. Professor R, with whom I should really not venture to compare myself in the ordinary way, resembled me in having followed an independent path outside the academic world and had only achieved his well-merited title late in life. So once again, I was wanting to be a professor. Indeed, the words late in life were themselves a wish fulfillment, for they implied that I should live long enough to see my boys through the age of puberty myself. G. Other typical dreams. I have no experience of my own of other kinds of typical dreams in which the dreamer finds himself flying through the air to the accompaniment of agreeable feelings or falling with feelings of anxiety, and whatever I have to say on the subject is derived from psychoanalyses. The information provided by the latter forces me to conclude that these dreams too reproduce impressions of childhood. They relate, that is, to games involving movement, which are extraordinarily attractive to children. There cannot be a single uncle who has not shown a child how to fly by rushing across the room with him in his outstretched arms, or who has not played at letting him fall by riding him on his knee and then suddenly stretching out his leg, or by holding him up high and then suddenly pretending to drop him. Children are delighted by such experiences and never tire of asking to have them repeated, especially if there is something about them that causes a little fright or giddiness. In after years they repeat these experiences in dreams. But in the dreams they leave out the hands which held them up so that they float or fall unsupported. The delight taken by young children in games of this kind, as well as in swings and seesaws, is well known, and when they come to see acrobatic feats in a circus, their memory of such games is revived. Hysterical attacks in boys sometimes consist merely in reproductions of feats of this kind carried out with great skill. It not uncommonly happens that these games of movement, though innocent in themselves, give rise to sexual feelings. 7. Childish romping, hetzen, if I may use a word which commonly describes all such activities, is what is being repeated in dreams of flying, falling, giddiness, and so on, while the pleasurable feelings attached to these experiences are transformed into anxiety. But often enough, as every mother knows, romping among children actually ends in squabbling and tears. Thus, I have good grounds for rejecting the theory that what provokes dreams of flying and falling is the state of our tactile feelings during sleep or sensations of the movement of our lungs, and so on. TIFF 69F. In my view, these sensations are themselves reproduced as part of the memory to which the dream goes back. That is to say, they are part of the content of the dream and not its source. I cannot, however, disguise from myself that I am unable to produce any complete explanation of this class of typical dreams. My material has left me in the lurch precisely at this point. I must, however, insist upon the general assertion that all the tactile and motor sensations which occur in these typical dreams are called up immediately there is any psychical reason for making use of them, and that they can be disregarded when no such need for them arises. CFP 257. I am also of the opinion that the relation of these dreams to infantile experiences has been established with certainty from the indications I have found in the analyses of psychoneurotics. I am not able to say, however, what other meanings may become attached to the recollection of such sensations in the course of later life. Different meanings, perhaps, in every individual case, in spite of the typical appearance of the dreams, and I should be glad to be able to fill up the gap by a careful analysis of clear instances. If anyone feels surprised that in spite of the frequency precisely of dreams of flying, falling and pulling out teeth, etc., I should be complaining of lack of material on this particular topic, I must explain that I myself have not experienced any dreams of the kind since I turned my attention to the subject of dream interpretation. The dreams of neurotics, moreover, of which I might otherwise avail myself, cannot always be interpreted, not, at least in many cases, so as to reveal the whole of their concealed meaning. A particular psychical force, which was concerned with the original constructing of the neurosis, and is brought into operation once again when attempts are made at resolving it, prevents us from interpreting such dreams, down to their last secret. D. Examination dreams. Everyone who has passed the matriculation examination at the end of his school studies complains of the obstinacy with which he is pursued by anxiety dreams of having failed, or of being obliged to take the examination again, etc. In the case of those who have obtained a university degree, this typical dream is replaced by another one which represents them as having failed in their university finals, and it is in vain that they object, even while they are still asleep, that for years they have been practicing medicine, or working as university lecturers or heads of offices. The ineradicable memories of the punishments that we suffered for our evil deeds in childhood become active within us once more and attach themselves to the two crucial points in our studies, the dies irae, dies illa of our stiffest examinations. The examination anxiety of neurotics owes its intensification to these same childhood fears. After we have ceased to be school children, our punishments are no longer inflicted on us by our parents or by those who brought us up, or later by our schoolmasters. The relentless causal chains of real life take charge of our further education, and now we dream of matriculation or finals, and who has not trembled on those occasions, even if he was well prepared for the examination? Whenever, having done something wrong or failed to do something properly, we expect to be punished by the event. Whenever, in short, we feel the burden of responsibility. For a further explanation of examination dreams, chapter 99, I have to thank an experienced colleague, Steckel, who once declared at a scientific meeting that so far as he knew, dreams of matriculation only occur in people who have successfully passed it, and never in people who have failed in it. It would seem, then, that anxious examination dreams, which, as has been confirmed over and over again, appear when the dreamer has some responsible activity ahead of him next day and is afraid there may be a fiasco, search for some occasion in the past in which great anxiety has turned out to be unjustified and has been contradicted by the event. This, then, would be a very striking instance of the content of a dream being misunderstood by the waking agency. See Peep 2062. What is regarded as an indignant protest against the dream, "but I'm a doctor, etc. already," would in reality be the consolation put forward by the dream and would accordingly run, "Don't be afraid of tomorrow. Just think how anxious you were before your matriculation, and yet nothing happened to you. You're a doctor, etc. already." And the anxiety which is attributed to the dream would really have arisen from the day's residues. Such tests as I have been able to make of this explanation on myself and on other people, though they have not been sufficiently numerous, have confirmed its validity. For instance, I myself failed in forensic medicine in my finals, but I have never had to cope with this subject in dreams, whereas I have quite often been examined in botany, zoology, or chemistry. I went in for the examination in these subjects with well-founded anxiety, but whether by the grace of destiny or of the examiners, I escaped punishment. In my dreams of school examinations, I am invariably examined in history, in which I did brilliantly, though only, it is true, because in the oral examination, my kindly master, the one-eyed benefactor of another dream, see pound 50, did not fail to notice that on the paper of questions which I handed him back, I had run my fingernail through the middle, one of the 3 questions included, to warn him not to insist upon that particular one. One of my patients, who decided not to sit for his matriculation the first time but passed it later, and who subsequently failed in his army examination and never got a commission, has told me that he often dreams of the former of these examinations, but never of the latter. 300. The interpretation of examination dreams is faced by the difficulty which I have already referred to as characteristic of the majority of typical dreams, Punkt 259, 1. It is but rarely that the material with which the dreamer provides us in associations is sufficient to interpret the dream. It is only by collecting a considerable number of examples of such dreams that we can arrive at a better understanding of them. Not long ago I came to the conclusion that the objection, "You're a doctor, etc. already," does not merely conceal a consolation, but also signifies a reproach. This would have run, "You're quite old now, quite far advanced in life, and yet you go on doing these stupid, childish things." This mixture of self-criticism and consolation would thus correspond to the latent content of examination dreams. If so, it would not be surprising if the self-reproaches for being stupid and childish in these last examples referred to the repetition of reprehensible sexual acts. Wilhelm Steckel, 302, who put forward the first interpretation of dreams of matriculation, matura, was of the opinion that they regularly related to sexual tests and sexual maturity. My experience has often confirmed his view. Chapter 6. The Dream Work. Every attempt that has hitherto been made to solve the problem of dreams has dealt directly with their manifest content as it is presented in our memory. All such attempts have endeavored to arrive at an interpretation of dreams from their manifest content, or, if no interpretation was attempted, to form a judgment as to their nature on the basis of that same manifest content. We are alone in taking something else into account. We have introduced a new class of psychical material between the manifest content of dreams and the conclusions of our inquiry, namely, their latent content, or, as we say, the dream thoughts, arrived at by means of our procedure. It is from these dream thoughts and not from a dream's manifest content that we disentangle its meaning. We are thus presented with a new task which had no previous existence. The task, that is, of investigating the relations between the manifest content of dreams and the latent dream, thoughts, and of tracing out the processes by which the latter have been changed into the former. The dream thoughts and the dream content are presented to us like two versions of the same subject matter in two different languages. Or, more properly, the dream content seems like a transcript of the dream thoughts into another mode of expression, whose characters and syntactic laws it is our business to discover by comparing the original and the translation. The dream thoughts are immediately comprehensible as soon as we have learnt them. The dream content, on the other hand, is expressed as it were in a pictographic script, the characters of which have to be transposed individually into the language of the dream thoughts. If we attempted to read these characters according to their pictorial value instead of according to their symbolic relation, we should clearly be led into error. Suppose I have a picture puzzle, a rebus, in front of me. It depicts a house with a boat on its roof, a single letter of the alphabet, the figure of a running man whose head has been conjured away, and so on. Now I might be misled into raising objections and declaring that the picture as a whole and its component parts are nonsensical. A boat has no business to be on the roof of a house, and a headless man cannot run. Moreover, the man is bigger than the house, and if the whole picture is intended to represent a landscape, letters of the alphabet are out of place in it, since such objects do not occur in nature. But obviously we can only form a proper judgment of the rebus if we put aside criticisms such as these of the whole composition and its parts, and if instead we try to replace each separate element by a syllable or word that can be represented by that element in some way or other. The words which are put together in this way are no longer nonsensical, but may form a poetical phrase of the greatest beauty and significance. A dream is a picture puzzle of this sort, and our predecessors in the field of dream interpretation have made the mistake of treating the rebus as a pictorial composition, and as such it has seemed to them nonsensical and worthless. A. The work of condensation. The first thing that becomes clear to anyone who compares the dream content with the dream thoughts is that a work of condensation on a large scale has been carried out. Dreams are brief, meager, and laconic in comparison with the range and wealth of the dream thoughts. If a dream is written out, it may perhaps fill half a page. The analysis setting out the dream thoughts underlying it may occupy 6, 8, or a dozen times as much space. This relation varies with different dreams, but so far as my experience goes, its direction never varies. As a rule, one underestimates the amount of compression that has taken place, since one is inclined to regard the dream thoughts that have been brought to light as the complete material, whereas if the work of interpretation is carried further, it may reveal still more thoughts concealed behind the dream. I have already had occasion to point out, P 252F, that it is in fact never possible to be sure that a dream has been completely interpreted. Even if the solution seems satisfactory and without gaps, the possibility always remains that the dream may have yet another meaning. Strictly speaking, then, it is impossible to determine the amount of condensation. There is an answer, which at first sight seems most plausible, to the argument that the great lack of proportion between the dream content and the dream thoughts implies that the psychical material has undergone an extensive process of condensation in the course of the formation of the dream. We very often have an impression that we have dreamt a great deal all through the night, and have since forgotten most of what we dreamt. On this view, the dream which we remember when we wake up would only be a fragmentary remnant of the total dream work, and this, if we could recollect it in its entirety, might well be as extensive as the dream thoughts. There is undoubtedly some truth in this. There can be no question that dreams can be reproduced most accurately if we try to recall them as soon as we wake up, and that our memory of them becomes more and more incomplete towards evening. But on the other hand, it can be shown that the impression that we have dreamt a great deal more than we can reproduce is very often based on an illusion, the origin of which I shall discuss later. Can pp. 494 and 520. Moreover, the hypothesis that condensation occurs during the dream work is not affected by the possibility of dreams being forgotten, since this hypothesis is proved to be correct by the quantities of ideas which are related to each individual piece of the dream which has been retained. Even supposing that a large piece of the dream has escaped recollection, this may merely have prevented our having access to another group of dream thoughts. There is no justification for supposing that the lost pieces of the dream would have related to the same thoughts which we have already reached from the pieces of the dream that have survived. In view of the very great number of associations produced in analysis to each individual element of the content of a dream, some readers may be led to doubt whether, as a matter of principle, we are justified in regarding as part of the dream thoughts all the associations that occur to us during the subsequent analysis, whether we are justified, that is, in supposing that all these thoughts were already active during the state of sleep and played a part in the formation of the dream. Is it not more probable that new trains of thought have arisen in the course of the analysis which had no share in forming the dream? I can only give limited assent to this argument. It is no doubt true that some trains of thought arise for the first time during the analysis, but one can convince oneself in all such cases that these new connections are only set up between thoughts which were already linked in some other way in the dream thoughts. 7. The new connections are, as it were, loop lines or short circuits, made possible by the existence of other and deeper-lying connecting paths. It must be allowed that the great bulk of the thoughts which are revealed in analysis were already active during the process of forming the dream, for, after working through a string of thoughts which seem to have no connection with the formation of a dream, one suddenly comes upon one which is represented in its content and is indispensable for its interpretation, but which could not have been reached except by this particular line of approach. I may here recall the dream of the botanical monograph, page 193, which strikes one as the product of an astonishing amount of condensation, even though I have not reported its analysis in full. How, then, are we to picture psychical conditions during the period of sleep which precedes dreams? Are all the dream thoughts present alongside one another, or do they occur in sequence? Or do a number of trains of thoughts start out simultaneously from different centers and afterwards unite? There is no need for the present, in my opinion, to form any plastic idea of psychical conditions during the formation of dreams. It must not be forgotten, however, that we are dealing with an unconscious process of thought, which may easily be different from what we perceive during purposive reflection accompanied by consciousness. The unquestionable fact remains, however, that the formation of dreams is based on a process of condensation. How is that condensation brought about? When we reflect that only a small minority of all the dream thoughts revealed are represented in the dream by one of their ideational elements, we might conclude that condensation is brought about by omission, that is, that the dream is not a faithful translation or a point-for-point projection of the dream thoughts, but a highly incomplete and fragmentary version of them. This view, as we shall soon discover, is a most inadequate one, but we may take it as a provisional starting point and go on to a further question. If only a few elements from the dream thoughts find their way into the dream content, what are the conditions which determine their selection? In order to get some light on this question, we must turn our attention to those elements of the dream content which must have fulfilled these conditions. And the most favorable material for such an investigation will be a dream to the construction of which a particularly intense process of condensation has contributed. I shall accordingly begin by choosing for the purpose the dream which I have already recorded on pp. 193 fr. The dream of the botanical monograph, content of the dream. I had written a monograph on an unspecified genus of plants. The book lay before me, and I was at the moment turning over a folded colored plate. Bound up in the copy, there was a dried specimen of the plant. The element in this dream which stood out most was the botanical monograph. This arose from the impressions of the dream day. I had in fact seen a monograph on the genus cyclamen in the window of a bookshop. There was no mention of this genus in the content of the dream. All that was left in it was the monograph and its relation to botany. The botanical monograph immediately revealed its connection with the work upon cocaine which I had once written. From cocaine, the chains of thought led on the one hand to the Festschrift and to certain events in a university laboratory, and on the other hand to my friend Dr. Königstein, the eye surgeon, who had had a share in the introduction of cocaine. The figure of Dr. Königstein further reminded me of the interrupted conversation which I had had with him the evening before, and of my various reflections upon the payment for medical services among colleagues. This conversation was the actual, currently active instigator of the dream. The monograph on the cyclamen was also a currently active impression, but one of an indifferent nature. As I perceived, the botanical monograph in the dream turned out to be an intermediate common entity between the two experiences of the previous day. It was taken over unaltered from the indifferent impression and was linked with the psychically significant event by copious associative connections. Not only the compound idea, botanical monograph, however, but each of its components, botanical and monograph separately, led by numerous connecting paths deeper and deeper into the tangle of dream thoughts. Botanical was related to the figure of Professor Gardner, the blooming looks of his wife, to my patient Flora, and to the lady, Frau L., of whom I had told the story of the forgotten flowers. Gardner led in turn to the laboratory and to my conversation with Königstein. My two patients, Flora and Frau L., had been mentioned in the course of this conversation. A train of thought joined the lady with the flowers to my wife's favourite flowers, and thence to the title of the monograph which I had seen for a moment during the day. In addition to these, botanical recalled an episode at my secondary school and an examination while I was at the university. A fresh topic touched upon in my conversation with Dr. Königstein, my favourite hobbies, was joined through the intermediate link of what I jokingly called my favourite flower, the artichoke, with the train of thought proceeding from the forgotten flowers. Behind artichokes lay, on the one hand, my thoughts about Italy 108, and on the other hand, a scene from my childhood which was the opening of what have since become my intimate relations with books. Thus, botanical was a regular nodal point in the dream. Numerous trains of thought converged upon it, which, as I can guarantee, had appropriately entered into the context of the conversation with Dr. Königstein. Here we find ourselves in a factory of thoughts where, as in the weaver's masterpiece, so too, monograph in the dream touches upon two subjects: the one-sidedness of my studies and the costliness of my favourite hobbies. This first investigation leads us to conclude that the elements botanical and monograph found their way into the content of the dream because they possessed copious contacts with the majority of the dream thoughts, because, that is to say, they constituted nodal points upon which a great number of the dream thoughts converged, and because they had several meanings in connection with the interpretation of the dream. The explanation of this fundamental fact can also be put in another way. Each of the elements of the dream's content turns out to have been overdetermined, to have been represented in the dream thoughts many times over. We discover still more when we come to examine the remaining constituents of the dream in relation to their appearance in the dream. Thoughts. The coloured plate which I was unfolding led, see the analysis, pp. 195f, to a new topic, my colleagues' criticisms of my activities, and to one which was already represented in the dream, my favourite hobbies. And it led, in addition to the childhood memory in which I was pulling to pieces a book with coloured plates. The dried specimen of the plant touched upon the episode of the herbarium at my secondary school and specially stressed that memory. The nature of the relation between dream content and dream thoughts thus becomes visible. Not only are the elements of a dream determined by the dream thoughts many times over, but the individual dream thoughts are represented in the dream by several elements. Associative paths lead from one element of the dream to several dream thoughts, and from one dream thought to several elements of the dream. Thus a dream is not constructed by each individual dream thought or group of dream thoughts, finding, in abbreviated form, separate representation in the content of the dream, in the kind of way in which an electorate chooses parliamentary representatives. A dream is constructed rather by the whole mass of dream thoughts being submitted to a sort of manipulative process in which those elements which have the most numerous and strongest supports acquire the right of entry into the dream content, in a manner analogous to election by scrutin de liste. In the case of every dream which I have submitted to an analysis of this kind, I have invariably found these same fundamental principles confirmed. The elements of the dream are constructed out of the whole mass of dream thoughts, and each one of those elements is shown to have been determined many times over in relation to the dream thoughts. It will certainly not be out of place to illustrate the connection between dream content and dream thoughts by a further example, which is distinguished by the specially ingenious interweaving of their reciprocal relations. It is a dream produced by one of my patients, a man whom I was treating for claustrophobia. It will soon become clear why I have chosen to give this exceptionally clever dream production the title of To a Lovely Dream. He was driving with a large party to X Street, in which there was an unpretentious inn. This is not the case. There was a play being acted inside it. At one moment he was audience, at another actor. When it was over, they had to change their clothes so as to get back to town. Some of the company were shown into rooms on the ground floor and others into rooms on the first floor. Then a dispute broke out. The ones up above were angry because the ones down below were not ready, and they could not come downstairs. His brother was up above and he was down below, and he was angry with his brother because they were so much pressed. This part was obscure. Moreover, it had been decided and arranged even when they first arrived who was to be up above and who was to be down below. Then he was walking by himself up the rise made by X Street in the direction of town. He walked with such difficulty and so laboriously that he seemed glued to the spot. An elderly gentleman came up to him and began abusing the King of Italy. At the top of the rise, he was able to walk much more easily. His difficulty in walking up the rise was so distinct that after waking up, he was, for some time, in doubt whether it was a dream or reality. We should not think very highly of this dream, judging by its manifest content. In defiance of the rules, I shall begin its interpretation with the portion which the dreamer described as being the most distinct. The difficulty which he dreamt of and probably actually experienced during the dream, the laborious climbing up the rise accompanied by dyspnoea, was one of the symptoms which the patient had in fact exhibited years before, and which had at that time been attributed, along with certain other symptoms, to tuberculosis. The probability is that this was hysterically simulated. The peculiar sensation of inhibited movement that occurs in this dream is already familiar to us from dreams of exhibiting CP 261 F, and we see once more that it is material available at any time for any other representational purpose. CP 350 F. The piece of the dream content which described how the climb began by being difficult and became easy at the end of the rise reminded me, when I heard it, of the masterly introduction to Alphonse Daudet's Sappho. That well-known passage describes how a young man carries his mistress upstairs in his arms. At first she is as light as a feather, but the higher he climbs, the heavier grows her weight. The whole scene foreshadows the course of their love affair, which was intended by Daudet as a warning to young men not to allow their affections to be seriously engaged by girls of humble origin and a dubious past. Though I knew that my patient had been involved in a love affair which he had recently broken off with a lady on the stage, I did not expect to find my guess at an interpretation justified. Moreover, the situation in Sappho was the reverse of what it had been in the dream. In the dream, the climbing had been difficult to begin with and had afterwards become easy, whereas the symbolism in the novel only made sense if something that had been begun lightly ended by becoming a heavy burden. But to my astonishment, my patient replied that my interpretation fitted in very well with a piece he had seen at the theatre the evening before. It was called Rund Wien, Round Vienna, and gave a picture of the career of a girl who began by being respectable, who then became a demi-mondaine and had liaisons with men in high positions and so went up in the world, but who ended by coming down in the world. The piece had moreover reminded him of another, which he had seen some years earlier, called Von Stufe zu Stufe, Step by Step, and which had been advertised by a poster showing a staircase with a flight of steps. To continue with the interpretation, the actress with whom he had had this latest eventful liaison had lived in X Street. There is nothing in the nature of an inn in that street, but when he was spending part of the summer in Vienna on the ladies' account, he had put up German abgestiegen, literally stepped down, at a small hotel in the neighborhood. When he left the hotel, he had said to his cab driver, "Anyhow, I'm lucky not to have picked up any vermin." This, incidentally, was another of his phobias. To this, the driver had replied, "How could anyone put up at such a place? It's not a hotel, it's only an inn." The idea of an inn at once recalled a quotation to his mind. There cannot be the faintest doubt what the apple tree and the apples stood for. Moreover, lovely breasts had been among the charms which had attracted the dreamer to his actress. The context of the analysis gave us every ground for supposing that the dream went back to an impression in childhood. If so, it must have referred to the wet nurse of the dreamer, who was by then a man almost 30 years old. For an infant, the breasts of his wet nurse are nothing more nor less than an inn. The wet nurse, as well as Daudet's Sappho, seem to have been allusions to the mistress whom the patient had recently dropped. The patient's elder brother also appeared in the content of the dream, the brother being up above and the patient himself down below. This was once again the reverse of the actual situation, for as I knew, the brother had lost his social position while the patient had maintained his. In repeating the content of the dream to me, the dreamer had avoided saying that his brother was up above and he himself on the ground floor. That would have put the position too clearly, since here in Vienna, if we say someone is on the ground floor, we mean that he has lost his money and his position. In other words, that he has come down in the world. Now, there must have been a reason for some of this part of the dream being represented by its reverse. Further, the reversal must hold good of some other relation between dream, thoughts and dream content as well, Fawcett below, Papad 341 Phil. And we have a hint of where to look for this reversal. It must evidently be at the end of the dream, where once again there was a reversal of the difficulty in going upstairs, as described in Sappho. We can then easily see what reversal is intended. In Sappho, the man carried a woman who was in a sexual relation to him. In the dream thoughts, the position was reversed. and a woman was carrying a man. And since this can only happen in childhood, the reference was once more to the wet nurse bearing the weight of the infant in her arms. Thus, the end of the dream made a simultaneous reference to Sappho and to the wet nurse, on which two lovely apples shone. They charmed me so, I climbed thereon. The lovely witch. Apples have been desired by you. Since first in paradise they grew, and I am moved with joy to know that such within my garden grow. Goethe, Faust, Part 1, Scene 21, Walpurgisnacht, Bayard Taylor's translation, slightly modified. Just as the author of the novel, in choosing the name Sappho, had in mind an allusion to lesbian practices, so too the pieces of the dream that spoke of people up above and down below alluded to fantasies of a sexual nature which occupied the patient's mind and, as suppressed desires, were not without a bearing on his neurosis. The interpretation of the dream did not itself show us that what were thus represented in the dream were fantasies and not recollections of real events. An analysis only gives us the content of a thought and leaves it to us to determine its reality. Real and imaginary events appear in dreams at first sight as of equal validity, and that is so not only in dreams but in the production of more important psychical structures. A large party meant, as we already know, see pp 263f, a secret. His brother was simply the representative, introduced into the childhood scene by a retrospective fantasy, of all his later rivals for a woman's affection. The episode of the gentleman who abused the King of Italy related once again, via the medium of a recent and in itself indifferent experience, to people of lower rank pushing their way into higher society. It was just as though the child at the breast was being given a warning parallel to the one which Daudet had given to young men. To provide a third opportunity for studying condensation in the formation of dreams, I will give part of the analysis of another dream, which I owe to an elderly lady undergoing psychoanalytic treatment. As was to be expected from the severe anxiety states from which the patient suffered, her dreams contained a very large number of sexual thoughts, the first realization of which both surprised and alarmed her. Since I shall not be able to pursue the interpretation of the dream to the end, its material will appear to fall into several groups without any visible connection.
Tratti.
The Maybeetle 316 dream content of the dream. She called to mind that she had 2 Maybeetles in a box and that she must set them free or they would suffocate. She opened the box and the Maybeetles were in an exhausted state. One of them flew out of the open window, but the other was crushed by the casement while she was shutting it at someone's request. Signs of disgust. Analysis. Her husband was temporarily away from home, and her 14-year-old daughter was sleeping in the bed beside her. The evening before, the girl had drawn her attention to a moth which had fallen into her tumbler of water, but she had not taken it out and felt sorry for the poor creature next morning. The book she had been reading during the evening had told how some boys had thrown a cat into boiling water and had described the animal's convulsions. These were the 2 precipitating causes of the dream, in themselves indifferent. She then pursued the subject of cruelty to animals further. Some years before, while they were spending the summer at a particular place, her daughter had been very cruel to animals. She was collecting butterflies and asked the patient for some arsenic to kill them with. On one occasion, a moth with a pin through its body had gone on flying about the room for a long time. Another time, some caterpillars which the child was keeping to turn into chrysalises starved to death. At a still more tender age, the same child used to tear the wings off beetles and butterflies. But today she would be horrified at all these cruel actions. She had grown so kind-hearted. The patient reflected over this contradiction. It reminded her of another contradiction between appearance and character, as George Eliot displays it in Adam Bede. One girl who was pretty, but vain and stupid, and another who was ugly, but of high character. A nobleman who seduced the silly girl, and a working man who felt and acted with true nobility. How impossible it was, she remarked, to recognize that sort of thing in people. Who would have guessed, to look at her, that she was tormented by sensual desires? In the same year in which the little girl had begun collecting butterflies, the district they were in had suffered from a serious plague of Maybeetles. The children were furious with the beetles and crushed them unmercifully. At that time, my patient had seen a man who tore the wings off Maybeetles and then ate their bodies. She herself had been born in May and had been married in May. 3 days after her marriage, she had written to her parents at home saying how happy she was, but it had been far from true. The evening before the dream, she had been rummaging among some old letters and had read some of them, some serious and some comic, aloud to her children. There had been a most amusing letter from a piano teacher who had courted her when she was a girl, and another from an admirer of noble birth. 317. She blamed herself because one of her daughters had got hold of a bad book by Maupassant. The arsenic that the girl had asked for reminded her of the arsenic pills which restored the Due de Morat's youthful strength in Daudet's Le Nabab. Set them free made her think of a passage in the Magic Flute. Zur Liebe kann ich dich nicht zwingen, doch geb ich dir die Freiheit nicht. Maybeetles also made her think of Käthchen's words, Verliebt ja, wie ein Käfer, bist du mir. 320. And in the middle of all this came a quotation from Tannhäuser. Weil du von böser Lust beseelt. Durtenson. She was living in a perpetual worry about her absent husband. Her fear that something might happen to him on his journey was expressed in numerous waking fantasies. A short time before, in the course of her analysis, she had lighted among her unconscious thoughts upon a complaint about her husband, growing senile. The wishful thought concealed by her present dream will perhaps best be conjectured if I mention that some days before she dreamt it, she was horrified, in the middle of her daily affairs, by a phrase in the imperative mood which came into her head and was aimed at her husband. Go and hang yourself! It turned out that a few hours earlier she had read somewhere or other that when a man is hanged, he gets a powerful erection. The wish for an erection was what had emerged from repression in this horrifying disguise. Go and hang yourself was equivalent to get yourself an erection at any price. Dr. Jenkins's arsenic pills in Le Nabab fitted in here, but my patient was also aware that the most powerful aphrodisiac, cantharides, commonly known as Spanish flies, was prepared from crushed beetles. This was the drift of the principal part of the dream's content. The opening and shutting of windows was one of the main subjects of dispute between her and her husband. She herself was aerophilic in her sleeping habits. Her husband was aerophobic. Exhaustion was the chief symptom which she complained of at the time of the dream. In all three of the dreams which I have just recorded, I have indicated by italics the points at which one of the elements of the dream content reappears in the dream thoughts, so as to show clearly the multiplicity of connections arising from the former. Since, however, the analysis of none of these dreams has been traced to its end, it will perhaps be worthwhile to consider a dream whose analysis has been recorded exhaustively, so as to show how its content is overdetermined. For this purpose, I will take the dream of Irma's injection, p. 131 FV. It will be easy to see from that example that the work of condensation makes use of more than one method in the construction of dreams. The principal figure in the dream content was my patient Irma. She appeared with the features which were hers in real life, and thus, in the first instance, represented herself. But the position in which I examined her by the window was derived from someone else, the lady for whom, as the dream thoughts showed, I wanted to exchange my patient. Insofar as Irma appeared to have a diphtheritic membrane, which recalled my anxiety about my eldest daughter, she stood for that child, and behind her, through her possession of the same name as my daughter, was hidden the figure of my patient who succumbed to poisoning. In the further course of the dream, the figure of Irma acquired still other meanings, without any alteration occurring in the visual picture of her in the dream. She turned into one of the children whom we had examined in the neurological department of the Children's Hospital, where my two friends revealed their contrasting characters. The figure of my own child was evidently the stepping stone towards this transition. The same Irma's recalcitrance over opening her mouth brought an allusion to another lady whom I had once examined and, through the same connection, to my wife. Moreover, the pathological changes which I discovered in her throat involved allusions to a whole series of other figures. None of these figures whom I lighted upon by following up Irma appeared in the dream in bodily shape. They were concealed behind the dream figure of Irma, which was thus turned into a collective image with, it must be admitted, a number of contradictory characteristics. Irma became the representative of all these other figures which had been sacrificed to the work of condensation, since I passed over to her, point by point, everything that reminded me of them. There is another way in which a collective figure can be produced for purposes of dream condensation, namely by uniting the actual features of two or more people into a single dream image. It was in this way that the Dr. M of my dream was constructed. He bore the name of Dr. M, So he spoke and acted like him, but his physical characteristics and his malady belonged to someone else, namely to my eldest brother. One single feature, his pale appearance, was doubly determined, since it was common to both of them in real life. Dr. R, in my dream about my uncle with the yellow beard, P162F, was a similar composite figure, but in his case the dream image was constructed in yet another way. I did not combine the features of one person with those of another, and in the process omit from the memory picture certain features of each of them. What I did was to adopt the procedure by means of which Galton produced family portraits, namely by projecting two images onto a single plate, so that certain features common to both are emphasized, while those which fail to fit in with one another cancel one another out and are indistinct in the picture. In my dream about my uncle, the fair beard emerged prominently from a face which belonged to two people and which was consequently blurred. Incidentally, the beard further involved an allusion to my father and myself through the intermediate idea of growing grey. The construction of collective and composite figures is one of the chief methods by which condensation operates in dreams. I shall presently have occasion to deal with them in another context. See Piece with Reason 36, F. The occurrence of the idea of dysentery in the dream of Irma's injection also had a multiple determination, first owing to its phonetic similarity to diphtheria, CP to 138F, and secondly owing to its connection with the patient whom I had sent to the East and whose hysteria was not recognized. Another interesting example of condensation in this dream was the mention in it of propels, parcel 140. What was contained in the dream thoughts was not propels but amyls. It might be supposed that a single displacement had taken place at this point in the construction of the dream. This was indeed the case. But the displacement served the purposes of condensation, as it proved by the following addition to the analysis of the dream. When I allowed my attention to dwell for a moment longer on the word propels, it occurred to me that it sounded like propylaea, but there are propylaea not only in Athens, but in Munich, too. A year before the dream, I had gone to Munich to visit a friend who was seriously ill at the time, the same friend who was unmistakably alluded to in the dream by the word trimethylamine, which occurred immediately after propels. I shall pass over the striking way in which here, as elsewhere in dream analyses, associations of the most various inherent importance are used for laying down thought connections as though they were of equal weight, and shall yield to the temptation to give, as it were, a plastic picture of the process by which the amyls in the dream thoughts were replaced by propels in the dream content. On the one hand, we see the group of ideas attached to my friend Otto, who did not understand me, who sided against me, and who made me a present of liqueur with an aroma of amyl. On the other hand, we see, linked to the former group by its very contrast, the group of ideas attached to my friend in Berlin, Wilhelm Fleiss, who did understand me, who would take my side, and to whom I owed so much valuable information, dealing, amongst other things, with the chemistry of the sexual processes. The recent exciting causes, the actual instigators of the dream, determined what was to attract my attention in the Otto group. The amyl was among these selected elements which were predestined to form part of the dream content. The copious Wilhelm group was stirred up precisely through being in contrast to Otto, and those elements in it were emphasized which echoed those which were already stirred up in Otto. All through the dream, indeed, I kept on turning from someone who annoyed me to someone else who could be agreeably contrasted with him. Point by point, I called up a friend against an opponent. Thus, the amyl in the Otto group produced memories from the field of chemistry in the other group. In this manner, the trimethylamine, which was supported from several directions, found its way into the dream content. Amyls itself might have entered the dream content unmodified, but it came under the influence of the Wilhelm group, for the whole range of memories covered by that name was searched through in order to find some element which could provide a two-sided determination for amyls. Propels was closely associated with amyls, and Munich from the Wilhelm group with its propylaea came halfway to meet it. The two groups of ideas converged in propels propylaea, and, as though by an act of compromise, this intermediate element was what found its way into the dream content. Here an intermediate common entity had been constructed which admitted of multiple determination. It is obvious, therefore, that multiple determination must make it easier for an element to force its way into the dream content. In order to construct an intermediate link of this kind, attention is without hesitation displaced from what is actually intended onto some neighboring association. Our study of the dream of Irma's injection has already enabled us to gain some insight into the processes of condensation during the formation of dreams. We have been able to observe certain of their details, such as how preference is given to elements that occur several times over in the dream, thoughts, how new unities are formed in the shape of collective figures and composite structures, and how intermediate common entities are constructed. The further questions of the purpose of condensation and of the factors which tend to produce it will not be raised till we come to consider the whole question of the psychical processes at work in the formation of dreams. See pp. 345f and Chapter 7, Section E, especially p592f. We will be content for the present with recognizing the fact that dream condensation is a notable characteristic of the relation between dream thoughts and dream content. The work of condensation in dreams is seen at its clearest when it handles words and names. It is true in general that words are treated in dreams as though they were concrete things, and for that reason they are apt to be combined in just the same way as presentations of concrete things. 23. Dreams of this sort offer the most amusing and curious neologisms. On one occasion, a medical colleague had sent me a paper he had written, in which the importance of a recent physiological discovery was, in my opinion, overestimated, and in which, above all, the subject was treated in too emotional a manner. The next night I dreamt a sentence which clearly referred to this paper. It's written in a positively Norak Dahl style. The analysis of the word caused me some difficulty at first. There could be no doubt that it was a parody of the German superlatives colossal and pyramidal, but its origin was not so easy to guess. At last I saw that the monstrosity was composed of the two names Nora and Ekdal, characters in two well-known plays of Ibsen's, A Doll's House and The Wild Duck. Some time before I had read a newspaper article on Ibsen by the same author whose latest work I was criticizing in the dream. One of my women patients told me a short dream which ended in a meaningless verbal compound. She dreamt she was with her husband at a peasant festivity and said, "This will end in a general Maistolmutz." In the dream she had a vague feeling that it was some kind of pudding made with maize, a sort of polenta. Analysis divided the word into mais, maize, toll, mad, manstol, nymphomaniac, literally mad for men, and Olmutz, a town in Moravia. All these fragments were found to be remnants of a conversation she had had at table with her relatives. The following words lay behind mais, in addition to a reference to the recently opened Jubilee exhibition to 5. Meissen, a Meissen Dresden porcelain figure representing a bird. Miss, her relative's English governess, had just gone to Olmutz. And Mies, a Jewish slang term used jokingly to mean disgusting. A long chain of thoughts and associations led off from each syllable of this verbal hodgepodge. 3. A young man whose doorbell had been rung late one night by an acquaintance who wanted to leave a visiting card on him had a dream that night. A man had been working till late in the evening to put his house telephone in order. After he had gone, it kept on ringing, not continuously, but with detached rings. His servant fetched the man back, and the latter remarked, "It's a funny thing that even people who are tutelreen, as a rule, are quite unable to deal with a thing like this." It will be seen that the indifferent, exciting cause of the dream only covers one element of it. That episode only obtained any importance from the fact that the dreamer put it in the same series as an earlier experience which, though equally indifferent in itself, was given a substitutive meaning by his imagination. When he was a boy, living with his father, he had upset a glass of water over the floor while he was half asleep. The flex of the house telephone had been soaked through, and its continuous ringing had disturbed his father's sleep. Since the continuous ringing corresponded to getting wet, the detached rings were used to represent drops falling. The word tutelrein could be analyzed in 3 directions, and led in that way to 3 of the subjects represented in the dream thoughts. Tutel is a legal term for guardianship, tutelage. Tutel, or possibly tuttle, is also a vulgar term for a woman's breast. The remaining portion of the word, rein, clean, combined with the first part of Zimmertelegraph, house telephone, forms Zimmerrein, house-trained, which is closely connected with making the floor wet, and in addition sounded very much like the name of a member of the dreamer's family. 326.4. In a confused dream of my own of some length whose central point seemed to be a sea voyage, it appeared that the next stopping place was called Hersing, and the next after that, Fleiss. This last word was the name of my friend in Berlin, who has often been the goal of my travels. Hersing was a compound. One part of it was derived from the names of places on the suburban railway near Vienna, which so often end in ing. Hietzing, Liesing, Mödling, Medelitz, Mea Deliciae was its old name. That is, meine Freud, my delight. The other part was derived from the English word hearsay. This suggested slander and established the dream's connection with its indifferent instigator of the previous day. A poem in the periodical Fliegende Blätter about a slanderous dwarf called Sagte Harter gesagt, says he. If the syllable ing were to be added to the name Fliess, we should get Vlissingen, which was in fact the stopping place on the sea voyage made by my brother whenever he visited us from England. But the English name for Vlissingen is Flushing, which in English means blushing, and reminded me of the patients I have treated for eryutophobia, and also of a recent paper on that neurosis by Bechtereau, which had caused me some annoyance. V. On another occasion, I had a dream which consisted of two separate pieces. The first piece was the word autodidaska, which I recalled vividly. The second piece was an exact reproduction of a short and harmless fantasy which I had produced some days before. This fantasy was to the effect that when I next saw Professor N, I must say to him, "The patient about whose condition I consulted you recently is in fact only suffering from a neurosis, just as you suspected." Thus, the neologism autodidaska must satisfy two conditions. Firstly, it must bear or represent a composite meaning, and secondly, that meaning must be solidly related to the intention I had reproduced from waking life of making amends to Professor N. The word autodidaska could easily be analyzed into author, autodidact, self-taught, and lasker, with which I also associated the name of LaSalle. 7. The first of these words led to the precipitating cause of the dream, this time a significant one. I had given my wife several volumes by a well-known Austrian writer who was a friend of my brother's, and who, as I have learnt, was a native of my own birthplace, J. David. One evening she had told me of the deep impression that had been made on her by the tragic story in one of David's books of how a man of talent went to the bad, and our conversation had turned to a discussion of the gifts of which we saw signs in our own children. Under the impact of what she had been reading, my wife expressed concern about the children, and I consoled her with the remark that those were the very dangers which could be kept at bay by a good upbringing. My train of thought was carried further during the night. I took up my wife's concern and wove all kinds of other things into it. A remark made by the author to my brother on the subject of marriage showed my thoughts a bypath along which they might come to be represented in the dream. This path led to Breslau, where a lady with whom we were very friendly had gone to be married and settled down. The concern I felt over the danger of coming to grief over a woman, for that was the kernel of my dream thoughts, found an example in Breslau in the cases of Lasker and LaSalle, which made it possible to give a simultaneous picture of the two ways in which this fatal influence can be exercised. Cherchez la femme, the phrase in which these thoughts could be summarized, led me, taken in another sense, to my still unmarried brother, whose name is Alexander. I now perceived that Alex, the shortened form of the name by which we call him, has almost the same sound as an anagram of Lasker, and that this factor must have had a share in leading my thoughts along the bypath by way of Breslau. The play which I was making here upon names and syllables had a still further sense, however. It expressed a wish that my brother might have a happy domestic life, and it did so in this way. In Zola's novel of an artist's life, L'Œuvre, the subject of which must have been close to my dream thoughts, its author, as is well known, introduced himself and his own domestic happiness as an episode. He appears under the name of Sandoz. The transformation was probably arrived at as follows. If Zola is written backwards, the sort of thing children are so fond of doing, we arrive at Aloz. No doubt this seemed too undisguised. He therefore replaced Al, which is the first syllable of Alexander, by Sand, which is the third syllable of the same name, and in this way Sandoz came into being. My own autodidaska arose in much the same fashion. I must now explain how my fantasy of telling Professor N that the patient we had both examined was only suffering from a neurosis made its way into the dream. Shortly before the end of my working year, I began the treatment of a new patient who quite baffled my powers of diagnosis. The presence of a grave organic disease, perhaps some degeneration of the spinal cord, strongly suggested itself but could not be established. It would have been tempting to diagnose a neurosis, which would have solved every difficulty, if only the patient had not repudiated with so much energy the sexual history without which I refused to recognize the presence of a neurosis. In my embarrassment, I sought help from the physician whom I, like many other people, respect more than any as a man, and before whose authority I am readiest to bow. He listened to my doubts, told me they were justified, and then gave his opinion. Keep the man under observation. It must be a neurosis. Since I knew he did not share my views on the etiology of the neuroses, I did not produce my counter-argument, but I made no concealment of my skepticism. A few days later, I informed the patient that I could do nothing for him and recommended him to seek other advice, whereupon, to my intense astonishment, he started apologizing for having lied to me. He had been too much ashamed of himself, he said, and went on to reveal precisely the piece of sexual etiology which I had been expecting and without which I had been unable to accept his illness as a neurosis. I was relieved, but at the same time humiliated. I had to admit that my consultant, not being led astray by considering the anamnesis, had seen more clearly than I had. And I proposed to tell him as much when I next met him, to tell him that he had been right and I wrong. This was precisely what I did in the dream. But what sort of a wish fulfillment can there have been in confessing that I was wrong? To be wrong was, however, just what I did wish. I wanted to be wrong in my fears, or, more precisely, I wanted my wife, whose fears I had adopted in the dream thoughts, to be wrong. The subject round which the question of right or wrong revolved in the dream was not far removed from what the dream thoughts were really concerned with. There was the same alternative between organic and functional damage caused by a woman, or more properly, by sexuality, Tibetic paralysis or neurosis. The manner of Lassalle's death could be loosely classed in the latter category. Yet in this closely knit and, when it was carefully interpreted, very transparent dream, Professor N played a part not only on account of this analogy and of my wish to be wrong, and on account of his incidental connections with Breslau and with the family of our friend who had settled there after her marriage, but also on account of the following episode which occurred at the end of our consultation. When he had given his opinion and so concluded our medical discussion, he turned to more personal subjects. "How many children have you got now?" "6. He made a gesture of admiration and concern. "Girls or boys?" 3 and 3, they are my pride and my treasure." "Well, now be on your guard. Girls are safe enough, but bringing up boys leads to difficulties later on." I protested that mine had been very well behaved so far. Evidently this second diagnosis on the future of my boys pleased me no more than the earlier one, according to which my patient was suffering from a neurosis. Thus these two impressions were bound up together by their contiguity, by the fact of their having been experienced both at once. And in taking the story of the neurosis into my dream, I was substituting it for the conversation about upbringing, which had more connection with the dream thoughts, since it touched so closely upon the worries later expressed by my wife. So even my fear that N might be right in what he said about the difficulty of bringing up boys had found a place in the dream, for it lay concealed behind the representation of my wish that I myself might be wrong in harboring such fears. The same fantasy served unaltered to represent both of the opposing alternatives. 6. Early this morning, 29, between dreaming and waking, I experienced a very nice example of verbal condensation. In the course of a mass of dream fragments that I could scarcely remember, I was brought up short, as it were, by a word which I saw before me as though it were half written and half printed. The word was erzählerisch, and it formed part of a sentence which slipped into my conscious memory apart from any context and in complete isolation. That has an erzählerisch influence on the sexual emotions. I knew at once that the word ought really to have been erzieherisch, educational, and I was in doubt for some time whether the second E in erzählerisch should not have been an I. In that connection, the word syphilis occurred to me, and, starting to analyze the dream while I was still half asleep, I racked my brains in an effort to make out how that word could have got into my dream, since I had nothing to do with the disease either personally or professionally. I then thought of erzählerisch, another nonsense word, and this explained the E of the second syllable of erzählerisch by reminding me that the evening before I had been asked by our governess, Erzieherin, to say something to her on the problem of prostitution, and had given her Hesse's book on prostitution in order to influence her emotional life. For this had not developed quite normally, after which I had talked, erzählt a lot to her on the problem. I then saw all at once that the word syphilis was not to be taken literally, but stood for poison, of course, in relation to sexual life. When translated, therefore, the sentence in the dream ran quite logically. My talk, Erzählung, was intended to have an educational, erzieherisch influence on the emotional life of our governess, Erzieherin, but I fear it may at the same time have had a poisonous effect. Erzephilisch was compounded from Erze and Erzieh. The verbal malformations in dreams greatly resemble those which are familiar in paranoia, but which are also present in hysteria and obsessions. The linguistic tricks performed by children to one who sometimes actually treat words as though they were objects and moreover invent new languages and artificial syntactic forms are the common source of these things in dreams and psychoneuroses alike. The analysis of the nonsensical verbal forms that occur in Dreams 32 is particularly well calculated to exhibit the dream work's achievements in the way of condensation. The reader should not conclude from the paucity of the instances which I have given that material of this kind is rare or observed at all exceptionally. On the contrary, it is very common. But as a result of the fact that dream interpretation is dependent upon psychoanalytic treatment, only a very small number of instances are observed and recorded, and the analyses of such instances are as a rule only intelligible to experts in the pathology of the neuroses. Thus a dream of this kind was reported by Dr. von Kapinska, 1914, containing the nonsensical verbal form, Svingnum elvi. It is also worth mentioning those cases in which a word appears in a dream which is not in itself meaningless, but which has lost its proper meaning and combines a number of other meanings to which it is related in just the same way as a meaningless word would be. This is what occurred, for instance, in the 10-year-old boy's dream of a category which was recorded by Tausk, 1913. Category in that case meant female genitals, and to categorate meant the same as to micturate. Where spoken sentences occur in dreams and are expressly distinguished as such from thoughts, it is an invariable rule that the words spoken in the dream are derived from spoken words remembered in the dream material. The text of the speech is either retained unaltered or expressed with some slight displacement. A speech in a dream is often put together from various recollected speeches, the text remaining the same but being given, if possible, several meanings or one different from the original one. A spoken remark in a dream is not infrequently no more than an allusion to an occasion on which the remark in question was made. 3b. The work of displacement. In making our collection of instances of condensation in dreams, the existence of another relation, probably of no less importance, had already become evident. It could be seen that the elements which stand out as the principal components of the manifest content of the dream are far from playing the same part in the dream thoughts. And, as a corollary, the converse of this assertion can be affirmed. What is clearly the essence of the dream, thoughts need not be represented in the dream at all. The dream is, as it were, differently centered from the dream thoughts. Its content has different elements as its central point. Thus, in the dream of the botanical monograph, pp. 193f, for instance, the central point of the dream content was obviously the element botanical, whereas the dream thoughts were concerned with the complications and conflicts arising between colleagues from their professional obligations, and further with the charge that I was in the habit of sacrificing too much for the sake of my hobbies. The element botanical had no place whatever in this core of the dream thoughts, unless it was loosely connected with it by an antithesis, the fact that botany never had a place among my favorite studies. In my patient Sappho dream, p. 302f, the central position was occupied by climbing up and down and being up above and down below. The dream thoughts, however, dealt with the dangers of sexual relations with people of an inferior social class, so that only a single element of the dream thoughts seems to have found its way into the dream content, though that element was expanded to a disproportionate extent. Similarly, in the dream of the May beetles, chapter 307, the topic of which was the relations of sexuality to cruelty, it is true that the factor of cruelty emerged in the dream content, but it did so in another connection and without any mention of sexuality, that is to say, divorced from its context and consequently transformed into something extraneous. Once again, in my dream about my uncle, the fair beard which formed its center point seems to have had no connection in its meaning with my ambitious wishes which, as we saw, were the core of the dream thoughts. Dreams such as these give a justifiable impression of displacement. In complete contrast to these examples, we can see that in the dream of Irma's injection, Pantra 31 Tuanafin, The different elements were able to retain, during the process of constructing the dream, the approximate place which they occupied in the dream thoughts. This further relation between the dream thoughts and the dream content, wholly variable as it is in its sense or direction, is calculated at first to create astonishment. If we are considering a psychical process in normal life and find that one out of its several component ideas has been picked out and has acquired a special degree of vividness in consciousness, we usually regard this effect as evidence that a specially high amount of psychical value, some particular degree of interest, attaches to this predominant idea. But we now discover that in the case of the different elements of the dream thoughts, a value of this kind does not persist or is disregarded in the process of dream formation. There is never any doubt as to which of the elements of the dream thoughts have the highest psychical value. We learn that by direct judgment. In the course of the formation of a dream, these essential elements, charged as they are with intense interest, may be treated as though they were of small value, and their place may be taken in the dream by other elements of whose small value in the dream thoughts there can be no question. At first sight, it looks as though no attention whatever is paid to the psychical intensity of the various ideas in making the choice among them for the dream, and as though the only thing considered is the greater or less degree of multiplicity of their determination. What appears in dreams, we might suppose, is not what is important in the dream thoughts, but what occurs in them several times over. But this hypothesis does not greatly assist our understanding of dream formation, since from the nature of things it seems clear that the two factors of multiple determination and inherent psychical value must necessarily operate in the same sense. The ideas which are most important among the dream thoughts will almost certainly be those which occur most often in them, since the different dream thoughts will, as it were, radiate out from them. Nevertheless, a dream can reject elements which are thus both highly stressed in themselves and reinforced from many directions, and can select for its content other elements which possess only the second of these attributes. In order to solve this difficulty, we shall make use of another impression derived from our inquiry, in the previous section, into the overdetermination of the dream content. Perhaps some of those who have read that inquiry may already have formed an independent conclusion that the overdetermination of the elements of dreams is no very important discovery, since it is a self-evident one. For in analysis we start out from the dream elements and note down all the associations which lead off from them, so that there is nothing surprising in the fact that in the thought material arrived at in this way, we come across these same elements with peculiar frequency. I cannot accept this objection, but I will myself put into words something that sounds not unlike it. Among the thoughts that analysis brings to light are many which are relatively remote from the kernel of the dream and which look like artificial interpolations made for some particular purpose. That purpose is easy to divine. It is precisely they that constitute a connection, often a forced and far-fetched one, between the dream content and the dream thoughts. And if these elements were weeded out of the analysis, the result would often be that the component parts of the dream content would be left not only without overdetermination, but without any satisfactory determination at all. We shall be led to conclude that the multiple determination which decides what shall be included in a dream is not always a primary factor in dream construction, but is often the secondary product of a psychical force which is still unknown to us. Nevertheless, multiple determination must be of importance in choosing what particular elements shall enter a dream, since we can see that a considerable expenditure of effort is used to bring it about in cases where it does not arise from the dream material unassisted. It thus seems plausible to suppose that in the dream work a psychical force is operating which on the one hand strips the elements which have a high psychical value of their intensity, and on the other hand, by means of overdetermination, creates from elements of low psychical value new values which afterwards find their way into the dream content. If that is so, a transference and displacement of psychical intensities occurs in the process of dream formation, and it is as a result of these that the difference between the text of the dream content and that of the dream thoughts comes about. The process which we are here presuming is nothing less than the essential portion of the dream work, and it deserves to be described as dream displacement. Dream displacement and dream condensation are the two governing factors to whose activity we may in essence ascribe the form assumed by dreams. Nor do I think we shall have any difficulty in recognizing the psychical force which manifests itself in the facts of dream displacement. The consequence of the displacement is that the dream content no longer resembles the core of the dream thoughts, and that the dream gives no more than a distortion of the dream wish which exists in the unconscious. But we are already familiar with dream distortion. We traced it back to the censorship which is exercised by one psychical agency in the mind over another. By pp. 167 FE. Dream displacement is one of the chief methods by which that distortion is achieved. Is fecit quae profuit. 335. We may assume then that dream displacement comes about through the influence of the same censorship, that is, the censorship of endopsychic defense. 36. The question of the interplay of these factors, of displacement, condensation, and overdetermination, in the construction of dreams, and the question which is a dominant factor and which a subordinate one, all of this we shall leave aside for later investigation. See e.g. pp. 415f. But we can state provisionally a second condition which must be satisfied by those elements of the dream thoughts which make their way into the dream. They must escape the censorship imposed by resistance. 337. And hence, forward in interpreting dreams we shall take dream displacement into account as an undeniable fact. C. The means of representation in dreams. In the process of transforming the latent thoughts into the manifest content of a dream, we have found two factors at work: dream condensation and dream displacement. As we continue our investigation, we shall, in addition to these, come across two further determinants which exercise an undoubted influence on the choice of the material which is to find access to the dream. But first, even at the risk of appearing to bring our progress to a halt, I should like to take a preliminary glance at the processes involved in carrying out the interpretation of a dream. I cannot disguise from myself that the easiest way of making those processes clear and of defending their trustworthiness against criticism would be to take some particular dream as a sample, go through its interpretation, just as I have done with the dream of Irma's injection in my second chapter, and then collect the dream thoughts which I have discovered and go on to reconstruct from them the process by which the dream was formed. In other words, to complete a dream analysis by a dream synthesis. I have in fact carried out that task for my own instruction on several specimens, but I cannot reproduce them here, since I am forbidden to do so for reasons connected with the nature of the psychical material involved, reasons which are of many kinds and which will be accepted as valid by any reasonable person. Such considerations interfered less in the analysis of dreams, since an analysis could be incomplete and nevertheless retain its value, even though it penetrated only a small way into the texture of the dream. But in the case of the synthesis of a dream, I do not see how it can be convincing unless it is complete. I could only give a complete synthesis of dreams dreamt by people unknown to the reading public. Since, however, this condition is fulfilled only by my patients who are neurotics, I must postpone this part of my exposition of the subject till I am able, in another volume, to carry the psychological elucidation of neuroses to a point at which it can make contact with our present topic. My attempts at building up dreams by synthesis from the dream thoughts have taught me that the material which emerges in the course of interpretation is not all of the same value. One part of it is made up of the essential dream thoughts, those, that is, which completely replace the dream and which, if there were no censorship of dreams, would be sufficient in themselves to replace it. The other part of the material is usually to be regarded as of less importance. Nor is it possible to support the view that all the thoughts of this second kind had a share in the formation of the dream. See pp. 298 and 535. On the contrary, there may be associations among them which relate to events that occurred after the dream, between the times of dreaming and interpreting. This part of the material includes all the connecting paths that led from the manifest dream, content to the latent dream, thoughts, as well as the intermediate and linking associations by means of which, in the course of the process of interpretation, we came to discover these connecting paths. 339. We are here interested only in the essential dream thoughts. These usually emerge as a complex of thoughts and memories of the most intricate possible structure, with all the attributes of the trains of thought familiar to us in waking life. They are not infrequently trains of thought starting out from more than one center, though having points of contact. Each train of thought is almost invariably accompanied by its contradictory counterpart, linked with it by antithetical association. The different portions of this complicated structure stand, of course, in the most manifold logical relations to one another. They can represent foreground and background, digressions and illustrations, conditions, chains of evidence and counter-arguments. When the whole mass of these dream thoughts is brought under the pressure of the dream work and its elements are turned about, broken into fragments and jammed together almost like pack ice, the question arises of what happens to the logical connections which have hitherto formed its framework. What representation do dreams provide for if, because, just as, although, either, or, and all the other conjunctions without which we cannot understand sentences or speeches? In the first resort, our answer must be that dreams have no means at their disposal for representing these logical relations between the dream thoughts. For the most part, dreams disregard all these conjunctions, and it is only the substantive content of the dream thoughts that they take over and manipulate. The restoration of the connections which the dream work has destroyed is a task which has to be performed by the interpretative process. The incapacity of dreams to express these things must lie in the nature of the psychical material out of which dreams are made. The plastic arts of painting and sculpture labor, indeed, under a similar limitation as compared with poetry, which can make use of speech. And here, once again, the reason for their incapacity lies in the nature of the material which these two forms of art manipulate in their effort to express something. Before painting became acquainted with the laws of expression by which it is governed, it made attempts to get over this handicap. In ancient paintings, small labels were hung from the mouths of the persons represented, containing in written characters the speeches which the artist despaired of representing pictorially. At this point, an objection may perhaps be raised in dispute of the idea that dreams are unable to represent logical relations. For there are dreams in which the most complicated intellectual operations take place. Statements are contradicted or confirmed, ridiculed or compared, just as they are in waking thought. But here again, appearances are deceitful. If we go into the interpretation of dreams such as these, we find that the whole of this is part of the material of the dream, thoughts, and is not a representation of intellectual work performed during the dream itself. What is reproduced by the ostensible thinking in the dream is the subject matter of the dream. Thoughts and not the mutual relations between them, the assertion of which constitutes thinking. I shall bring forward some instances of this, CPP 449 F. But the easiest point to establish in this connection is that all spoken sentences which occur in dreams and are specifically described as such are unmodified or slightly modified reproductions of speeches which are also to be found among the recollections in the material of the dream thoughts. A speech of this kind is often no more than an allusion to some event included among the dream thoughts, and the meaning of the dream may be a totally different one. CPP 427 FO. Nevertheless, I will not deny that critical thought activity, which is not a mere repetition of material in the dream thoughts, does have a share in the formation of dreams. I shall have to elucidate the part played by this factor at the end of the present discussion. It will then become apparent that this thought activity is not produced by the dream thoughts, but by the dream itself after it has already, in a certain sense, been completed. See the last section of this chapter, clause 493. Provisionally, then, it may be said that the logical relations between the dream thoughts are not given any separate representation in dreams. For instance, if a contradiction occurs in a dream, it is either a contradiction of the dream itself or a contradiction derived from the subject matter of one of the dream thoughts. A contradiction in a dream can only correspond in an exceedingly indirect manner to a contradiction between the dream thoughts. But just as the art of painting eventually found a way of expressing, by means other than the floating labels, at least the intention of the words of the personages represented, affection, threats, warnings, and so on, so too there is a possible means by which dreams can take account of some of the logical relations between their dream thoughts, by making an appropriate modification in the method of representation characteristic of dreams. Experience shows that different dreams vary greatly in this respect. While some dreams completely disregard the logical sequence of their material, others attempt to give as full an indication of it as possible. In doing so, dreams depart sometimes more and sometimes less widely from the text that is at their disposal for manipulation. Incidentally, dreams vary similarly in their treatment of the chronological sequence of the dream thoughts, if such a sequence has been established in the unconscious, as, for instance, in the dream of Irma's injection. Topay 131 F. What means does the dream work possess for indicating these relations in the dream thoughts which it is so hard to represent? I will attempt to enumerate them one by one. In the first place, dreams take into account in a general way the connection which undeniably exists between all the portions of the dream thoughts by combining the whole material into a single situation or event. They reproduce logical connection by simultaneity in time. Here they are acting like the painter who, in a picture of the school of Athens or of Parnassus, represents in one group all the philosophers or all the poets. It is true that they were never in fact assembled in a single hall or on a single mountaintop, but they certainly form a group in the conceptual sense. Dreams carry this method of reproduction down to details. Whenever they show us two elements close together, this guarantees that there is some specially intimate connection between what correspond to them among the dream thoughts. In the same way, in our system of writing, AB means that the two letters are to be pronounced in a single syllable. If a gap is left between the A and the B, it means that the A is the last letter of one word and the B is the first of the next one. So, too, collocations in dreams do not consist of any chance, disconnected portions of the dream material, but of portions which are fairly closely connected in the dream. Thoughts as well. For representing causal relations, dreams have two procedures which are in essence the same. Suppose the dream thoughts run like this. Since this was so and such was bound to happen. Then the commoner method of representation would be to introduce the dependent clause as an introductory dream and to add the principal clause as the main dream. If I have interpreted aright, the temporal sequence may be reversed, but the more extensive part of the dream always corresponds to the principal clause. One of my women patients once produced an excellent instance of this way of representing causality in a dream, which I shall later record fully. The pp. 361 down Cephite, also discussed on pp. 335 and 340. It consisted of a short prelude and a very diffuse piece of dream which was centered to a marked degree on a single theme and might be entitled The Language of Flowers. The introductory dream was as follows. She went into the kitchen, where her two maids were, and found fault with them for not having got her bite of food ready. At the same time, she saw a very large quantity of common kitchen crockery standing upside down in the kitchen to drain. It was piled up in heaps. The two maids went to fetch some water and had to step into a kind of river which came right up to the house or into the yard. The main dream then followed, beginning thus. She was descending from a height over some strangely constructed palisades and felt glad that her dress was not caught in them, etc. The introductory dream related to the dreamer's parents' home. No doubt she had often heard her mother using the words that occurred in the dream. The heaps of common crockery were derived from a modest hardware shop which was located in the same building. The other part of the dream contained a reference to her father, who used always to run after the maids and who eventually contracted a fatal illness during a flood. The house stood near a riverbank. Thus the thought concealed behind the introductory dream ran as follows. Because I was born in this house, in such mean and depressing circumstances. The main dream took up the same thought and presented it in a form modified by wish fulfillment. I am of high descent. Thus, the actual underlying thought was, because I am of such low descent, the course of my life has been so and so. The division of a dream into two unequal parts does not invariably, so far as I can see, signify that there is a causal relation between the thoughts behind the two parts. It often seems as though the same material were being represented in the two dreams from different points of view. This is certainly the case where a series of dreams during one night end in an emission or orgasm, a series in which the somatic need finds its way to progressively clearer expression. Or the two dreams may have sprung from separate centers in the dream material, and their content may overlap, so that what is the center in one dream is present as a mere hint in the other, and vice versa. But in a certain number of dreams, a division into a shorter preliminary dream and a longer sequel does in fact signify that there is a causal relation between the two pieces. The other method of representing a causal relation is adapted to less extensive material and consists in one image in the dream, whether of a person or thing being transformed into another. The existence of a causal relation is only to be taken seriously if the transformation actually occurs before our eyes, and not if we merely notice that one thing has appeared in the place of another. I have said that the two methods of representing a causal relation were in essence the same. In both cases, causation is represented by temporal sequence, in one instance by a sequence of dreams, and in the other by the direct transformation of one image into another. In the great majority of cases, it must be confessed, the causal relation is not represented at all, but is lost in the confusion of elements which inevitably occurs in the process of dreaming. The alternative either-or cannot be expressed in dreams in any way whatever. Both of the alternatives are usually inserted in the text of the dream as though they were equally valid. The dream of Irma's injection contains a classic instance of this. Its latent thoughts clearly ran, see Piazza 143. I am not responsible for the persistence of Irma's pains. The responsibility lies either in her recalcitrance to accepting my solution, or in the unfavorable sexual conditions under which she lives and which I cannot alter, or in the fact that her pains are not hysterical at all, but of an organic nature. And the dream, on the other hand, fulfilled all of these possibilities, which were almost mutually exclusive, and did not hesitate to add a fourth solution based on the dream wish. After interpreting the dream, I proceeded to insert the either or into the context of the dream thoughts. If, however, in reproducing a dream, its narrator feels inclined to make use of an either or, e.g., it was either a garden or a sitting room, what was present in the dream thoughts was not an alternative but an and, a simple addition. An either or is mostly used to describe a dream element that has a quality of vagueness, which, however, is capable of being resolved. In such cases, the rule for interpretation is treat the two apparent alternatives as of equal validity and link them together with an and. For instance, on one occasion a friend of mine was stopping in Italy and I had been without his address for a considerable time. I then had a dream of receiving a telegram containing this address. I saw it printed in blue on the telegraph form. The first word was vague. The second word sounded like some Italian name and reminded me of discussions I had had with my friend on the subject of etymology. It also expressed my anger with him for having kept his address secret from me for so long. On the other hand, each of the three alternatives for the first word turned out on analysis to be an independent and equally valid starting point for a chain of thoughts. During the night before my father's funeral, I had a dream of a printed notice, placard, or poster, rather like the notices forbidding one to smoke in railway waiting rooms, on which appeared either "You are requested to close the eyes" or "You are requested to close an eye." I usually write this in the form, the "You are requested to close eyes." And each of these two versions had a meaning of its own and led in a different direction when the dream was interpreted. I had chosen the simplest possible ritual for the funeral, for I knew my father's own views on such ceremonies. But some other members of the family were not sympathetic to such puritanical simplicity and thought we should be disgraced in the eyes of those who attended the funeral. Hence one of the versions. You are requested to close an eye, i.e. to wink at or overlook. Here it is particularly easy to see the meaning of the vagueness expressed by the either or. The dream work failed to establish a unified wording for the dream thoughts which could at the same time be ambiguous, and the two main lines of thought consequently began to diverge even in the manifest content of the dream. 3. In a few instances, the difficulty of representing an alternative is got over by dividing the dream into two pieces of equal length. The way in which dreams treat the category of contraries and contradictories is highly remarkable. It is simply disregarded. No seems not to exist so far as dreams are concerned. They show a particular preference for combining contraries into a unity or for representing them as one and the same thing. Dreams feel themselves at liberty, moreover, to represent any element by its wishful contrary, so there is no way of deciding at a first glance whether any element that admits of a contrary is present in the dream thoughts as a positive or as a negative. In one of the dreams recorded just above, the first clause of which has already been interpreted, because my descent was such and such, see Pound 331. The dreamer saw herself climbing down over some palisades, holding a blossoming branch in her hand. In connection with this image, she thought of the angel holding a spray of lilies in pictures of the Annunciation. Her own name was Maria, and of girls in white robes walking in Corpus Christi processions, when the streets are decorated with green branches. Thus, the blossoming branch in the dream without any doubt alluded to sexual innocence. However, the branch was covered with red flowers, each of which was like a camellia. By the end of her walk, so the dream went on, the blossoms were already a good deal faded. There then followed some unmistakable allusions to menstruation. Accordingly, the same branch which was carried like a lily, and as though by an innocent girl, was at the same time an allusion to the Dame aux Camellias who, as we know, usually wore a white camellia, except during her periods when she wore a red one. The same blossoming branch, Schäfer's des Mädchens Blüten, the maiden's blossoms, in Goethe's poem Der Müllerin Verrat, represented both sexual innocence and its contrary, and the same dream which expressed her joy at having succeeded in passing through life immaculately gave one glimpses at certain points, e.g., in the fading of the blossoms, of the contrary train of ideas, of her having been guilty of various sins against sexual purity, in her childhood, that is. In analyzing the dream, it was possible clearly to distinguish the two trains of thought, of which the consoling one seemed the more superficial and the self-reproachful one the deeper lying. Trains of thought which were diametrically opposed to each other, but whose similar though contrary elements were represented by the same elements in the manifest dream. One and one only of these logical relations is very highly favored by the mechanism of dream formation, namely the relation of similarity, consonance, or approximation, the relation of just as. This relation, unlike any other, is capable of being represented in dreams in a variety of ways. Parallels or instances of just as inherent in the material of the dream thoughts constitute the first foundations for the construction of a dream, and no inconsiderable part of the dream work consists in creating fresh parallels where those which are already present cannot find their way into the dream owing to the censorship imposed by resistance. The representation of the relation of similarity is assisted by the tendency of the dream work towards condensation. Similarity, consonance, the possession of common attributes, all these are represented in dreams by unification, which may either be present already in the material of the dream thoughts or may be freshly constructed. The first of these possibilities may be described as identification and the second as composition. Identification is employed where persons are concerned, composition where things are the material of the unification. Nevertheless, composition may also be applied to persons. Localities are often treated like persons. In identification, only one of the persons who are linked by a common element succeeds in being represented in the manifest content of the dream, while the second or remaining persons seem to be suppressed in it. But this single covering figure appears in the dream in all the relations and situations which apply either to him or to the figures which he covers. In composition, where this is extended to persons, the dream image contains features which are peculiar to one or other of the persons concerned but not common to them, so that the combination of these features leads to the appearance of a new unity, a composite figure. The actual process of composition can be carried out in various ways. On the one hand, the dream figure may bear the name of one of the persons related to it, in which case we simply know directly, in a manner analogous to our waking knowledge, that this or that person is intended, while its visual features may belong to the other person. Or, on the other hand, the dream image itself may be composed of visual features belonging in reality partly to the one person and partly to the other. Or again, the second person's share in the dream image may lie not in its visual features, but in the gestures that we attribute to it, the words that we make it speak, or the situation in which we place it. In this last case, the distinction between identification and the construction of a composite figure begins to lose its sharpness. But it may also happen that the formation of a composite figure of this kind is unsuccessful. If so, the scene in the dream is attributed to one of the persons concerned, while the other, and usually the more important one, appears as an attendant figure without any other function. The dreamer may describe the position in such a phrase as, "My mother was there as well," Stekel. An element of this kind in the dream content may be compared to the determinatives used in hieroglyphic script, which are not meant to be pronounced but serve merely to elucidate other signs. The common element which justifies, or rather causes, the combination of the two persons may be represented in the dream or may be omitted from it. As a rule, the identification or construction of a composite person takes place for the very purpose of avoiding the representation of the common element. Instead of saying, A has hostile feelings towards me and so has B, I make a composite figure out of A and B in the dream, or I imagine A performing an act of some other kind which is characteristic of B. The dream figure thus constructed appears in the dream in some quite new connection, and the circumstance that it represents both A and B justifies me in inserting at the appropriate point in the dream the element which is common to both of them, namely a hostile attitude towards me. It is often possible in this way to achieve quite a remarkable amount of condensation in the content of a dream. I can save myself the need for giving a direct representation of very complicated circumstances relating to one person, if I can find another person to whom some of these circumstances apply equally. It is easy to see, too, how well this method of representation by means of identification can serve to evade the censorship due to resistance, which imposes such severe conditions upon the dream work. What the censorship objects to may lie precisely in certain ideas which, in the material of the dream thoughts, are attached to a particular person. So I proceed to find a second person who is also connected with the objectionable material, but only with part of it. The contact between the two persons upon this censorable point now justifies me in constructing a composite figure characterized by indifferent features derived from both. This figure, arrived at by identification or composition, is then admissible to the dream content without censorship, and thus, by making use of dream condensation, I have satisfied the claims of the dream censorship. When a common element between two persons is represented in a dream, it is usually a hint for us to look for another, concealed common element whose representation has been made impossible by the censorship. A displacement in regard to the common element has been made in order, as it were, to facilitate its representation. The fact that the composite figure appears in the dream with an indifferent common element leads us to conclude that there is another far from indifferent common element present in the dream thoughts. Accordingly, identification or the construction of composite figures serves various purposes in dreams. Firstly, to represent an element common to two persons. Secondly, to represent a displaced common element. And thirdly, to express a merely wishful common element. Since wishing that two persons had a common element frequently coincides with exchanging one for the other, this latter relation is also expressed in dreams by means of identification. In the dream of Irma's injection, I wished to exchange her for another patient. I wished, that is, that the other woman might be my patient just as Irma was. The dream took this wish into account by showing me a person who was called Irma, but who was examined in a position in which I had only had occasion to see the other woman, Peep 133F. In the dream about my uncle, an exchange of this kind became the central point of the dream. I identified myself with the minister by treating and judging my colleagues no better than he did, P215. It is my experience, and one to which I have found no exception, that every dream deals with the dreamer himself. Dreams are completely egoistical. 349. Whenever my own ego does not appear in the content of the dream, but only some extraneous person, I may safely assume that my own ego lies concealed by identification behind this other person. I can insert my ego into the context. On other occasions, when my own ego does appear in the dream, the situation in which it occurs may teach me that some other person lies concealed by identification behind my ego. In that case, the dream should warn me to transfer onto myself, when I am interpreting the dream, the concealed common element attached to this other person. There are also dreams in which my ego appears along with other people, who, when the identification is resolved, are revealed once again as my ego. These identifications should then make it possible for me to bring into contact with my ego certain ideas whose acceptance has been forbidden by the censorship. Thus, my ego may be represented in a dream several times over, now directly and now through identification with extraneous persons. By means of a number of such identifications, it becomes possible to condense an extraordinary amount of thought material. The fact that the dreamer's own ego appears several times, or in several forms, in a dream is at bottom no more remarkable than that the ego should be contained in a conscious thought several times or in different places or connections, e.g., in the sentence, "When I think what a healthy child I was." Hyun. Identifications in the case of proper names of localities are resolved even more easily than in the case of persons, since here there is no interference by the ego, which occupies such a dominating place in dreams. In one of my dreams about Rome, C. pp. 217f, the place in which I found myself was called Rome, but I was astonished at the quantity of German posters at a street corner. This latter point was a wish fulfillment, which at once made me think of Prague, and the wish itself may perhaps have dated from a German nationalist phase which I passed through during my youth, but have since got over. 352. At the time at which I had the dream, there was a prospect of my meeting my friend Fliess in Prague, so that the identification of Rome and Prague can be explained as a wishful common element. I would rather have met my friend in Rome than in Prague, and would have liked to exchange Prague for Rome for the purpose of this meeting. The possibility of creating composite structures stands foremost among the characteristics which so often lend dreams a fantastic appearance, for it introduces into the content of dreams elements which could never have been objects of actual perception. 3. The psychical process of constructing composite images in dreams is evidently the same as when we imagine or portray a centaur or a dragon in waking life. The only difference is that what determines the production of the imaginary figure in waking life is the impression which the new structure itself is intended to make, whereas the formation of the composite structure in a dream is determined by a factor extraneous to its actual shape, namely the common element in the dream, thoughts. Composite structures in dreams can be formed in a great variety of ways. The most naive of these procedures merely represents the attributes of one thing to the accompaniment of a knowledge that they also belong to something else. A more painstaking technique combines the features of both objects into a new image, and in so doing makes clever use of any similarities that the two objects may happen to possess in reality. The new structure may seem entirely absurd, or may strike us as an imaginative success, according to the material and to the ingenuity with which it is put together. If the objects which are to be condensed into a single unity are much too incongruous, the dream work is often content with creating a composite structure with a comparatively distinct nucleus, accompanied by a number of less distinct features. In that case, the process of unification into a single image may be said to have failed. The two representations are superimposed and produce something in the nature of a contest between the two visual images. One might arrive at similar representations in a drawing if one tried to illustrate the way in which a general concept is formed from a number of individual perceptual images. Dreams are, of course, a mass of these composite structures. I have given some examples of them in dreams that I have already analyzed, and I will now add a few more. In the dream reported below on pp. 461 FOMS, also above, PL 335, which describes the course of the patient's life in the language of flowers, the dream ego held a blossoming branch in her hand which, as we have seen, stood both for innocence and for sexual sinfulness. The branch, owing to the way in which the blossoms were placed on it, also reminded the dreamer of cherry blossom. The blossoms themselves, regarded individually, were camellias, and moreover the general impression was of an exotic growth. The common factor among the elements of this composite structure was shown by the dream thoughts. The blossoming branch was composed of allusions to gifts made to her in order to win, or attempt to win, her favor. Thus she had been given cherries in her childhood and, later in life, a camellia plant, while exotic was an allusion to a much-traveled naturalist who had tried to win her favor with a flower drawing. Another of my women patients produced in one of her dreams a thing that was intermediate between a bathing hut at the seaside, an outside closet in the country, and an attic in a townhouse. The first two elements have in common a connection with people naked and undressed, and their combination with the third element leads to the conclusion that, in her childhood, an attic had also been a scene of undressing. Another dreamer, 354 a man, produced a composite locality out of two places where treatments are carried out, one of them being my consulting room, and the other the place of entertainment where he had first made his wife's acquaintance. A girl dreamt, after her elder brother had promised to give her a feast of caviar, that this same brother's legs were covered all over with black grains of caviar. The element of contagion, in the moral sense, and a recollection of a rash in her childhood, which had covered her legs all over with red spots instead of black ones, had been combined with the grains of caviar into a new concept, namely the concept of what she had got from her brother. In this dream, as in others, parts of the human body were treated like objects. In a dream recorded by Ferenczi, 1910-55, a composite image occurred which was made up from the figure of a doctor and of a horse, and was also dressed in a nightshirt. The element common to these three components was arrived at in the analysis after the woman patient had recognized that the nightshirt was an allusion to her father in a scene from her childhood. In all three cases, it was a question of an object of her sexual curiosity. When she was a child, she had often been taken by her nurse to a military stud farm where she had ample opportunities of gratifying what was at that time her still uninhibited curiosity. I have asserted above, pen 334, that dreams have no means of expressing the relation of a contradiction, a contrary, or a no. I shall now proceed to give a first denial of this assertion. One class of cases which can be comprised under the heading of contraries are, as we have seen, pedo 338, simply represented by identification, cases, that is, in which the idea of an exchange or substitution can be brought into connection with the contrast. I have given a number of instances of this. Another class of contraries in the dream thoughts, falling into a category which may be described as contrariwise or just the reverse, find their way into dreams in the following remarkable fashion, which almost deserves to be described as a joke. The just the reverse is not itself represented in the dream content, but reveals its presence in the material through the fact that some piece of the dream content, which has already been constructed and happens, for some other reason, to be adjacent to it, is, as it were by an afterthought, turned round the other way. The process is more easily illustrated than described. In the interesting up and down dream, pp. 318f, the representation of the climbing in the dream was the reverse of what it was in its prototype in the dream thoughts, that is, in the introductory scene from Daudet's Sappho. In the dream, the climbing was difficult at first, but easier later, while in the Daudet scene it was easy at first, but more and more difficult later. Further, the up above and down below in the dreamer's relation to his brother were represented the other way round in the dream. This pointed to the presence of a reversed or contrary relation between two pieces of the material in the dream thoughts, and we found it in the dreamer's childhood fantasy of being carried by his wet nurse, which was the reverse of the situation in the novel where the hero was carrying his mistress. So too in my dream of Goethe's attack on Herr M, see below, Pepysers 447f, there is a similar, just the reverse, which has to be put straight before the dream can be successfully interpreted. In the dream, Goethe made an attack on a young man, Herr M. In the real situation contained in the dream thoughts, a man of importance, my friend Fliess, had been attacked by an unknown young writer. In the dream, I based a calculation on the date of Goethe's death. In reality, the calculation had been made from the year of the paralytic patient's birth. The thought which turned out to be the decisive one in the dream thoughts was a contradiction of the idea that Goethe should be treated as though he were a lunatic. Just the reverse, said the underlying meaning of the dream. If you don't understand the book, it's you, the critic, that are feeble-minded and not the author. I think, moreover, that all these dreams of turning things round the other way include a reference to the contemptuous implications of the idea of turning one's back on something. 7. E.g. are the dreamer's turning round in relation to his brother in the Sappho dream, Pepysers 305f. It is remarkable to observe, moreover, 358 how frequently reversal is employed precisely in dreams arising from repressed homosexual impulses. Incidentally, 359 reversal, or turning a thing into its opposite, is one of the means of representation most favored by the dream work, and one which is capable of employment in the most diverse direction. It serves in the first place to give expression to the fulfillment of a wish in reference to some particular element of the dream thoughts. If only it had been the other way round. This is often the best way of expressing the ego's reaction to a disagreeable fragment of memory. Again, reversal is of quite special use as a help to the censorship, for it produces a massive distortion in the material which is to be represented, and this has a positively paralyzing effect to begin with on any attempt at understanding the dream. For that reason, if a dream obstinately declines to reveal its meaning, it is always worthwhile to see the effect of reversing some particular elements in its manifest content, after which the whole situation often becomes immediately clear. And, apart from the reversal of subject matter, chronological reversal must not be overlooked. Quite a common technique of dream distortion consists in representing the outcome of an event, or the conclusion of a train of thought at the beginning of a dream, and of placing at its end the premises on which the conclusion was based, or the causes which led to the event. Anyone who fails to bear in mind this technical method, adopted by dream distortion, will be quite at a loss when confronted with the task of interpreting a dream. In some instances, indeed, it is only possible to arrive at the meaning of a dream after one has carried out quite a number of reversals of its content in various respects. For instance, in the case of a young obsessional neurotic, there lay concealed behind one of his dreams the memory of a death wish dating from his childhood and directed against his father, of whom he had been afraid. Here is the text of the dream. His father was scolding him for coming home so late. The context in which the dream occurred in the psychoanalytic treatment and the dreamer's associations showed, however, that the original wording must have been that he was angry with his father, and that in his view his father always came home too early, i.e., too soon. He would have preferred it if his father had not come home at all, and this was the same thing as a death wish against his father. See pp. 272f. For as a small boy, during his father's temporary absence, he had been guilty of an act of sexual aggression against someone, and as a punishment had been threatened in these words, "Just you wait till your father comes back." If we wish to pursue our study of the relations between dream content and dream thoughts further, the best plan will be to take dreams themselves as our point of departure and consider what certain formal characteristics of the method of representation in dreams signify in relation to the thoughts underlying them. Most prominent among these formal characteristics, which cannot fail to impress us in dreams, are the differences in sensory intensity between particular dream images and in the distinctness of particular parts of dreams, or of whole dreams, as compared with one another. The differences in intensity between particular dream images cover the whole range, extending between a sharpness of definition which we feel inclined, no doubt unjustifiably, to regard as greater than that of reality, and an irritating vagueness which we declare characteristic of dreams because it is not completely comparable to any degree of indistinctness which we ever perceive in real objects. Furthermore, we usually describe an impression which we have of an indistinct object in a dream as fleeting, while we feel that those dream images which are more distinct have been perceived for a considerable length of time. The question now arises what it is in the material of the dream thoughts that determines these differences in the vividness of particular pieces of the content of a dream. We must begin by countering certain expectations which almost inevitably present themselves. Since the material of a dream may include real sensations experienced during sleep, it will probably be presumed that these, or the elements in the dream derived from them, are given prominence in the dream content by appearing with special intensity, or conversely, that whatever is very specially vivid in a dream can be traced back to real sensations during sleep. In my experience, however, this has never been confirmed. It is not the case that the elements of a dream which are derivatives of real impressions during sleep, i.e., of nervous stimuli, are distinguished by their vividness from other elements which arise from memories. The factor of reality counts for nothing in determining the intensity of dream images. Again, it might be expected that the sensory intensity, that is, the vividness, of particular dream images would be related to the psychical intensity of the elements in the dream thoughts corresponding to them. In the latter, psychical intensity coincides with psychical value. The most intense elements are also the most important ones, those which form the center point of the dream thoughts. We know, it is true, that these are precisely elements which, on account of the censorship, cannot as a rule make their way into the content of the dream. Nevertheless, it might well be that their immediate derivatives which represent them in the dream might bear a higher degree of intensity, without necessarily on that account forming the center of the dream. But this expectation, too, is disappointed by a comparative study of dreams and the material from which they are derived. The intensity of the elements in the one has no relation to the intensity of the elements in the other. The fact is that a complete transvaluation of all psychical values, in Nietzsche's phrase, takes place between the material of the dream thoughts and the dream. A direct derivative of what occupies a dominating position in the dream thoughts can often only be discovered precisely in some transitory element of the dream which is quite overshadowed by more powerful images. The intensity of the elements of a dream turns out to be determined otherwise, and by two independent factors. In the first place, it is easy to see that the elements by which the wish fulfillment is expressed are represented with special intensity. See PPS 561F. And in the second place, analysis shows that the most vivid elements of a dream are the starting point of the most numerous trains of thought, that the most vivid elements are also those with the most numerous determinants. We shall not be altering the sense of this empirically based assertion if we put it in these terms. The greatest intensity is shown by those elements of a dream on whose formation the greatest amount of condensation has been expended, FWP 592. We may expect that it will eventually turn out to be possible to express this determinant and the other, namely relation to the wish fulfillment, in a single formula. The problem with which I have just dealt, the causes of the greater or less intensity or clarity of particular elements of a dream, is not to be confounded with another problem, which relates to the varying clarity of whole dreams or sections of dreams. In the former case, clarity is contrasted with vagueness, but in the latter case it is contrasted with confusion. Nevertheless, it cannot be doubted that the increase and decrease of the qualities in the two scales run parallel. A section of a dream which strikes us as perspicuous usually contains intense elements. A dream which is obscure, on the other hand, is composed of elements of small intensity. Yet the problem presented by the scale which runs from what is apparently clear to what is obscure and confused is far more complicated than that of the varying degrees of vividness of dream elements. Indeed, for reasons which will appear later, the former problem cannot yet be discussed. See pp. 504f. In a few cases, we find to our surprise that the impression of clarity or indistinctness given by a dream has no connection at all with the makeup of the dream itself, but arises from the material of the dream thoughts and is a constituent of it. Thus, I remember a dream of mine which struck me when I woke up as being so particularly well constructed, flawless and clear that while I was still half dazed with sleep, I thought of introducing a new category of dreams which were not subject to the mechanisms of condensation and displacement, but were to be described as fantasies during sleep. Closer examination proved that this rarity among dreams showed the same gaps and flaws in its structure as any other, and for that reason I dropped the category of dream fantasies. 62. The content of the dream, when it was arrived at, represented me as laying before my friend Flyers a difficult and long-sought theory of bisexuality, and the wish-fulfilling power of the dream was responsible for our regarding this theory, which, incidentally, was not given in the dream, as clear and flawless. Thus, what I had taken to be a judgment on the completed dream was actually a part, and indeed the essential part, of the dream content. The dream work had in this case encroached, as it were, upon my first waking thoughts, and had conveyed to me as a judgment upon the dream the part of the material of the dream thoughts which it had not succeeded in representing accurately in the dream. I once came across a precise counterpart to this in a woman patient's dream during analysis. To begin with, she refused altogether to tell it me, because it was so indistinct and muddled. At length, protesting repeatedly that she felt no certainty that her account was correct, she informed me that several people had come into the dream, she herself, her husband, and her father, and that it was as though she had not known whether her husband was her father, or who her father was, or something of that sort. This dream, taken in conjunction with her associations during the analytic session, showed beyond a doubt that it was a question of the somewhat commonplace story of a servant girl who was obliged to confess that she was expecting a baby but was in doubts as to who the baby's father really was. Thus here again the lack of clarity shown by the dream was a part of the material which instigated the dream. Part of this material, that is, was represented in the form of the dream. The form of a dream, or the form in which it is dreamt, is used with quite surprising frequency for representing its concealed subject matter. 365 glosses on a dream, or apparently innocent comments on it, often serve to disguise a portion of what has been dreamt in the subtlest fashion, though in fact betraying it. For instance, a dreamer remarked that at one point the dream had been wiped away, and the analysis led to an infantile recollection of his listening to someone wiping himself after defecating. Or here is another example which deserves to be recorded in detail. A young man had a very clear dream which reminded him of some fantasies of his boyhood that had remained conscious. He dreamt that it was evening and that he was in a hotel at a summer resort. He mistook the number of his room and went into one in which an elderly lady and her 2 daughters were undressing and going to bed. He proceeded. Here there are some gaps in the dream. There's something missing. Finally, there was a man in the room who tried to throw me out, and I had to have a struggle with him. He made vain endeavors to recall the gist and drift of the boyish fantasy to which the dream was evidently alluding, until at last the truth emerged that what he was in search of was already in his possession, in his remark about the obscure part of the dream. The gaps were the genital apertures of the women who were going to bed, and there's something missing described the principal feature of the female genitalia. When he was young, he had had a consuming curiosity to see a woman's genitals, and had been inclined to hold to the infantile sexual theory according to which women have male organs. An analogous recollection of another dreamer assumed a very similar shape. He dreamt as follows. I was going into the Volksgarten restaurant with Fräulein K. Then came an obscure patch, an interruption. Then I found myself in the salon of a brothel, where I saw 2 or 3 women, one of them in her chemise and drawers. Analysis. Fräulein K. was the daughter of his former chief, and, as he himself admitted, a substitute sister of his own. He had seldom had an opportunity of talking to her, but they once had a conversation in which it was just as though we had become aware of our sex. It was as though I were to say, I'm a man and you're a woman. He had only once been inside the restaurant in question with his brother-in-law's sister, a girl who meant nothing at all to him. Another time he had gone with a group of 3 ladies as far as the entrance of the same restaurant. These ladies were his sister, his sister-in-law, and the brother-in-law's sister who has just been mentioned. All of them were highly indifferent to him, but all 3 fell into the class of sister. He had only seldom visited a brothel, only 2 or 3 times in his life. The interpretation was based on the obscure patch and the interruption in the dream, and put forward the view that in his boyish curiosity he had occasionally, though only seldom, inspected the genitals of a sister who was a few years his junior. Some days later, he had a conscious recollection of the misdeed alluded to by the dream. The content of all dreams that occur during the same night forms part of the same whole. The fact of their being divided into several sections, as well as the grouping and number of those sections, all of this has a meaning and may be regarded as a piece of information arising from the latent dream thoughts. 367. In interpreting dreams consisting of several main sections or, in general, dreams occurring during the same night, the possibility should not be overlooked that separate and successive dreams of this kind may have the same meaning and may be giving expression to the same impulses in different material. If so, the first of these homologous dreams to occur is often the more distorted and timid, while the succeeding one will be more confident and distinct. Pharaoh's dreams in the Bible of the kine and the ears of corn, which were interpreted by Joseph, were of this kind. They are reported more fully by Josephus, Ancient History of the Jews, Book 2, Chapter 5, than in the Bible. After the king had related his first dream, he said, "After I had seen this vision, I awaked out of my sleep, and being in disorder, and considering with myself what this appearance should be, I fell asleep again, and saw another dream, more wonderful than the foregoing, which did more affright and disturb me." After hearing the king's account of the dream, Joseph replied, "This dream, O king, although seen under two forms, signifies one and the same event." Whiston's translation, 1874, 127, 8. In his contribution to the psychology of rumor, Jung, 1910b, describes how the disguised erotic dream of a schoolgirl was understood by her school friends without any interpreting, and how it was further elaborated and modified. He remarks in connection with one of these dream stories, "The final thought in a long series of dream images contains precisely what the first image in the series had attempted to portray. The censorship keeps the complex at a distance as long as possible by a succession of fresh symbolic screens, displacements, innocent disguises, etc." Ibid, 87. Schirner, 1861-166, was well acquainted with this peculiarity of the method of representation in dreams and describes it, in connection with his theory of organic stimuli, see pp. 111f, as a special law. Lastly, however, in all symbolic dream structures which arise from particular nervous stimuli, the imagination observes a general law. At the beginning of a dream, it depicts the object from which the stimulus arises only by the remotest and most inexact illusions. But at the end, when the pictorial effusion has exhausted itself, it nakedly presents the stimulus itself, or, as the case may be, the organ concerned or the function of that organ, and therewith the dream, having designated its actual organic cause, achieves its end. Otto Rank, 1910, has produced a neat confirmation of this law of Schirner's. A girl's dream reported by him was composed of two separate dreams dreamt, with an interval between them during the same night, the second of which ended with an orgasm. It was possible to carry out a detailed interpretation of this second dream even without many contributions from the dreamer, and the number of connections between the contents of the two dreams made it possible to see that the first dream represented in a more timid fashion the same thing as the second, so that the second, the dream with the orgasm, helped towards the complete explanation of the first. Rank rightly bases upon this example a discussion of the general significance of dreams of orgasm or emission for the theory of dreaming. See pp. 412, ff. Nevertheless, in my experience, it is only rarely that one is in a position to interpret the clarity or confusion of a dream by the presence of certainty or doubt in its material. Later on, I shall have to disclose a factor in dream formation which I have not yet mentioned and which exercises the determining influence upon the scale of these qualities in any particular dream. See pp. 504f. Sometimes in a dream in which the same situation and setting have persisted for some time, an interruption will occur which is described in these words. But then it was as though at the same time it was another place, and there such and such a thing happened. After a while, the main thread of the dream may be resumed, and what interrupted it turns out to be a subordinate clause in the dream material, an interpolated thought. A conditional in the dream thoughts has been represented in the dream by simultaneity. If has become when. What is the meaning of the sensation of inhibited movement which appears so commonly in dreams and verges so closely upon anxiety? One tries to move forward but finds oneself glued to the spot, or one tries to reach something but is held up by a series of obstacles. A train is on the point of departure, but one is unable to catch it. One raises one's hand to avenge an insult but finds it powerless, and so forth. We have already met with this sensation in dreams of exhibiting pp. 256 as F5, also p. 302, but have not as yet made any serious attempt to interpret it. An easy but insufficient answer would be to say that motor paralysis prevails in sleep and that we become aware of it in the sensation we are discussing. But it may be asked why, in that case, we are not perpetually dreaming of these inhibited movements. And it is reasonable to suppose that this sensation, though one which can be summoned up at any moment during sleep, serves to facilitate some particular kind of representation, and is only aroused when the material of the dream thoughts needs to be represented in that way. This not being able to do anything does not always appear in dreams as a sensation, but is sometimes simply a part of the content of the dream. A case of this sort seems to me particularly well qualified to throw light on the meaning of this feature of dreaming. Here is an abridged version of a dream in which I was apparently charged with dishonesty. The place was a mixture of a private sanatorium and several other institutions. A manservant appeared to summon me to an examination. I knew in the dream that something had been missed and that the examination was due to a suspicion that I had appropriated the missing article. The analysis showed that the examination was to be taken in two senses and included a medical examination. Conscious of my innocence and of the fact that I held the position of a consultant in the establishment, I accompanied the servant quietly. At the door, we were met by another servant who said, pointing to me, "Why have you brought him? He's a respectable person." I then went, unattended, into a large hall with machines standing in it, which reminded me of an inferno with its hellish instruments of punishment. Stretched out on one apparatus, I saw one of my colleagues who had every reason to take some notice of me, but he paid no attention. I was then told I could go, but I could not find my hat and could not go after all. The wish fulfillment of the dream evidently lay in my being recognized as an honest man and told I could go. There must therefore have been all kinds of material in the dream thoughts containing a contradiction of this. That I could go was a sign of my absolution. If therefore something happened at the end of the dream which prevented my going, it seems plausible to suppose that the suppressed material containing the contradiction was making itself felt at that point. My not being able to find my hat meant accordingly, "After all, you're not an honest man." Thus the not being able to do something in this dream was a way of expressing a contradiction, a no, so that my earlier statement, Peter 3:34, that dreams cannot express a no, requires correction, to say. In other dreams, in which the not carrying out of a movement occurs as a sensation and not simply as a situation, the sensation of the inhibition of a movement gives a more forcible expression to the same contradiction. It expresses a volition which is opposed by a counter-volition. Thus, the sensation of the inhibition of a movement represents a conflict of will. CFP 264. We shall learn later, Pitgo's 567, that the motor paralysis accompanying sleep is precisely one of the fundamental determinants of the psychical process during dreaming. Now, an impulse transmitted along the motor paths is nothing other than a volition, and the fact of our being so certain that we shall feel that impulse inhibited during sleep is what makes the whole process so admirably suited for representing an act of volition and a no which opposes it. It is also easy to see, on my explanation of anxiety, why the sensation of an inhibition of will approximates so closely to anxiety and is so often linked with it in dreams. Anxiety is a libidinal impulse which has its origin in the unconscious and is inhibited by the preconscious. When therefore the sensation of inhibition is linked with anxiety in a dream, it must be a question of an act of volition which was at one time capable of generating libido. That is, it must be a question of a sexual impulse. I shall deal elsewhere, see below, P 493F, with the meaning and psychical significance of the judgment which often turns up in dreams expressed in the phrase, "After all this is only a dream." Listen. Here I will merely say in anticipation that it is intended to detract from the importance of what is being dreamt. The interesting and allied problem as to what is meant when some of the content of a dream is described in the dream itself as dreamt, the enigma of the dream within a dream, has been solved in a similar sense by Stekel, 1909, 459 Erfindung, who has analyzed some convincing examples. The intention is, once again, to detract from the importance of what is dreamt in the dream, to rob it of its reality. What is dreamt in a dream after waking from the dream within a dream is what the dream wish seeks to put in the place of an obliterated reality. It is safe to suppose, therefore, that what has been dreamt in the dream is a representation of the reality, the true recollection, while the continuation of the dream, on the contrary, merely represents what the dreamer wishes. To include something in a dream within a dream is thus equivalent to wishing that the thing described as a dream had never happened. In other words, if a particular event is inserted into a dream as a dream by the dream work itself, this implies the most decided confirmation of the reality of the event, the strongest affirmation of it. The dream work makes use of dreaming as a form of repudiation, and so confirms the discovery that dreams are wish fulfillments. T1. D. Considerations of representability. We have been occupied so far with investigating the means by which dreams represent the relations between the dream thoughts. In the course of this investigation, however, we have more than once touched upon the further topic of the general nature of the modifications which the material of the dream thoughts undergoes for the purpose of the formation of a dream. We have learnt that that material, stripped to a large extent of its relations, is submitted to a process of compression, while at the same time displacements of intensity between its elements necessarily bring about a psychical transvaluation of the material. The displacements we have hitherto considered turned out to consist in the replacing of one particular idea by another in some way closely associated with it, and they were used to facilitate condensation insofar as, by their means, instead of two elements, a single common element intermediate between them found its way into the dream. We have not yet referred to any other sort of displacement. Analyses show us, however, that another sort exists, and that it reveals itself in a change in the verbal expression of the thoughts concerned. In both cases, there is a displacement along a chain of associations, but a process of such a kind can occur in various psychical spheres, and the outcome of the displacement may in one case be that one element is replaced by another, while the outcome in another case may be that a single element has its verbal form replaced by another. This second species of displacement, which occurs in dream formation, is not only of great theoretical interest, but is also specially well calculated to explain the appearance of fantastic absurdity in which dreams are disguised. The direction taken by the displacement usually results in a colorless and abstract expression in the dream thought being exchanged for a pictorial and concrete one. The advantage, and accordingly the purpose, of such a change jumps to the eyes. A thing that is pictorial is, from the point of view of a dream, a thing that is capable of being represented. It can be introduced into a situation in which abstract expressions offer the same kind of difficulties to representation in dreams as a political leading article in a newspaper would offer to an illustrator. But not only representability, but the interests of condensation and the censorship as well can be the gainers from this exchange. A dream thought is unusable so long as it is expressed in an abstract form. But when once it has been transformed into pictorial language, contrasts and identifications of the kind which the dream work requires and which it creates if they are not already present can be established more easily than before between the new form of expression and the remainder of the material underlying the dream. This is so because in every language concrete terms, in consequence of the history of their development, are richer in associations than conceptual ones. We may suppose that a good part of the intermediate work done during the formation of a dream, which seeks to reduce the dispersed dream thoughts to the most succinct and unified expression possible, proceeds along the line of finding appropriate verbal transformations for the individual thoughts. Any one thought, whose form of expression may happen to be fixed for other reasons, will operate in a determinate and selective manner on the possible forms of expression allotted to the other thoughts, and it may do so, perhaps, from the very start, as is the case in writing a poem. If a poem is to be written in rhymes, the second line of a couplet is limited by two conditions. It must express an appropriate meaning, and the expression of that meaning must rhyme with the first line. No doubt, the best poem will be one in which we fail to notice the intention of finding a rhyme, and in which the two thoughts have, by mutual influence, chosen from the very start a verbal expression which will allow a rhyme to emerge with only slight subsequent adjustment. In a few instances, a change of expression of this kind assists dream condensation even more directly, by finding a form of words which, owing to its ambiguity, is able to give expression to more than one of the dream thoughts. In this way, the whole domain of verbal wit is put at the disposal of the dream work. There is no need to be astonished at the part played by words in dream formation. Words, since they are the nodal points of numerous ideas, may be regarded as predestined to ambiguity, and the neuroses, e.g. in framing obsessions and phobias, no less than dreams, make unashamed use of the advantages thus offered by words for purposes of condensation and disguise. 2. it is easy to show that dream distortion too profits from displacement of expression. If one ambiguous word is used instead of two unambiguous ones, the result is misleading, and if our everyday sober method of expression is replaced by a pictorial one, our understanding is brought to a halt, particularly since a dream never tells us whether its elements are to be interpreted literally or in a figurative sense, or whether they are to be connected with the material of the dream thoughts directly or through the intermediary of some interpolated phraseology. 373. In interpreting any dream element, it is in general doubtful: a. whether it is to be taken in a positive or negative sense, as an antithetic relation; b. whether it is to be interpreted historically, as a recollection; c. whether it is to be interpreted symbolically; or d. whether its interpretation is to depend on its wording. Yet, in spite of all this ambiguity, it is fair to say that the productions of the dream work, which, it must be remembered, are not made with the intention of being understood, present no greater difficulties to their translators than do the ancient hieroglyphic scripts to those who seek to read them. I have already given several examples of representations in dreams which are only held together by the ambiguity of their wording. For instance, she opened her mouth properly in the dream of Irma's injection peeing. 135. And I could not go after all, in the dream which I last quoted, Pantry 51. I will now record a dream in which a considerable part was played by the turning of abstract thought into pictures. The distinction between dream interpretation of this kind and interpretation by means of symbolism can still be drawn quite sharply. In the case of symbolic dream interpretation, the key to the symbolization is arbitrarily chosen by the interpreter, whereas in our cases of verbal disguise, the keys are generally known and laid down by firmly established linguistic usage. If one has the right idea at one's disposal at the right moment, one can solve dreams of this kind wholly or in part even independently of information from the dreamer. A lady of my acquaintance had the following dream. She was at the opera. A Wagner opera was being performed and had lasted till 7:45 in the morning. There were tables set out in the stalls at which people were eating and drinking. Her cousin, who had just got back from his honeymoon, was sitting at one of the tables with his young wife, and an aristocrat was sitting beside them. Her cousin's wife, so it appeared, had brought him back with her from the honeymoon, quite openly, just as one might bring back a hat. In the middle of the stalls there was a high tower, which had a platform on top of it surrounded by an iron railing. High up at the top was the conductor, who had the features of Hans Richter. He kept running round the railing and was perspiring violently, and from that position he was conducting the orchestra, which was grouped about the base of the tower. She herself was sitting in a box with a woman friend, whom I knew. Her younger sister wanted to hand her up a large lump of coal from the stalls, on the ground that she had not known it would be so long, and must be simply freezing by now, as though the boxes required to be heated during the long performance. Even though the dream was well focused on a single situation, yet in other respects it was sufficiently senseless. The tower in the middle of the stalls, for instance, with the conductor directing the orchestra from the top of it, and above all, the coal that her sister handed up to her. I deliberately refrained from asking for an analysis of the dream. But since I had some knowledge of the dreamer's personal relations, I was able to interpret certain pieces of it independently of her. I know she had had a great deal of sympathy for a musician whose career had been prematurely cut short by insanity. So I decided to take the tower in the stalls metaphorically. It then emerged that the man whom she had wanted to see in Hans Richter's place towered high above the other members of the orchestra. The tower might be described as a composite picture formed by apposition. The lower part of its structure represented the man's greatness. The railing at the top, behind which he was running round like a prisoner or an animal in a cage, this was an allusion to the unhappy man's name, 74, represented his ultimate fate. The two ideas might have been brought together in the word Narrenturm. Having thus discovered the mode of representation adopted by the dream, we might attempt to use the same key for solving its second apparent absurdity, the coal handed up to the dreamer by her sister. Coal must mean secret love. She herself and her woman friend had been left unmarried, German sitzen geblieben, literally left sitting. Her younger sister, who still had prospects of marriage, handed her up the coal because she had not known it would be so long. The dream did not specify what would be so long. If it were a story, we should say the performance. But since it is a dream, we may take the phrase as an independent entity, decide that it was used ambiguously, and add the words "before she got married." Our interpretation of secret love is further supported by the mention of the dreamer's cousin sitting with his wife in the stalls and by the open love affair attributed to the latter. The dream was dominated by the antithesis between secret and open love, and between the dreamer's own fire and the coldness of the young wife. In both cases, moreover, there was someone highly placed, a term applying equally to the aristocrat and to the musician on whom such high hopes had been pinned. The foregoing discussion has led us at last to the discovery of a third factor 378 whose share in the transformation of the dream thoughts into the dream content is not to be underrated, namely, considerations of representability in the peculiar psychical material of which dreams make use, for the most part, that is, representability in visual images. Of the various subsidiary thoughts attached to the essential dream thoughts, those will be preferred which admit of visual representation, and the dream work does not shrink from the effort of recasting unadaptable thoughts into a new verbal form, even into a less usual one, provided that that process facilitates representation and so relieves the psychological pressure caused by constricted thinking. This pouring of the content of a thought into another mold may at the same time serve the purposes of the activity of condensation and may create connections which might not otherwise have been present with some other thought. While this second thought itself may already have had its original form of expression changed with a view to meeting the first one halfway. Herbert Silberer, 1909-379, has pointed out a good way of directly observing the transformation of thoughts into pictures in the process of forming dreams, and so of studying this one factor of the dream work in isolation. If, when he was in a fatigued and sleepy condition, he set himself some intellectual task, he found that it often happened that the thought escaped him, and that in its place a picture appeared, which he was then able to recognize as a substitute for the thought. Silberer describes these substitutes by the not very appropriate term of auto-symbolic. I will here quote a few examples from Silberer's paper Ibid, 51922, and I shall have occasion, on account of certain characteristics of the phenomena concerned, to return to them later. See pp. 507f. Example 1. I thought of having to revise an uneven passage in an essay. Symbol. I saw myself planing a piece of wood. Example 5. I endeavored to bring home to myself the aim of certain metaphysical studies which I was proposing to make. Their aim, I reflected, was to work one's way through to ever higher forms of consciousness and layers of existence, in one's search for the bases of existence. Symbol. I was pushing a long knife under a cake, as though to lift out a slice. Interpretation. My motion with the knife meant the working my way through, which was in question. Here is the explanation of the symbolism. It is from time to time my business at meals to cut up a cake and distribute the helpings. I perform the task with a long, flexible knife, which demands some care. In particular, to lift out the slices cleanly after they have been cut offers certain difficulties. The knife must be pushed carefully under the slice, corresponding to the slow working my way through to reach the bases. But there is yet more symbolism in the picture, for the cake in the symbol was a dobos cake, a cake with a number of layers through which, in cutting it, the knife has to penetrate, the layers of consciousness and thought. Example 9. I had lost the thread in a train of thought. I tried to find it again, but had to admit that the starting point had completely escaped me. Symbol, part of a compositor's form, with the last lines of type fallen away. In view of the part played by jokes, quotations, songs, and proverbs in the mental life of educated people, it would fully agree with our expectations if disguises of such kinds were used with extreme frequency for representing dream thoughts. What, for instance, is the meaning in a dream of a number of carts, each filled with a different sort of vegetable? They stand for a wishful contrast to Kraut und Rüben, literally cabbages and turnips, that is to say to higgledy-piggledy, and accordingly signify disorder. I am surprised that this dream has only been reported to me once. Hater. A dream symbolism of universal validity has only emerged in the case of a few subjects on the basis of generally familiar allusions and verbal substitutes. Moreover, a good part of this symbolism is shared by dreams with psychoneuroses, legends, and popular customs. Indeed, when we look into the matter more closely, we must recognize the fact that the dream work is doing nothing original in making substitutions of this kind. In order to gain its ends, in this case the possibility of a representation unhampered by censorship, It merely follows the paths which it finds already laid down in the unconscious, and it gives preference to those transformations of the repressed material which can also become conscious in the form of jokes or illusions, and of which the fantasies of neurotic patients are so full. At this point, we suddenly reach an understanding of Schirner's dream interpretations, whose essential correctness I have defended elsewhere, Puzzle 109 and 247. The imagination's preoccupation with the subject's own body is by no means peculiar to dreams or characteristic only of them. My analyses have shown me that it is habitually present in the unconscious thoughts of neurotics, and that it is derived from sexual curiosity, which, in growing youths or girls, is directed to the genitals of the other sex and to those of their own as well. Nor, as Schirner, 1861, and Volkelt, 1875, have rightly insisted, is a house the only circle of ideas employed for symbolizing the body. And this is equally true of dreams and of the unconscious fantasies of neurosis. It is true that I know patients who have retained an architectural symbolism for the body and the genitals. Sexual interest ranges far beyond the sphere of the external genitalia. For these patients, pillars and columns represent the legs, as they do in the Song of Solomon. Every gateway stands for one of the bodily orifices, a hole. Every water pipe is a reminder of the urinary apparatus, and so on. But the circle of ideas centering round plant life or the kitchen may just as readily be chosen to conceal sexual images. In the former case, the way has been well prepared by linguistic usage, itself the precipitate of imaginative similes reaching back to remote antiquity, e.g., the Lord's vineyard, the seed, and the maiden's garden in the Song of Solomon. The ugliest as well as the most intimate details of sexual life may be thought and dreamt of in seemingly innocent allusions to activities in the kitchen, and the symptoms of hysteria could never be interpreted if we forgot that sexual symbolism can find its best hiding place behind what is commonplace and inconspicuous. There is a valid sexual meaning behind the neurotic child's intolerance of blood or raw meat, or his nausea at the sight of eggs or macaroni, and behind the enormous exaggeration in neurotics of the natural human dread of snakes. Wherever neuroses make use of such disguises, they are following paths along which all humanity passed in the earliest periods of civilization, paths of whose continued existence today under the thinnest of veils. Evidence is to be found in linguistic usages, superstitions, and customs. I will now append the flowery dream dreamt by one of my women patients, which I have already, per 331, promised to record. I have indicated in small capitals those elements in it that are to be given a sexual interpretation. The dreamer quite lost her liking for this pretty dream after it had been interpreted. A. Introductory. Dream. She went into the kitchen where her two maidservants were and found fault with them for not having got her bite of food ready. At the same time, she saw quite a quantity of crockery standing upside down to drain, common crockery piled up in heaps. Later addition, the two maidservants went to fetch some water and had to step into a kind of river which came right up to the house into the yard. 383. B. Main dream, 184. She was descending from a height 385 over some strangely constructed palisades or fences, which were put together into large panels and consisted of small squares of wattling. It was not intended for climbing over. She had trouble in finding a place to put her feet in and felt glad that her dress had not been caught anywhere, so that she had stayed respectable as she went along. 7. She was holding a big branch in her hand. 88. Actually, it was like a tree, covered over with red blossoms, branching and spreading out. There was an idea of there being cherry blossom, but they also looked like double camellias, though of course those do not grow on trees. As she went down, first she had one, then suddenly two, and later again one. 390. When she got down, the lower blossoms were already a good deal faded. Then she saw, after she had got down, a manservant who, she felt inclined to say, was combing a similar tree. That is to say, he was using a piece of wood to drag out some thick tufts of hair that were hanging down from it like moss. Some other workmen had cut down similar branches from a garden and thrown them into the road, where they lay about, so that a lot of people took some. But she asked whether that was all right, whether she might take one too. 391. A young man, someone she knew, a stranger, was standing in the garden. She went up to him to ask how branches of that kind could be transplanted into her own garden. 392. He embraced her, whereupon she struggled and asked him what he was thinking of and whether he thought people could embrace her like that. He said there was no harm in that. It was allowed. He then said he was willing to go into the other garden with her to show her how the planting was done, and added something she could not quite understand. Anyhow, I need 3 yards. Later she gave it as 3 square yards, or 3 fathoms of ground. It was as though he were asking her for something in return for his willingness, as though he intended to compensate himself in her garden, or as though he wanted to cheat some law or other, to get some advantage from it without causing her harm. Whether he really showed her something, she had no idea. This dream, which I have brought forward on account of its symbolic elements, may be described as a biographical one. Dreams of this kind occur frequently during psychoanalysis, but perhaps only rarely outside it. I naturally have at my disposal a superfluity of material of this kind, but to report it would involve us too deeply in a consideration of neurotic conditions. It all leads to the same conclusion, namely that there is no necessity to assume that any peculiar symbolizing activity of the mind is operating in the dream work, but the dreams make use of any symbolizations which are already present in unconscious thinking, because they fit in better with the requirements of dream construction on account of their representability, and also because, as a rule, they escape censorship. E. Representation by symbols in dreams. Some further typical dreams. 5. The analysis of this last biographical dream is clear evidence that I recognized the presence of symbolism in dreams from the very beginning. But it was only by degrees, and as my experience increased, that I arrived at a full appreciation of its extent and significance, and I did so under the influence of the contributions of Wilhelm Stekel, 1911, about whom a few words will not be out of place here, 1925. That writer, who has perhaps damaged psychoanalysis as much as he has benefited it, brought forward a large number of unsuspected translations of symbols. To begin with, they were met with skepticism, but later they were for the most part confirmed and had to be accepted. I shall not be belittling the value of Stekel's services if I add that the skeptical reserve with which his proposals were received was not without justification. For the examples by which he supported his interpretations were often unconvincing, and he made use of a method which must be rejected as scientifically untrustworthy. Stekel arrived at his interpretations of symbols by way of intuition, thanks to a peculiar gift for the direct understanding of them. But the existence of such a gift cannot be counted upon generally. Its effectiveness is exempt from all criticism, and consequently its findings have no claim to credibility. It is as though one sought to base the diagnosis of infectious diseases upon olfactory impressions received at the patient's bedside, though there have undoubtedly been clinicians who could accomplish more than other people by means of the sense of smell, which is usually atrophied, and were really able to diagnose a case of enteric fever by smell. 1925. Advances in psychoanalytic experience have brought to our notice patients who have shown a direct understanding of dream symbolism of this kind to a surprising extent. They were often sufferers from dementia praecox, so that for a time there was an inclination to suspect every dreamer who had this grasp of symbols of being a victim of that disease. But such is not the case. It is a question of a personal gift or peculiarity which has no visible pathological significance. 1925. When we have become familiar with the abundant use made of symbolism for representing sexual material in dreams, the question is bound to arise of whether many of these symbols do not occur with a permanently fixed meaning, like the grammalogs in shorthand, and we shall feel tempted to draw up a new dream book on the decoding principle, C123F. On that point, there is this to be said. This symbolism is not peculiar to dreams, but is characteristic of unconscious ideation, in particular among the people, and it is to be found in folklore and in popular myths, legends, linguistic idioms, proverbial wisdom, and current jokes, to a more complete extent than in dreams. 1909. It would therefore carry us far beyond the sphere of dream interpretation if we were to do justice to the significance of symbols and discuss the numerous and to a large extent still unsolved problems attaching to the concept of a symbol. 7. We must restrict ourselves here to remarking that representation by a symbol is among the indirect methods of representation, but that all kinds of indications warn us against lumping it in with other forms of indirect representation without being able to form any clear conceptual picture of their distinguishing features. In a number of cases, the element in common between a symbol and what it represents is obvious. In others, it is concealed, and the choice of the symbol seems puzzling. It is precisely these latter cases which must be able to throw light upon the ultimate meaning of the symbolic relation, and they indicate that it is of a genetic character. Things that are symbolically connected today were probably united in the prehistoric times by conceptual and linguistic identity. 398. The symbolic relation seems to be a relic and a mark of former identity. In this connection, we may observe how, in a number of cases, the use of a common symbol extends further than the use of a common language, as was already pointed out by Schubert, 1814. 99. A number of symbols are as old as language itself, while others, e.g., airship, zeppelin, are being coined continuously down to the present time. 1914. Dreams make use of this symbolism for the disguised representation of their latent thoughts. Incidentally, many of the symbols are habitually or almost habitually employed to express the same thing. Nevertheless, the peculiar plasticity of the psychical material in dreams must never be forgotten. Often enough, a symbol has to be interpreted in its proper meaning and not symbolically, while on other occasions a dreamer may derive from his private memories the power to employ as sexual symbols all kinds of things which are not ordinarily employed as such. 100. If a dreamer has a choice open to him between a number of symbols, he will decide in favor of the one which is connected in its subject matter with the rest of the material of his thoughts, which, that is to say, has individual grounds for its acceptance in addition to the typical ones. 1909, last sentence, 1914. Though the later investigations since the time of Schörner have made it impossible to dispute the existence of dream symbolism, even Havelock Ellis, 1911-109, admits that there can be no doubt that our dreams are full of symbolism, yet it must be confessed that the presence of symbols in dreams not only facilitates their interpretation, but also makes it more difficult. As a rule, the technique of interpreting according to the dreamer's free associations leaves us in the lurch when we come to the symbolic elements in the dream content. Regard for scientific criticism forbids our returning to the arbitrary judgment of the dream interpreter, as it was employed in ancient times and seems to have been revived in the reckless interpretations of Stekel. We are thus obliged, in dealing with those elements of the dream content which must be recognized as symbolic, to adopt a combined technique, which on the one hand rests on the dreamer's associations and on the other hand fills the gaps from the interpreter's knowledge of symbols. We must combine a critical caution in resolving symbols with a careful study of them in dreams, which afford particularly clear instances of their use, in order to disarm any charge of arbitrariness in dream interpretation. The uncertainties which still attach to our activities as interpreters of dreams spring in part from our incomplete knowledge, which can be progressively improved as we advanced further, but in part from certain characteristics of dream symbols themselves. They frequently have more than one or even several meanings, and, as with Chinese script, the correct interpretation can only be arrived at on each occasion from the context. This ambiguity of the symbols links up with the characteristic of dreams for admitting of over-interpretation, see par 313, for representing in a single piece of content thoughts and wishes which are often widely divergent in their nature, 1914. Subject to these qualifications and reservations, I will now proceed. The emperor and empress, or the king and queen, as a rule, really represent the dreamer's parents, and a prince or princess represents the dreamer himself or herself. 1909. But the same high authority is attributed to great men as to the emperor, and for that reason Goethe, for instance, appears as a father symbol in some dreams. Hitchman, 1913, 1919. All elongated objects, such as sticks, tree trunks, and umbrellas, the opening of these last being comparable to an erection, may stand for the male organ, 1909, as well as all long, sharp weapons, such as knives, daggers, and pikes, 1911. Another frequent, though not entirely intelligible symbol of the same thing is a nail file, possibly on account of the rubbing up and down, 1909. Boxes, cases, chests, cupboards, and ovens represent the uterus, 1909, and also hollow objects, ships, and vessels of all kinds, 1919. Rooms in dreams are usually women, Frauenzimmer, see p. 235 and somewhat known. If the various ways in and out of them are represented, this interpretation is scarcely open to doubt, 1909, 401. In this connection, interest in whether the room is open or locked is easily intelligible. C.F. Dora's first dream in my Fragment of an Analysis of a Case of Hysteria, 1905, footnote near the beginning of section 2. There is no need to name explicitly the key that unlocks the room. In his ballad of Count Eberstein, Uhland has used the symbolism of locks and keys to construct a charming piece of bawdry. 1911. A dream of going through a suite of rooms is a brothel or harem dream. 1909. But, as Sachs, 1914, has shown by some neat examples, it can also be used, by antithesis, to represent marriage. 1914. We find an interesting link with the sexual researches of childhood when a dreamer dreams of two rooms which were originally one, or when he sees a familiar room divided into two in the dream, or vice versa. In childhood, the female genitals and the anus are regarded as a single area, the bottom, in accordance with the infantile cloaca theory, 402, and it is not until later that the discovery is made that this region of the body comprises two separate cavities and orifices. 1919. Steps, ladders or staircases, or, as the case may be, walking up or down them, are representations of the sexual act. 403. Smooth walls over which the dreamer climbs, the facades of houses down which he lowers himself, often in great anxiety, correspond to erect human bodies and are probably repeating in the dream recollections of a baby's climbing up his parents or nurse. The smooth walls are men. In his fear, the dreamer often clutches hold of projections in the facades of houses. 1911. Tables laid for a meal, and boards also stand for women, no doubt by antithesis, since the contours of their bodies are eliminated in the symbols. 1909. Wood seems, from its linguistic connections, to stand in general for female material. The name of the island of Madeira means wood in Portuguese. 1911. Since bed and board constitute marriage, the latter often takes the place of the former in dreams, and the sexual complex of ideas is, so far as may be, transposed onto the eating complex. But 1909. As regards articles of clothing, a woman's hat can very often be interpreted with certainty as a genital organ, and, moreover, as a man's. The same is true of an overcoat, German mantle, though in this case it is not clear to what extent the use of the symbol is due to a verbal assonance. In men's dreams, a necktie often appears as a symbol for the penis. No doubt this is not only because neckties are long, dependent objects and peculiar to men, but also because they can be chosen according to taste, a liberty which, in the case of the object symbolized, is forbidden by nature. Men who make use of this symbol in dreams are often very extravagant in ties in real life and own whole collections of them. 1911. It is highly probable that all complicated machinery and apparatus occurring in dreams stand for the genitals, and as a rule, male ones. 1919, in describing which dream symbolism is as indefatigable as the joke work, Chapter 5, 1909. Nor is there any doubt that all weapons and tools are used as symbols for the male organ, e.g. plows, hammers, rifles, revolvers, daggers, sabers, etc. 1919. In the same way, many landscapes in dreams, especially any containing bridges or wooded hills, may clearly be recognized as descriptions of the genitals. 1911. Marcinkowski, 1912a, has published a collection of dreams illustrated by their dreamers with drawings that ostensibly represent landscapes and other localities occurring in the dreams. These drawings bring out very clearly the distinction between a dream's manifest and latent meaning. Whereas to the innocent eye they appear as plans, maps, and so on, closer inspection shows that they represent the human body, the genitals, etc. And only then do the dreams become intelligible. See in this connection Pfister's papers, 1911-12 and 1913, on cryptograms and puzzle pictures, 1914. In the case of unintelligible neologisms, too, it is worth considering whether they may not be put together from components with a sexual meaning. 1911. Children in dreams often stand for the genitals, and indeed both men and women are in the habit of referring to their genitals affectionately as their little ones. 1909. Stekel, 1909, 473, is right in recognizing a little brother as the penis, 1925. Playing with a little child, beating it, etc., often represent masturbation in dreams. 1911. To represent castration symbolically, the dream work makes use of baldness, hair-cutting, falling out of teeth, and decapitation. If one of the ordinary symbols for a penis occurs in a dream doubled or multiplied, it is to be regarded as a warding off of castration. The appearance in dreams of lizards, animals whose tails grow again if they are pulled off, has the same significance. Cf. the lizard dream on PPU 45F. Many of the beasts which are used as genital symbols in mythology and folklore play the same part in dreams, e.g. fishes, snails, cats, mice on account of the pubic hair, and above all those most important symbols of the male organ, snakes. Small animals and vermin represent small children, for instance, undesired brothers and sisters. Being plagued with vermin is often a sign of pregnancy, 1919. A quite recent symbol of the male organ in dreams deserves mention, the airship, whose use in this sense is justified by its connection with flying as well as sometimes by its shape, 1911. A number of other symbols have been put forward with supporting instances by Stekel, but have not yet been sufficiently verified. 1911. Stekel's writings, and in particular his Die Sprache des Traums, 1911, contain the fullest collection of interpretations of symbols. Many of these show penetration, and further examination has proved them correct. For instance, his section on the symbolism of death. But this author's lack of a critical faculty and his tendency to generalization at all costs throw doubts upon other of his interpretations or render them unusable, so that it is highly advisable to exercise caution in accepting his conclusions. I therefore content myself with drawing attention to only a few of his findings. 1914. According to Stekel, right and left in dreams have an ethical sense. The right-hand path always means the path of righteousness and the left-hand one that of crime. Thus, left may represent homosexuality, incest or perversion, and right may represent marriage, intercourse with a prostitute, and so on, always looked at from the subject's individual moral standpoint. Stekel. 9. 466 f. Relatives in dreams usually play the part of genitals, Ibid 473. I can only confirm this in the case of sons, daughters, and younger sisters, 407. That is only so far as they fall into the category of little ones. On the other hand, I have come across undoubted cases in which sisters symbolized the breasts and brothers the larger hemispheres. Stekel explains failing to catch up with a carriage as regret at a difference in age which cannot be caught up with, Ibid 479. Luggage that one travels with is a load of sin, he says, that weighs one down, Locutor City, 1911. But precisely, luggage often turns out to be an unmistakable symbol of the dreamer's own genitals, 1914. Stekel also assigns fixed symbolic meanings to numbers, such as often appear in dreams, Ibid 497 ff. But these explanations seem neither sufficiently verified nor generally valid, though his interpretations usually appear plausible in the individual cases, 911 408. In any case, the number 3 has been confirmed from many sides as a symbol of the male genitals, 914. 409. One of the generalizations put forward by Stekel concerns the double significance of genital symbols, 1914. Where, he asks, is there a symbol which, provided that the imagination by any means admits of it, cannot be employed both in a male and in a female sense? 1911, 73. In any case, the clause in parenthesis removes much of the certainty from this assertion, since in fact the imagination does not always admit of it. But I think it is worthwhile remarking that in my experience, Stekel's generalization cannot be maintained in the face of the greater complexity of the facts. In addition to symbols which can stand with equal frequency for the male and for the female genitals, there are some which designate one of the sexes predominantly or almost exclusively, and yet others which are known only with a male or a female meaning. For it is a fact that the imagination does not admit of long, stiff objects and weapons being used as symbols of the female genitals, or of hollow objects, such as chests, cases, boxes, etc., being used as symbols for the male ones. It is true that the tendency of dreams and of unconscious fantasies to employ sexual symbols bisexually betrays an archaic characteristic. For in childhood the distinction between the genitals of the two sexes is unknown, and the same kind of genitals are attributed to both of them, 911. But it is possible, too, to be misled into wrongly supposing that a sexual symbol is bisexual if one forgets that in some dreams there is a general inversion of sex, so that what is male is represented as female and vice versa. Dreams of this kind may, for instance, express a woman's wish to be a man, 1925. The genitals can also be represented in dreams by other parts of the body, the male organ by a hand or a foot, and the female genital orifice by the mouth or an ear or even an eye. The secretions of the human body, mucus, tears, urine, semen, etc., can replace one another in dreams. This last assertion of Stekel's, 1911 and 49, which is on the whole correct, has been justifiably criticized by Reitler, 1913b, as requiring some qualification. What in fact happens is that significant secretions, such as semen, are replaced by indifferent ones. 1919. It is to be hoped that these very incomplete hints may serve to encourage others to undertake a more painstaking general study of the subject. 1909. 410. I myself have attempted to give a more elaborate account of dream symbolism in my introductory lectures on psychoanalysis. 1916, 17, Lecture X. 1919. I shall now append a few examples of the use of these symbols in dreams, with the idea of showing how impossible it becomes to arrive at the interpretation of a dream if one excludes dream symbolism, and how irresistibly one is driven to accept it in many cases. 1911. At the same time, however, I should like to utter an express warning against overestimating the importance of symbols in dream interpretation, against restricting the work of translating dreams merely to translating symbols, and against abandoning the technique of making use of the dreamer's associations. The two techniques of dream interpretation must be complementary to each other, but both in practice and in theory the first place continues to be held by the procedure which I began by describing and which attributes a decisive significance to the comments made by the dreamer, while the translation of symbols, as I have explained it, is also at our disposal as an auxiliary method. 1909. A hat as a symbol of a man or of male genitals. Extract from the dream of a young woman suffering from agoraphobia as a result of fears of seduction. I was walking in the street in the summer, wearing a straw hat of peculiar shape. Its middle piece was bent upwards, and its side pieces hung downwards. The description became hesitant at this point, in such a way that one side was lower than the other. I was cheerful and in a self-confident frame of mind, and as I passed a group of young officers, I thought, "None of you can do me any harm?" Since nothing occurred to her in connection with the hat in the dream, I said, "No doubt the hat was a male genital organ, with its middle piece sticking up and its two side pieces hanging down. It may seem strange, perhaps, that a hat should be a man, but you will remember the phrase unter die Haube kommen, to find a husband, literally, to come under the cap. Gehen." I intentionally gave her no interpretation of the detail about the two side pieces hanging down unevenly, though it is precisely details of this kind that must point the way in determining an interpretation. I went on to say that as she had a husband with such fine genitals, there was no need for her to be afraid of the officers. No need, that is, for her to wish for anything from them, since as a rule she was prevented from going for a walk unprotected and unaccompanied owing to her fantasies of being seduced. I had already been able to give her this last explanation of her anxiety on several occasions upon the basis of other material. The way in which the dreamer reacted to this material was most remarkable. She withdrew her description of the hat and maintained that she had never said that the two side pieces hung down. I was too certain of what I had heard to be led astray, and stuck to my guns. She was silent for a while, and then found enough courage to ask what was meant by one of her husband's testes hanging down lower than the other, and whether it was the same in all men. In this way, the remarkable detail of the hat was explained, and the interpretation accepted by her. At the time my patient told me this dream, I had long been familiar with the hat symbol. Other, less transparent cases had led me to suppose that a hat can also stand for female genitals, toe. 2. A little one, as the genital organ, being run over as a symbol of sexual intercourse. 1911. Another dream of the same agoraphobic patient. Her mother sent her little daughter away, so that she had to go by herself. Then she went in a train with her mother and saw her little one walk straight onto the rails so that she was bound to be run over. She heard the cracking of her bones. This produced an uncomfortable feeling in her, but no real horror. Then she looked round out of the window of the railway carriage to see whether the parts could not be seen behind. Then she reproached her mother for having made the little one go by herself. Analysis. It is no easy matter to give a complete interpretation of the dream. It formed part of a cycle of dreams and can only be fully understood if it is taken in connection with the others. There is difficulty in obtaining in sufficient isolation the material necessary for establishing the symbolism. In the first place, the patient declared that the train journey was to be interpreted historically, as an allusion to a journey she had taken when she was leaving a sanatorium for nervous diseases, with whose director, needless to say, she had been in love. Her mother had fetched her away, and the doctor had appeared at the station and handed her a bouquet of flowers as a parting present. It had been very awkward that her mother should have witnessed this tribute. At this point, then, her mother figured as interfering with her attempts at a love affair. and this had in fact been the part played by that severe lady during the patient's girlhood. Her next association related to the sentence, "She looked round to see whether the parts could not be seen from behind." The facade of the dream would of course lead one to think of the parts of her little daughter who had been run over and mangled, but her association led in quite another direction. She recollected having once seen her father naked in the bathroom from behind. She went on to talk of the distinctions between the sexes and laid stress on the fact that a man's genitals can be seen even from behind, but a woman's cannot. In this connection, she herself interpreted the little one as meaning the genitals and her little one, she had a 4-year-old daughter, as her own genitals. She reproached her mother with having expected her to live as though she had no genitals, and pointed out that the same reproach was expressed in the opening sentence of the dream. Her mother sent her little one away so that she had to go by herself. In her imagination, going by herself in the streets meant not having a man, not having any sexual relations. Quae in Latin, from which coitus is derived, means literally to go with, and she disliked that. Her accounts all went to show that when she was a girl she had in fact suffered from her mother's jealousy owing to the preference shown her by her father. 413. The deeper interpretation of this dream was shown by another dream of the same night, in which the dreamer identified herself with her brother. She had actually been a boyish girl and had often been told that she should have been a boy. This identification with her brother made it particularly clear that the little one meant a genital organ. Her mother was threatening him, or her, with castration, which could only have been a punishment for playing with her penis. Thus, the identification also proved that she herself had masturbated as a child, a memory which till then she had only had as applied to her brother. The information supplied by the second dream showed that she must have come to know about the male organ at an early age and have afterwards forgotten it. Further, the second dream alluded to the infantile sexual theory according to which girls are boys who have been castrated, cf. Freud, 1908c. When I suggested to her that she had had this childish belief, she at once confirmed the fact by telling me that she had heard the anecdote of the little boys saying to the little girl, "Cut off?" and of the little girls replying, "No, always been like that." Thus, the sending away of the little one, of the genital organ, in the first dream was also related to the threat of castration. Her ultimate complaint against her mother was for not having given birth to her as a boy. The fact that being run over symbolizes sexual intercourse would not be obvious from this dream, though it has been confirmed from many other sources. 3. The genitals represented by buildings, stairs, and shafts, 1911. Horn. The dream of a young man inhibited by his father complex. He was going for a walk with his father in a place which must certainly have been the Prater, 415, since he saw the rotunda, with a small annex in front of it to which a captive balloon was attached, though it looked rather limp. His father asked him what all this was for. He was surprised at his asking, but explained it to him. Then they came into a courtyard which had a large sheet of tin laid out in it. His father wanted to pull off a large piece of it, but first looked around to see if anyone was watching. He told him that he need only tell the foreman and he could take some without any bother. A staircase led down from this yard into a shaft whose walls were cushioned in some soft material, rather like a leather armchair. At the end of the shaft was a longish platform, and then another shaft started. Analysis. This dreamer belonged to a type whose therapeutic prospects are not favorable. Up to a certain point they offer no resistance at all to analysis, but from then onwards turn out to be almost inaccessible. He interpreted this dream almost unaided. The rotunda, he said, was my genitals, and the captive balloon in front of it was my penis, whose limpness I have reason to complain of. Going into greater detail then, we may translate the rotunda as the bottom, habitually regarded by children as part of the genitals, and the small annex in front of it as the scrotum. His father asked him in the dream what all this was, that is, what was the purpose and function of the genitals. It seemed plausible to reverse this situation and turn the dreamer into the questioner. Since he had in fact never questioned his father in this way, we had to look upon the dream thought as a wish, or take it as a conditional clause, such as, "If I had asked my father for sexual enlightenment." We shall presently find the continuation of this thought in another part of the dream. The courtyard in which the sheet of tin was spread out is not to be taken symbolically in the first instance. It was derived from the business premises of the dreamer's father. For reasons of discretion, I have substituted tin for another material in which his father actually dealt. But I have made no other change in the wording of the dream. The dreamer had entered his father's business and had taken violent objection to the somewhat dubious practices on which the firm's earnings in part depended. Consequently, the dream thought I have just interpreted may have continued in this way. If I had asked him, he would have deceived me just as he deceives his customers. As regards the pulling off, which served to represent his father's dishonesty in business, the dreamer himself produced a second explanation, namely that it stood for masturbating. Not only was I already familiar with this interpretation, see Pull 362 Note 2 above, but there was something to confirm it by the fact that the secret nature of masturbation was represented by its reverse. It might be done openly. Just as we should expect, the masturbatory activity was once again displaced onto the dreamer's father, like the questioning in the first scene of the dream. He promptly interpreted the shaft as a vagina, having regard to the soft cushioning of its walls. I added from my own knowledge derived elsewhere that climbing down, like climbing up in other cases, described sexual intercourse in the vagina. See my remarks in Freud 1910, quoted above, p. 368 and 2. The dreamer himself gave a biographical explanation of the fact that the first shaft was followed by a longish platform and then by another shaft. He had practiced intercourse for a time but had then given it up on account of inhibitions, and he now hoped to be able to resume it by the help of the treatment. The dream became more indistinct, however, towards the end, and it must seem probable to anyone who is familiar with these things that the influence of another topic was already making itself felt in the second scene of the dream and was hinted at by the father's business, by his deceitful conduct, and by the interpretation of the first shaft as a vagina. All this pointed to a connection with the dreamer's mother. 406. 4. The male organ represented by persons and the female organ by a landscape, 1911. The dream of an uneducated woman whose husband was a policeman, reported by B. Datner. Then someone broke into the house and she was frightened and called out for a policeman, but he had quietly gone into a church, into which a number of steps 418 led up, accompanied by 2 tramps. Behind the church there was a hill, 419, and above it a thick wood. The policeman was dressed in a helmet, brass collar and cloak. 421. He had a brown beard. The 2 tramps, who went along peaceably with the policeman, had sack-like aprons tied round their middles. 2. In front of the church, a path led up to the hill. On both sides of it, there grew grass and brushwood, which became thicker and thicker, and at the top of the hill, turned into a regular wood. V. Dreams of castration in children. 1910. A. A boy aged 3 years and 5 months, who obviously disliked the idea of his father's returning from the front, woke up one morning in a disturbed and excited state. He kept on repeating, "Why was Daddy carrying his head on a plate? Last night Daddy was carrying his head on a plate." B. A student who is now suffering from a severe obsessional neurosis remembers having repeatedly had the following dream during his 6th year. He went to the hairdresser's to have his hair cut. A big, severe-looking woman came up to him and cut his head off. He recognized the woman as his mother. 6. Urinary symbolism, 1914. The series of drawings reproduced on piece 624 were found by Ferenczi in a Hungarian comic paper called Fidibus, and he at once saw how well they could be used to illustrate the theory of dreams. Otto Rank has already reproduced them in a paper, 1912, A. 99. The drawings bear the title, A French Nurse's Dream, but it is only the last picture showing the nurse being woken up by the child's screams that tells us that the 7 previous pictures represent the phases of a dream. The first picture depicts the stimulus which should have caused the sleeper to wake. The little boy has become aware of a need and is asking for help in dealing with it. But in the dream, the dreamer, instead of being in the bedroom, is taking the child for a walk. In the second picture, she has already led him to a street corner where he is micturating and she can go on sleeping, but the arousal stimulus continues, indeed it increases. The little boy, finding he is not being attended to, screams louder and louder. The more imperiously he insists upon his nurse waking up and helping him, the more insistent becomes the dream's assurance that everything is all right and that there is no need for her to wake up. At the same time, the dream translates the increasing stimulus into the increasing dimensions of its symbols. The stream of water produced by the micturating boy becomes mightier and mightier. In the fourth picture, it is already large enough to float a rowing boat, but there follow a gondola, a sailing ship, and finally a liner. The ingenious artist has in this way cleverly depicted the struggle between an obstinate craving for sleep and an inexhaustible stimulus towards waking. 7. A Staircase, Dream, 1911. Reported and interpreted by Otto Rank. 3. I have to thank the same colleague to whom I owe the dream with a dental stimulus recorded on pp. 399, f below, for an equally transparent emission dream. I was running down the staircase of a block of flats in pursuit of a little girl who had done something to me in order to punish her. At the foot of the stairs, someone, a grown-up woman, stopped the child for me. I caught hold of her, but I don't know whether I hit her, for I suddenly found myself on the middle of the staircase copulating with the child as it were in the air. It was not a real copulation. I was only rubbing my genitals against her external genitals, and while I did so I saw them extremely distinctly, as well as her head, which was turned upwards and sideways. During the sexual act I saw hanging above me to my left, also as it were in the air, 2 small paintings, landscapes representing a house surrounded by trees. At the bottom of the smaller of these, instead of the painter's signature, I saw my own first name, as though it were intended as a birthday present for me. Then I saw a label in front of the 2 pictures, which said that cheaper pictures were also to be had. I then saw myself very indistinctly as though I were lying in bed on the landing, and I was woken up by the feeling of wetness caused by the emission I had had. Interpretation. On the evening of the dream day, the dreamer had been in a bookshop, and as he was waiting to be attended to, he had looked at some pictures which were on view there and which represented subjects similar to those in the dream. He went up close to one small picture which had particularly pleased him to look at the artist's name, but it had been quite unknown to him. Later the same evening, when he was with some friends, he had heard a story of a Bohemian servant girl who boasted that her illegitimate child had been made on the stairs. The dreamer had inquired the details of this rather unusual event and had learnt that the servant girl had gone home with her admirer to her parents' house, where there had been no opportunity for sexual intercourse, and in his excitement the man had copulated with her on the stairs. The dreamer had made a joking allusion to a malicious expression used to describe adulterated wines, and had said that in fact the child came of a cellar stair vintage. So much for the connections with the previous day, which appeared with some insistence in the dream content, and were reproduced by the dreamer without any difficulty. But he brought up no less easily an old fragment of infantile recollection, which had also found its use in the dream. The staircase belonged to the house where he had spent the greater part of his childhood, and, in particular, where he had first made conscious acquaintance with the problems of sex. He had frequently played on this staircase and, among other things, used to slide down the banisters, riding astride on them, which had given him sexual feelings. In the dream, too, he rushed down the stairs extraordinarily fast, so fast indeed that, according to his own specific account, he did not put his feet down on the separate steps, but flew down them, as people say. If the infantile experience is taken into account, the beginning part of the dream seems to represent the factor of sexual excitement. But the dreamer had also often romped in a sexual way with the neighbor's children on this same staircase and in the adjacent building, and had satisfied his desires in just the same way as he did in the dream. If we bear in mind that Freud's researches into sexual symbolism, 1910, see above, p. 368, have shown that stairs and going upstairs in dreams almost invariably stand for copulation, the dream becomes quite transparent. Its motive force, as indeed was shown by its outcome, an emission, was of a purely libidinal nature. The dreamer's sexual excitement was awakened during his sleep, this being represented in the dream by his rushing down the stairs. The sadistic element in the sexual excitement, based on the romping in childhood, was indicated by the pursuit and overpowering of the child. The libidinal excitement increased and pressed towards sexual action, represented in the dream by his catching hold of the child and conveying it to the middle of the staircase. Up to that point, the dream was only symbolically sexual and would have been quite unintelligible to any inexperienced dream interpreter. But symbolic satisfaction of that kind was not enough to guarantee a restful sleep in view of the strength of the libidinal excitation. The excitation led to an orgasm and thus revealed the fact that the whole staircase symbolism represented copulation. The present dream offers especially clear confirmation of Freud's view that one of the reasons for the use of going upstairs as a sexual symbol is the rhythmical character of both activities. For the dreamer expressly stated that the most clearly defined element in the whole dream was the rhythm of the sexual act and its up and down motion. I must add a word with regard to the 2 pictures which, apart from their real meaning, also figured in a symbolic sense as vibes builder. This was shown at once by there being a large picture and a small picture, just as a large or grown-up girl and a small one appeared in the dream. The fact that cheaper pictures were also to be had led to the prostitute complex, while on the other hand, the appearance of the dreamer's first name on the small picture and the idea of its being intended as a birthday present for him were hints at the parental complex. Born on the stairs, Ixels, begotten by copulation. The indistinct final scene, in which the dreamer saw himself lying in bed on the landing and had a feeling of wetness, seems to have pointed the way beyond infantile masturbation, still further back into childhood, and to have had its prototype in similarly pleasurable scenes of bedwetting. 8. A modified staircase. Dream, 1911. One of my patients, a man whose sexual abstinence was imposed on him by a severe neurosis, and whose unconscious fantasies were fixed upon his mother, had repeated dreams of going upstairs in her company. I once remarked to him that a moderate amount of masturbation would probably do him less harm than his compulsive self-restraint, and this provoked the following dream. His piano teacher reproached him for neglecting his piano playing and for not practicing Moscheles' Etudes and Clementi's Gradus ad Parnassum. By way of comment, he pointed out that gradus are also steps, and that the keyboard itself is a staircase, since it contains scales ladders. It is fair to say that there is no group of ideas that is incapable of representing sexual facts and wishes. 9. The feeling of reality and the representation of repetition, 1919. A man who is now 35 years old reported a dream which he remembered clearly and claimed to have had at the age of 4. The lawyer who had charge of his father's will, he had lost his father when he was 3, brought 2 large pears. He was given one of them to eat, the other lay on the windowsill in the sitting room. He awoke with a conviction of the reality of what he had dreamt and kept obstinately asking his mother for the second pear and insisted that it was on the windowsill. His mother had laughed at this. Analysis. The lawyer was a jovial old gentleman who, the dreamer seemed to remember, had really once brought some pears along. The windowsill was as he had seen it in the dream. Nothing else occurred to him in connection with it, only that his mother had told him a dream shortly before. She had had 2 birds sitting on her head and had asked herself when they would fly away. They did not fly away, but one of them flew to her mouth and sucked at it. The failure of the dreamer's associations gave us a right to attempt an interpretation by symbolic substitution. The 2 pears, pommes ou poires, were his mother's breasts which had given him nourishment. The windowsill was the projection formed by her bosom, like balconies in dreams of houses, see p368. His feeling of reality after waking was justified, for his mother had really suckled him, and had done so, in fact, for far longer than the usual time, and his mother's breast was still available to him. The dream must be translated: give or show me your breast again, mother, that I used to drink from in the past. In the past was represented by his eating one of the pears. Again was represented by his longing for the other. The temporal repetition of an act is regularly shown in dreams by the numerical multiplication of an object. It is most remarkable, of course, that symbolism should already be playing a part in the dream of a 4-year-old child, but this is the rule and not the exception. It may safely be asserted that dreamers have symbolism at their disposal from the very first. The following uninfluenced recollection by a lady who is now 27 shows at what an early age symbolism is employed outside dream life as well as inside it. She was between 3 and 4 years old. Her nursemaid took her to the lavatory along with a brother 11 months her junior and a girl cousin of an age between the other 2 to do their small business before going out for a walk. Being the eldest, she sat on the seat while the other 2 sat on chambers. She asked her cousin, "Have you got a purse too? Walter's got a little sausage. I've got a purse." Her cousin replied, "Yes, I've got a purse too." The nursemaid heard what they said with much amusement and reported the conversation to the children's mother, who reacted with a sharp reprimand. I will here interpolate a dream, recorded in a paper by Alfred Robertsek, 1912, in which the beautifully chosen symbolism made an interpretation possible with only slight assistance from the dreamer. X. The question of symbolism in the dreams of normal persons, 1914. One objection which is frequently brought forward by opponents of psychoanalysis, and which has lately been voiced by Havelock Ellis, 1911-168, argues that though dream symbolism may perhaps occur as a product of the neurotic mind, it is not to be found in normal persons. Now, psychoanalytic research finds no fundamental but only quantitative distinctions between normal and neurotic life, and indeed the analysis of dreams in which repressed complexes are operative alike in the healthy and the sick shows a complete identity both in their mechanisms and in their symbolism. The naive dreams of healthy people actually often contain a much simpler, more perspicuous and more characteristic symbolism than those of neurotics. For in the latter, as a result of the more powerful workings of the censorship and of the consequently more far-reaching dream distortion, the symbolism may be obscure and hard to interpret. The dream recorded below will serve to illustrate this fact. It was dreamt by a girl who is not neurotic but is of a somewhat prudish and reserved character. In the course of conversation with her, I learnt that she was engaged, but that there were some difficulties in the way of her marriage which were likely to lead to its postponement. Of her own accord, she told me the following dream. I arranged the center of a table with flowers for a birthday. 426. In reply to a question, she told me that in the dream she seemed to be in her own home, where she was not at present living, and had a feeling of happiness. Popular symbolism made it possible for me to translate the dream unaided. It was an expression of her bridal wishes. The table with its floral centerpiece symbolized herself and her genitals. She represented her wishes for the future as fulfilled, for her thoughts were already occupied with the birth of a baby, so her marriage lay a long way behind her. I pointed out to her that the center of a table was an unusual expression, which she admitted, but I could not, of course, question her further directly on that point. I carefully avoided suggesting the meaning of the symbols to her, and merely asked her what came into her head in connection with the separate parts of the dream. In the course of the analysis, her reserve gave place to an evident interest in the interpretation and to an openness made possible by the seriousness of the conversation. When I asked what flowers they had been, her first reply was, "Expensive flowers, one has to pay for them," and then that they had been lilies of the valley, violets and pinks or carnations. I assumed that the word lily appeared in the dream in its popular sense as a symbol of chastity. She confirmed this assumption, for her association to lily was purity. Valley is a frequent female symbol in dreams, so that the chance combination of the two symbols in the English name of the flower was used in the dream symbolism to stress the preciousness of her virginity. Expensive flowers, one has to pay for them, and to express her expectation that her husband would know how to appreciate its value. The phrase, expensive flowers, etc., as will be seen, had a different meaning in the case of each of the three flower symbols. Violets was ostensibly quite asexual, but very boldly, as it seemed to me, I thought I could trace a secret meaning for the word in an unconscious link with the French word viol, rape. To my surprise, the dreamer gave as an association the English word violate. The dream had made use of the great chance similarity between the words violet and violate. The difference in their pronunciation lies merely in the different stress upon their final syllables, in order to express in the language of flowers the dreamer's thoughts on the violence of defloration, another term that employs flower symbolism, and possibly also a masochistic trait in her character. A pretty instance of the verbal bridges, see piece 355 num, crossed by the paths leading to the unconscious. The words "one has to pay for them" signified having to pay with her life for being a wife and a mother. In connection with pinks, which she went on to call carnations, I thought of the connection between that word and carnal, but the dreamer's association to it was colour. She added that carnations were the flowers which her fiancé gave her frequently and in great numbers. At the end of her remarks, she suddenly confessed of her own accord that she had not told the truth. What had occurred to her had not been colour, but incarnation, the word I had expected. Incidentally, colour itself was not a very remote association, but was determined by the meaning of carnation, flesh colour, was determined, that is, by the same complex. This lack of straightforwardness showed that it was at this point that resistance was greatest, and corresponded to the fact that this was where the symbolism was most clear, and that the struggle between libido and its repression was at its most intense in relation to this phallic theme. The dreamer's comment to the effect that her fiancé frequently gave her flowers of that kind was an indication not only of the double sense of the word carnations, but also of their phallic meaning in the dream. The gift of flowers, an exciting factor of the dream derived from her current life, was used to express an exchange of sexual gifts. She was making a gift of her virginity and expected a full emotional and sexual life in return for it. At this point, too, the words "expensive flowers, one has to pay for them" must have had what was no doubt literally a financial meaning. Thus, the flower symbolism in this dream included virginal femininity, masculinity, and an allusion to defloration by violence. It is worth pointing out in this connection that sexual flower symbolism, which indeed occurs very commonly in other connections, symbolizes the human organs of sex by blossoms, which are the sexual organs of plants. It may perhaps be true in general that gifts of flowers between lovers have this unconscious meaning. The birthday for which she was preparing in the dream meant no doubt the birth of a baby. She was identifying herself with her fiancé and was representing him as arranging her for a birth, that is, as copulating with her. The latent thought may have run, "If I were he, I wouldn't wait. I would deflower my fiancée without asking her leave. I would use violence." This was indicated by the word violate, and in this way the sadistic component of the libido found expression. In a deeper layer of the dream, the phrase "I arrange" must no doubt have an autoerotic, that is to say, an infantile significance. The dreamer also revealed an awareness, which was only possible to her in a dream, of her physical deficiency. She saw herself like a table, without projections, and on that account laid all the more emphasis on the preciousness of the center. On another occasion, she used the words, "a centerpiece of flowers," that is to say, on her virginity. The horizontal attribute of a table must also have contributed something to the symbol. The concentration of the dream should be observed. There was nothing superfluous in it. Every word was a symbol. Later on, the dreamer produced an addendum to the dream. "I decorate the flowers with green crinkled paper." She added that it was fancy paper of the sort used for covering common flower pots. She went on, "To hide untidy things, whatever was to be seen, which was not pretty to the eye, there is a gap, a little space in the flowers. The paper looks like velvet or moss." To decorate, she gave the association decorum, as I had expected. She said the green color predominated and her association to it was hope, another link with pregnancy. In this part of the dream, the chief factor was not identification with a man. Ideas of shame and self-revelation came to the fore. She was making herself beautiful for him and was admitting physical defects, which she felt ashamed of and was trying to correct. Her associations, velvet and moss, were a clear indication of a reference to pubic hair. This dream then gave expression to thoughts of which the girl was scarcely aware in her waking life. Thoughts concerned with sensual love and its organs. She was being arranged for a birthday, that is, she was being copulated with. The fear of being deflowered was finding expression, and perhaps too ideas of pleasurable suffering. She admitted her physical deficiencies to herself and overcompensated for them by an overvaluation of her virginity. Her shame put forward as an excuse for the signs of sensuality the fact that its purpose was the production of a baby. Material considerations, too, alien to a lover's mind, found their way to expression. The affect attaching to this simple dream, a feeling of happiness, indicated that powerful emotional complexes had found satisfaction in it. Ferenczi, 1917, 427, has justly pointed out that the meaning of symbols and the significance of dreams can be arrived at with particular ease from the dreams of precisely those people who are uninitiated into psychoanalysis. At this point, I shall interpose a dream dreamt by a contemporary historical figure. I am doing so because in it, an object that would in any case appropriately represent a male organ has a further attribute which established it in the clearest fashion as a phallic symbol. The fact of a riding whip growing to an endless length could scarcely be taken to mean anything but an erection. Apart from this, too, the dream is an excellent instance of the way in which thoughts of a serious kind, far removed from anything sexual, can come to be represented by infantile sexual material. 11. A Dream of Bismarck's, 1928. In his Gedanken und Erinnerungen, 1890, 2, 194. English translation by A. J. Butler, Bismarck, The Man and the Statesman, 1898, 2, 209f. Bismarck quotes a letter written by him to the Emperor William I on December 18, 1881, in the course of which the following passage occurs. Your Majesty's communication encourages me to relate a dream which I had in the spring of 1863, in the hardest days of the conflict, from which no human eye could see any possible way out. I dreamt, as I related the first thing next morning to my wife and other witnesses, that I was riding on a narrow alpine path, precipice on the right, rocks on the left. The path grew narrower so that the horse refused to proceed, and it was impossible to turn round or dismount owing to lack of space. Then, with my whip in my left hand, I struck the smooth rock and called on God. The whip grew to an endless length. The rocky wall dropped like a piece of stage scenery and opened out a broad path with a view over hills and forests like a landscape in Bohemia. There were Prussian troops with banners, and even in my dream the thought came to me at once that I must report it to your Majesty. This dream was fulfilled, and I woke up rejoiced and strengthened. The action of this dream falls into two sections. In the first part, the dreamer found himself in an impasse from which he was miraculously rescued in the second part. The difficult situation in which the horse and its rider were placed is an easily recognizable dream picture of the statesman's critical position, which he may have felt with particular bitterness as he thought over the problems of his policy on the evening before the dream.
In the passage quoted above, Bismarck himself uses the same simile of there being no possible way out in describing the hopelessness of his position at the time. The meaning of the dream picture must therefore have been quite obvious to him. We are at the same time presented with a fine example of Silberer's functional phenomenon, pp. 507ff, the process taking place in the dreamer's mind, each of the solutions attempted by his thoughts being met in turn by insuperable obstacles, while nevertheless he could not and might not tear himself free from the consideration of those problems, were most appropriately depicted by the rider who could neither advance nor retreat. His pride, which forbade his thinking of surrendering or resigning, was expressed in the dream by the words, "It was impossible to turn round or dismount." In his quality of a man of action who exerted himself unceasingly and toiled for the good of others, Bismarck must have found it easy to liken himself to a horse, and in fact he did so on many occasions, for instance, in his well-known saying, "A good horse dies in harness." In this sense, the words, "the horse refused to proceed," meant nothing more nor less than that the overtired statesman felt a need to turn away from the cares of the immediate present. Or, to put it another way, that he was in the act of freeing himself from the bonds of the reality principle by sleeping and dreaming. The wish fulfillment, which became so prominent in the second part of the dream, was already hinted at in the words "alpine path." No doubt Bismarck already knew at that time that he was going to spend his next vacation in the Alps, at Gastein. Thus the dream, by conveying him thither, set him free at one blow from all the burdens of state business. In the second part of the dreamer's wishes were represented as fulfilled in two ways, undisguisedly and obviously, and in addition symbolically. Their fulfillment was represented symbolically by the disappearance of the obstructive rock and the appearance in its place of a broad path, the way out which he was in search of, in its most convenient form, and it was represented undisguisedly in the picture of the advancing Prussian troops. In order to explain this prophetic vision, there is no need whatever for constructing mystical hypotheses. Freud's theory of wish fulfillment fully suffices. Already at the time of this dream, Bismarck desired a victorious war against Austria as the best escape from Prussia's internal conflicts. Thus, the dream was representing this wish as fulfilled, just as is postulated by Freud, when the dreamer saw the Prussian troops with their banners in Bohemia, that is, in enemy country. The only peculiarity of the case was that the dreamer with whom we are here concerned was not content with the fulfillment of his wish in a dream, but knew how to achieve it in reality. One feature which cannot fail to strike anyone familiar with the psychoanalytic technique of interpretation is the riding whip, which grew to an endless length. Whips, sticks, lances, and similar objects are familiar to us as phallic symbols. But when a whip further possesses the most striking characteristic of a phallus, its extensibility, scarcely a doubt can remain. The exaggeration of the phenomenon, its growing to an endless length, seems to hint at a hypercathexis 429 from infantile sources. The fact that the dreamer took the whip in his hand was a clear allusion to masturbation, though the reference was not, of course, to the dreamer's contemporary circumstances, but to childish desires in the remote past. The interpretation discovered by Dr. Steckel, 1909-466 that in dreams left stands for what is wrong, forbidden, and sinful is much to the point here, for it might very well be applied to masturbation carried out in childhood in the face of prohibition. Between this deepest infantile stratum and the most superficial one, which was concerned with the statesman's immediate plans, it is possible to detect an intermediate layer which was related to both the others. The whole episode of a miraculous liberation from need by striking a rock and at the same time calling on God as a helper bears a remarkable resemblance to the biblical scene in which Moses struck water from a rock for the thirsting children of Israel. We may unhesitatingly assume that this passage was familiar in all its details to Bismarck, who came of a Bible-loving Protestant family. It would not be unlikely that in this time of conflict, Bismarck should compare himself with Moses, the leader, whom the people he sought to free rewarded with rebellion, hatred, and ingratitude. Here, then, we should have the connection with the dreamer's contemporary wishes. But on the other hand, the Bible passage contains some details which apply well to a masturbation fantasy. Moses seized the rod in the face of God's command, and the Lord punished him for this transgression by telling him that he must die without entering the promised land. The prohibited seizing of the rod, in the dream an unmistakably phallic one, the production of fluid from its blow, the threat of death, in these we find all the principal factors of infantile masturbation united. We may observe with interest the process of revision which has welded together these two heterogeneous pictures, originating, the one from the mind of a statesman of genius, and the other from the impulses of the primitive mind of a child, and which has by that means succeeded in eliminating all the distressing factors. The fact that seizing the rod was a forbidden and rebellious act was no longer indicated except symbolically by the left hand which performed it. On the other hand, God was called on in the manifest content of the dream as though to deny as ostentatiously as possible any thought of a prohibition or secret. Of the two prophecies made by God to Moses, that he should see the promised land but that he should not enter it, the first is clearly represented as fulfilled, the view over hills and forests, while the second, highly distressing one, was not mentioned at all. The water was probably sacrificed to the requirements of secondary revision, cf. Piece 493, TFS, which successfully endeavored to make this scene and the former one into a single unity. Instead of water, the rock itself fell. We should expect that at the end of an infantile masturbation fantasy, which included the theme of prohibition, the child would wish that the people in authority in his environment should learn nothing of what had happened. In the dream, this wish was represented by its opposite, a wish to report to the king immediately what had happened. But this reversal fitted in excellently and quite unobtrusively into the fantasy of victory contained in the superficial layer of dream thoughts and in a portion of the manifest content of the dream. A dream such as this of victory and conquest is often a cover for a wish to succeed in an erotic conquest. Certain features of the dream, such as for instance that an obstacle was set in the way of the dreamer's advance, but that after he had made use of the extensible whip, a broad path opened out, might point in that direction, but they afford an insufficient basis for inferring that a definite trend of thoughts and wishes of that kind ran through the dream. We have here a perfect example of completely successful dream distortion. Whatever was obnoxious in it was worked over so that it never emerged through the surface layer that was spread over it as a protective covering. In consequence of this, it was possible to avoid any release of anxiety. The dream was an ideal case of a wish successfully fulfilled without infringing the censorship, so that we may well believe that the dreamer awoke from it, rejoiced and strengthened. As a last example, here is 12. A Chemist's Dream, 1909. This was dreamt by a young man who was endeavoring to give up his habit of masturbating in favor of sexual relations with women. Preamble. On the day before he had the dream, he had been instructing a student on the subject of Grignard's reaction, in which magnesium is dissolved in absolutely pure ether through the catalytic action of iodine. 2 days earlier, when the same reaction was being carried out, an explosion had occurred which had burnt the hand of one of the workers. Dream. I. He was supposed to be making phenylmagnesium bromide. He saw the apparatus with particular distinctness, but had substituted himself for the magnesium. He now found himself in a singularly unstable state. He kept on saying to himself, "This is all right, things are working, my feet are beginning to dissolve already, my knees are getting soft." Then he put out his hands and felt his feet. Meanwhile, how he could not tell, he pulled his legs out of the vessel and said to himself once more, "This can't be right. Yes, it is, though." At this point he partly woke up and went through the dream to himself, so as to be able to report it to me. He was positively frightened of the solution 430 of the dream. He felt very much excited during this period of semi-sleep and kept repeating, "Phenyl, phenyl, 2. He was attoting with his whole family and was due to be at the Schottentor 431 at 11:30 to meet a particular lady. But he only woke at 11:30 and said to himself, "It's too late. You can't get there before 12:30. The next moment, he saw the whole family sitting round the table. He saw his mother particularly clearly, and the maidservant carrying the soup tureen. So he thought, well, as we've started dinner, it's too late for me to go out. Analysis. He had no doubt that even the first part of the dream had some connection with the lady whom he was to meet. He had had the dream during the night before the expected rendezvous. He thought the student to whom he had given the instructions a particularly unpleasant person. He had said to him, "That's not right," because the magnesium showed no signs of being affected, and the student had replied as though he were quite unconcerned. "No, nor it is." The student must have stood for himself, the patient, who was just as indifferent about the analysis as the student was about the synthesis. The he in the dream who carried out the operation stood for me. How unpleasant I must think him for being so indifferent about the result. On the other hand, he, the patient, was the material which was being used for the analysis, or synthesis. What was in question was the success of the treatment. The reference to his legs in the dream reminded him of an experience of the previous evening. He had been having a dancing lesson and had met a lady of whom he had been eager to make a conquest. He clasped her to himself so tightly that on one occasion she gave a scream. As he relaxed his pressure against her legs, he felt her strong responsive pressure against the lower part of his thighs as far down as his knees, the point mentioned in his dream. So that in this connection it was the woman who was the magnesium in the retort. Things were working at last. He was feminine in relation to me, just as he was masculine in relation to the woman. If it was working with the lady, it was working with him in the treatment. His feeling himself and the sensations in his knees pointed to masturbation and fitted in with his fatigue on the previous day. His appointment with the lady had in fact been for 11:30. His wish to miss it by oversleeping and to stay with his sexual objects at home, that is, to keep to masturbation, corresponded to his resistance. In connection with his repeating the word phenyl, he told me that he had always been very fond of all these radicals ending in UIL, because they were so easy to use, benzyl, acetyl, etc. This explained nothing, but when I suggested schlemiel to him as another radical in the series, 32, he laughed heartily and told me that in the course of the summer he had read a book by Marcel Prévost in which there was a chapter on les exclus de l'amour, which in fact included some remarks upon les schlemiliers. When he read them, he had said to himself, "This is just what I'm like." If he had missed the appointment, it would have been another example of his schlemialness. It would seem that the occurrence of sexual symbolism in dreams has already been experimentally confirmed by some work carried out by K. Schroeter on lines proposed by H. Swoboda. Subjects under deep hypnosis were given suggestions by Schroeter, and these led to the production of dreams, a large part of whose content was determined by the suggestions. If he gave a suggestion that the subject should dream of normal or abnormal sexual intercourse, the dream, in obeying the suggestion, would make use of symbols familiar to us from psychoanalysis in place of the sexual material. For instance, when a suggestion was made to a female subject that she should dream of having homosexual intercourse with a friend, the friend appeared in the dream carrying a shabby handbag with a label stuck on it bearing the words, "Ladies Only." The woman who dreamt this was said never to have had any knowledge of symbolism in dreams or of their interpretation. Difficulties are, however, thrown in the way of our forming an opinion of the value of these interesting experiments by the unfortunate circumstance that Dr. Schroeter committed suicide soon after making them. The only record of them is to be found in a preliminary communication published in the Zentralblatt für Psychoanalyse Schroeter 1912, 1914. Similar findings were published by Rothenstein in 1923. Some experiments made by Bettelheim and Hartmann, 1924, were of particular interest since they made no use of hypnosis. These experimenters related anecdotes of a coarsely sexual character to patients suffering from Korsakoff's syndrome and observed the distortions which occurred when the anecdotes were reproduced by the patients in these confusional states. They found that the symbols familiar to us from the interpretation of dreams made their appearance, e.g., going upstairs, stabbing and shooting as symbols of copulation, and knives and cigarettes as symbols of the penis. The authors attached special importance to the appearance of the symbol of a staircase, for, as they justly observed, no conscious desire to distort could have arrived at a symbol of such a kind. 925. It is only now, after we have properly assessed the importance of symbolism in dreams, that it becomes possible for us to take up the theme of typical dreams, which was broken off on p. 293 above, 1914. I think we are justified in dividing such dreams roughly into two classes, those which really always have the same meaning and those which, in spite of having the same or a similar content, must nevertheless be interpreted in the greatest variety of ways. Among typical dreams of the first class, I have already, p. 291 dealt in some detail with examination dreams, 1909. Dreams of missing a train deserve to be put alongside examination dreams on account of the similarity of their affect, and their explanation shows that we shall be right in doing so. They are dreams of consolation for another kind of anxiety felt in sleep, the fear of dying. Departing on a journey is one of the commonest and best authenticated symbols of death. These dreams say in a consoling way, "Don't worry, you won't die, depart." Just as examination dreams say, soothingly, "Don't be afraid, no harm will come to you this time either." The difficulty of understanding both these kinds of dreams is due to the fact that the feeling of anxiety is attached precisely to the expression of consolation. 11. 43. The meaning of dreams with a dental stimulus. CFP 247. 434, which I often had to analyze in patients, escaped me for a long time because, to my surprise, there were invariably two strong resistances against their interpretation. Overwhelming evidence left me at last in no doubt that in males the motive force of these dreams was derived from nothing other than the masturbatory desires of the pubertal period. I will analyze two dreams of this kind, one of which is also a flying dream. They were both dreamt by the same person, a young man with strong homosexual leanings which were, however, inhibited in real life. He was attending a performance of Fidelio and was sitting in the stalls at the opera beside L, a man who was congenial to him and with whom he would have liked to make friends. Suddenly, he flew through the air right across the stalls, put his hand in his mouth and pulled out two of his teeth. He himself said of the flight that it was as though he was being thrown into the air. Since it was a performance of Fidelio, the words "Wer einholdes Weiberungen" might have seemed appropriate, but the gaining of even the loveliest woman was not among the dreamer's wishes. Two other lines were more to the point. "Wem der große Wurf gelungen, eines Freundes Freund zu sein." 435. The dream in fact contained this great throw, which however was not only a wish fulfillment, it also concealed the painful reflection that the dreamer had often been unlucky in his attempts at friendship and had been thrown out. It concealed too his fear that this misfortune might be repeated in relation to the young man by whose side he was enjoying the performance of Fidelio. And now followed what the fastidious dreamer regarded as a shameful confession, that once, after being rejected by one of his friends, he had masturbated twice in succession in the state of sensual excitement provoked by his desire. Here is the second dream. He was being treated by two university professors of his acquaintance instead of by me. One of them was doing something to his penis. He was afraid of an operation. The other was pushing against his mouth with an iron rod, so that he lost one or two of his. It can scarcely be doubted that his dream had a sexual meaning. The silk cloths identified him with a homosexual whom he knew. The dreamer had never carried out coitus and had never aimed at having sexual intercourse with men in real life, and he pictured sexual intercourse on the model of the pubertal masturbation with which he had once been familiar. The many modifications of the typical dream with a dental stimulus, dreams, for instance, of a tooth being pulled out by someone else, etc., are, I think, to be explained in the same way. 436. It may, however, puzzle us to discover how dental stimuli have come to have this meaning. But I should like to draw attention to the frequency with which sexual repression makes use of transpositions from a lower to an upper part of the body. 437. Thanks to them, it becomes possible in hysteria for all kinds of sensations and intentions to be put into effect, if not where they properly belong, in relation to the genitals, at least in relation to other unobjectionable parts of the body. One instance of a transposition of this kind is the replacement of the genitals by the face in the symbolism of unconscious thinking. Linguistic usage follows the same line in recognizing the buttocks, Hinterbacken, literally back cheeks, as homologous to the cheeks, and by drawing a parallel between the labia and the lips which frame the aperture of the mouth. Comparisons between nose and penis are common, and the similarity is made more complete by the presence of hair in both places. The one structure which affords no possibility of an analogy is the teeth, and it is precisely this combination of similarity and dissimilarity which makes the teeth so appropriate for representational purposes when pressure is being exercised by sexual repression. I cannot pretend that the interpretation of dreams with a dental stimulus as dreams of masturbation, an interpretation whose correctness seems to me beyond doubt, has been entirely cleared up. I have given what explanation I can and must leave what remains unsolved, but I may draw attention to another parallel to be found in linguistic usage. In our part of the world, the act of masturbation is vulgarly described as sich einen ausreißen or sich einen herunterreißen, literally pulling one out or pulling one down. I know nothing of the source of this terminology or of the imagery on which it is based, but a tooth would fit very well into the first of the two phrases. According to popular belief, dreams of teeth being pulled out are to be interpreted as meaning the death of a relative, but psychoanalysis can at most confirm this interpretation only in the joking sense I have alluded to above. In this connection, however, I will quote a dream with a dental stimulus that has been put at my disposal by Otto Rank, a colleague of mine who has for some time been taking a lively interest in the problems of dream interpretation, has sent me the following contribution to the subject of dreams with a dental stimulus. A short time ago I had a dream that I was at the dentist's and he was drilling a back tooth in my lower jaw. He worked on it so long that the tooth became useless. He then seized it with a forceps and pulled it out with an effortless ease that excited my astonishment. He told me not to bother about it, for it was not the tooth that he was really treating, and put it on the table, where the tooth, as it now seemed to me, an upper incisor, fell apart into several layers. I got up from the dentist's chair, went closer to it with a feeling of curiosity, and raised a medical question which interested me. The dentist explained to me, while he separated out the various portions of the strikingly white tooth and crushed them up, pulverized them with an instrument, that it was connected with puberty, and that it was only before puberty that teeth came out so easily, and that in the case of women, the decisive factor was the birth of a child. I then became aware, while I was half asleep, I believe, that the dream had been accompanied by an emission, which I could not attach with certainty, however, to any particular part of the dream. I was most inclined to think that it had already occurred while the tooth was being pulled out. I then went on to dream of an occurrence which I can no longer recall, but which ended with my leaving my hat and coat somewhere, possibly in the dentist's cloakroom, in the hope that someone would bring them after me, and with my hurrying off, dressed only in my overcoat, to catch a train which was starting. I succeeded at the last moment in jumping onto the hindmost carriage where someone was already standing. I was not able, though, to make my way into the inside of the carriage, but was obliged to travel in an uncomfortable situation from which I tried, successfully in the end, to escape. We entered a big tunnel, and two trains, going in the opposite direction to us, passed through our train as if it were the tunnel. I was looking into a carriage window, as though I were outside. The following experiences and thoughts from the previous day provide material for an interpretation of the dream. I had in fact been having dental treatment recently, and at the time of the dream I was having continual pain in the tooth in the lower jaw which was being drilled in the dream, and at which the dentist had, again in reality, worked longer than I liked. On the morning of the dream day, I had once more been to the dentist on account of the pain, and he had suggested to me that I should have another tooth pulled out in the same jaw as the one he had been treating, saying that the pain probably came from this other one. This was a wisdom tooth which I was cutting just then. I had raised a question touching his medical conscience in that connection. 2. On the afternoon of the same day, I had been obliged to apologize to a lady for the bad temper I was in owing to my toothache, whereupon she had told me she was afraid of having a root pulled out, the crown of which had crumbled away almost entirely. She thought that pulling out eye teeth was especially painful and dangerous, although on the other hand one of her acquaintances had told her that it was easier to pull out teeth in the upper jaw, which was where hers was. This acquaintance had also told her that he had once had the wrong tooth pulled out under an anesthetic, and this had increased her dread of the necessary operation. She had then asked me whether eye teeth were molars or canines, and what was known about them. I pointed out to her, on the one hand, the superstitious element in all these opinions, though at the same time I emphasized the nucleus of truth in certain popular views. She was then able to repeat to me what she believed was a very old and widespread popular belief, that if a pregnant woman had toothache she would have a boy. 3. This saying interested me in connection with what Freud says in his interpretation of dreams on the typical meaning of dreams with a dental stimulus as substitutes for masturbation, since in the popular saying, quoted by the lady, a tooth and male genitals, or a boy, were also brought into relation with each other. On the evening of the same day, therefore, I read through the relevant passage in the interpretation of dreams and found there amongst other things the following statements whose influence upon my dream may be observed just as clearly as that of the other two experiences I have mentioned. Freud writes of dreams with a dental stimulus that, in males, the motive force of these dreams was derived from nothing other than the masturbatory desires of the pubertal period, part 396. And further, the many modifications of the typical dream with a dental stimulus, dreams, for instance, of a tooth being pulled out by someone else, etc., are, I think, to be explained in the same way. It may, however, puzzle us to discover how dental stimuli should have come to have this meaning, but I should like to draw attention to the frequency with which sexual repression makes use of transpositions from a lower to an upper part of the body. In the present dream, from the lower jaw to the upper jaw. Thanks to them, it becomes possible in hysteria for all kinds of sensations and intentions to be put into effect, if not where they properly belong, in relation to the genitals, at least in relation to other unobjectionable parts of the body. Pishas 398. And again, but I may draw attention to another parallel to be found in linguistic usage. In our part of the world, the act of masturbation is vulgarly described as sich einen ausreißen or sich einen herunterreißen. Pater 398. I was already familiar with this expression in my early youth as a description of masturbation, and no experienced dream interpreter will have any difficulty in finding his way from here to the infantile material underlying the dream. I will only add that the ease with which the tooth in the dream, which after its extraction turned into an upper incisor, came out, reminded me of an occasion in my childhood on which I myself pulled out a loose upper front tooth easily and without pain. This event, which I can still remember clearly today in all its details, occurred at the same early period to which my first conscious attempts at masturbation go back. This was a screen memory. Freud's reference to a statement by C.G. Jung to the effect that dreams with a dental stimulus occurring in women have the meaning of birth dreams, Pila 398 to footnote, as well as the popular belief in the significance of toothache in pregnant women, accounted for the contrast drawn in the dream between the decisive factor in the case of females and of males, puberty. In this connection, I recall an earlier dream of mine which I had soon after a visit to the dentist, and in which I dreamt that the gold crowns which had just been fixed fell out. This annoyed me very much in the dream on account of the considerable expense in which I had been involved, and which I had not yet quite got over at the time. This other dream now became intelligible to me, in view of a certain experience of mine, as a recognition of the material advantages of masturbation over object love. The latter, from an economic point of view, was in every respect less desirable. The gold crowns, 41. And I believe that the lady's remark about the significance of toothache in pregnant women had reawakened these trains of thought in me. So much for the interpretation put forward by my colleague, which is most enlightening and to which I think no objections can be raised. I have nothing to add to it, except perhaps a hint at the probable meaning of the second part of the dream. This seems to have represented the dreamer's transition from masturbation to sexual intercourse, which was apparently accomplished with great difficulty, beyond the tunnel through which the trains went in and out in various directions, as well as the danger of the latter, between pregnancy and the overcoat, CP 208F. The dreamer made use for this purpose of the verbal bridges Zahn ziehen, Zug, and Zahn reißen, Reisen. On the other hand, theoretically, the case seems to me interesting in two respects. In the first place, it brings evidence in favor of Freud's discovery that ejaculation in a dream accompanies the act of pulling out a tooth. In whatever form the emission may appear, we are obliged to regard it as a masturbatory satisfaction brought about without the assistance of any mechanical stimulation. Moreover, in this case, the satisfaction accompanying the emission was not, as it usually is, directed to an object, even if only to an imaginary one, but had no object, if one may say so. It was completely autoerotic, or at the most showed a slight trace of. The second point, which seems to me to deserve emphasis, is the following. It may plausibly be objected that there is no need at all to regard the present case as confirming Freud's view, since the events of the previous day would be sufficient in themselves to make the content of the dream intelligible. The dreamer's visit to the dentist, his conversation with the lady, and his reading of the interpretation of dreams would quite sufficiently explain how he came to produce this dream, especially as his sleep was disturbed by toothache. They would even explain, if need be, how the dream served to dispose of the pain which was disturbing his sleep, by means of the idea of getting rid of the painful tooth and by simultaneously drowning with libido the painful sensation which the dreamer feared. But even if we make the greatest possible allowance for all this, it cannot be seriously maintained that the mere reading of Freud's explanations could have established in the dreamer the connection between pulling out a tooth and the act of masturbation, or could even have put that connection into operation, unless it had been laid down long since, as the dreamer himself admits it was, in the phrase sich einen ausreißen. This connection may have been revived not only by his conversation with the lady, but by a circumstance which he reported subsequently. For in reading the interpretation of dreams, he had been unwilling, for comprehensible reasons, to believe in this typical meaning of dreams with a dental stimulus, and had felt a desire to know whether that meaning applied to all dreams of that sort. The present dream confirmed the fact that this was so, at least as far as he was concerned, and thus showed him why it was that he had been obliged to feel doubts on the subject. In this respect, too, therefore, the dream was the fulfillment of a wish, namely, the wish to convince himself of the range of application and the validity of this view of Freud's. The second group of typical dreams included those in which the dreamer flies or floats in the air, falls, swims, etc. What is the meaning of such dreams? It is impossible to give a general reply. As we shall hear, they mean something different in every instance. It is only the raw material of sensations contained in them, which is always derived from the same source, 1909. The information provided by psychoanalyses forces me to conclude that these dreams, too, reproduce impressions of childhood. They relate, that is, to games involving movement, which are extraordinarily attractive to children. There cannot be a single uncle who has not shown a child how to fly by rushing across the room with him in his outstretched arms, or who has not played at letting him fall by riding him on his knee and then suddenly stretching out his leg, or by holding him up high and then suddenly pretending to drop him. Children are delighted by such experiences and never tire of asking to have them repeated, especially if there is something about them that causes a little fright or giddiness. In after years they repeat these experiences in dreams, but in the dreams they leave out the hands which held them up so that they float or fall unsupported. The delight taken by young children in games of this kind, as well as in swings and seesaws, is well known. When they come to see acrobatic feats in a circus, their memory of such games is revived. Hysterical attacks in boys sometimes consist merely in reproductions of feats of this kind, carried out with great skill. It not uncommonly happens that these games of movement, though innocent in themselves, give rise to sexual feelings. Childish romping, hetzen, if I may use a word which commonly describes all such activities, is what is being repeated in dreams of flying, falling, giddiness, and so on, while the pleasurable feelings attached to these experiences are transformed into anxiety. But often enough, as every mother knows, romping among children actually ends in squabbling and tears, in 100. Thus I have good grounds for rejecting the theory that what provokes dreams of flying and falling is the state of our tactile feelings during sleep or sensations of the movement of our lungs, and so on. In my view, these sensations are themselves reproduced as part of the memory to which the dream goes back. That is to say, they are part of the content of the dream and not its source. 1900. 43. This material, then, consisting of sensations of movement of similar kinds and derived from the same source, is used to represent dream. Thoughts of every possible sort. Dreams of flying or floating in the air, as a rule, pleasurably toned, require the most various interpretations. With some people, these interpretations have to be of an individual character, whereas with others, they may even be of a typical kind. One of my women patients used very often to dream that she was floating at a certain height over the street without touching the ground. She was very short, and she dreaded the contamination involved in contact with other people. Her floating dream fulfilled her two wishes by raising her feet from the ground and lifting her head into a higher stratum of air. In other women, I have found that flying dreams expressed a desire to be like a bird, while other dreamers became angels during the night because they had not been called angels during the day. The close connection of flying with the idea of birds explains how it is that in men flying dreams usually have a grossly sensual meaning. And we shall not be surprised when we hear that some dreamer or other is very proud of his powers of flight. 1909. Dr. Paul Federn of Vienna, and later of New York, has put forward 5. The attractive theory that a good number of these flying dreams are dreams of erection. For the remarkable phenomenon of erection, around which the human imagination has constantly played, cannot fail to be impressive, involving as it does an apparent suspension of the laws of gravity. Cf. In this connection, The Winged Phalli of the Ancients, 1911. It is a remarkable fact that Morley Vold, a sober-minded investigator of dreams and one who is disinclined to interpretation of any kind, also supports the erotic interpretation of flying or floating dreams. Vold, 1910, 12-2, 791. He speaks of the erotic factor as the most powerful motive for floating dreams, draws attention to the intense feeling of vibration in the body that accompanies such dreams, and points to the frequency with which they are connected with erections or emissions. 1914. Dreams of falling, on the other hand, are more often characterized by anxiety. Their interpretation offers no difficulty in the case of women, who almost always accept the symbolic use of falling as a way of describing a surrender to an erotic temptation. Nor have we yet exhausted the infantile sources of dreams of falling. Almost every child has fallen down at one time or other and afterwards been picked up and petted, or if he has fallen out of his cot at night, has been taken into bed with his mother or nurse. 1909. People who have frequent dreams of swimming and who feel great joy in cleaving their way through the waves and so on, have as a rule been bedwetters and are repeating in their dreams a pleasure which they have long learnt to forego. We shall learn presently, before Tantentender, from more than one example what it is that dreams of swimming are most easily used to represent. 1909. The interpretation of dreams of fire justifies the nursery law which forbids a child to play with fire, so that he shall not wet his bed at night. For in their case too there is an underlying recollection of the enuresis of childhood. In my fragment of an analysis of a case of hysteria, 1905E, Part 2, Dora's First Dream, I have given a complete analysis and synthesis of a fire dream of this kind in connection with the dreamer's case history, and I have shown what impulses of adult years this infantile material can be used to represent. 1911. It would be possible to mention a whole number of other typical dreams if we take the term to mean that the same manifest dream content is frequently to be found in the dreams of different dreamers. For instance, we might mention dreams of passing through narrow streets or of walking through whole suites of rooms, P 235, and dreams of burglars, against whom, incidentally, nervous people take precautions before they go to sleep, P 413F. Dreams of being pursued by wild animals, or by bulls or horses, P 419, or of being threatened with knives, daggers or lances. These last two classes being characteristic of the manifest content of the dreams of people who suffer from anxiety, and many more. An investigation specially devoted to this material would thoroughly repay the labor involved, but instead of this I have 446 observations to make, though these do not apply exclusively to typical dreams. 1909. The more one is concerned with the solution of dreams, the more one is driven to recognize that the majority of the dreams of adults deal with sexual material and give expression to erotic wishes. A judgment on this point can be formed only by those who really analyze dreams, that is to say, who make their way through their manifest content to the latent dream. Thoughts, and never by those who are satisfied with making a note of the manifest content alone, like Nacker, for instance, in his writings on sexual dreams. Let me say at once that this fact is not in the least surprising, but is in complete harmony with the principles of my explanation of dreams. No other instinct has been subjected since childhood to so much suppression as the sexual instinct with its numerous components. My 3 essays on the theory of sexuality, 1905D. From no other instinct are so many and such powerful unconscious wishes left over, ready to produce dreams in a state of sleep. In interpreting dreams, we should never forget the significance of sexual complexes, though we should also, of course, avoid the exaggeration of attributing exclusive importance to them. 1909. We can assert of many dreams, if they are carefully interpreted, that they are bisexual, since they unquestionably admit of an over-interpretation in which the dreamer's homosexual impulses are realized. Impulses, that is, which are contrary to his normal sexual activities. To maintain, however, as do Stekel, 1911, 71, and Adler, 1910, etc., that all dreams are to be interpreted bisexually appears to me to be a generalization which is equally undemonstrable and unplausible, and which I am not prepared to support. In particular, I cannot dismiss the obvious fact that there are numerous dreams which satisfy needs other than those which are erotic in the widest sense of the word, dreams of hunger and thirst, dreams of convenience, etc. So too, such statements as that the spectre of death is to be found behind every dream, Stekel, 1911, 34, or that every dream shows an advance from the feminine to the masculine line, Adler, 1910, appear to me to go far beyond anything that can be legitimately maintained in dream interpretation, 1911. The assertion that all dreams require a sexual interpretation, against which critics rage so incessantly, occurs nowhere in my interpretation of dreams. It is not to be found in any of the numerous editions of this book, and is in obvious contradiction to other views expressed in it. 919. 47. I have already shown elsewhere, p. 206, SF that strikingly innocent dreams may embody crudely erotic wishes, and I could confirm this by many new instances. But it is also true that many dreams which appear to be indifferent, and which one would not regard as in any respect peculiar, led back on analysis to wishful impulses which are unmistakably sexual and often of an unexpected sort. Who, for instance, would have suspected the presence of a sexual wish in the following dream before it had been interpreted? The dreamer gave this account of it. Standing back a little behind two stately palaces was a little house with closed doors. My wife led me along the piece of street up to the little house and pushed the door open. I then slipped quickly and easily into the inside of a court which rose in an incline. Anyone, however, who has had a little experience in translating dreams will at once reflect that penetrating into narrow spaces and opening closed doors are among the commonest sexual symbols, and will easily perceive in this dream a representation of an attempt at coitus a tergo between the two stately buttocks of the female body. The narrow passage rising in an incline stood, of course, for the vagina. The assistance attributed by the dreamer to his wife forces us to conclude that in reality it was only consideration for her that restrained the dreamer from making attempts of this kind. It turned out that on the dream day a girl had come to live in the dreamer's household who had attracted him and had given him the impression that she would raise no great objections to an approach of that kind. The little house between the two palaces was a reminiscence of the Hradčin citadel in Prague, and was a further reference to the same girl who came from that place, 1909. When I insist to one of my patients on the frequency of Oedipus dreams, in which the dreamer has sexual intercourse with his own mother, he often replies, "I have no recollection of having had any such dream." Immediately afterwards, however, a memory will emerge of some other inconspicuous and indifferent dream which the patient has dreamt repeatedly. Analysis then shows that this is in fact a dream with the same content, once more an Oedipus dream. I can say with certainty that disguised dreams of sexual intercourse with the dreamer's mother are many times more frequent than straightforward ones. 1909, 448. In some dreams of landscapes or other localities, emphasis is laid in the dream itself on a convinced feeling of having been there once before. Occurrences of déjà vu in dreams have a special meaning. 49. These places are invariably the genitals of the dreamer's mother. There is indeed no other place about which one can assert with such conviction that one has been there once before. 1909. On one occasion only I was perplexed by an obsessional neurotic who told me a dream in which he was visiting a house that he had been in twice before. But this particular patient had told me a considerable time before of an episode during his 6th year. On one occasion he had been sharing his mother's bed and misused the opportunity by inserting his finger into her genitals while she was asleep. 1914. A large number of dreams, 150 often accompanied by anxiety and having as their content such subjects as passing through narrow spaces or being in water, are based upon fantasies of intrauterine life, of existence in the womb, and of the act of birth. What follows was the dream of a young man who, in his imagination, had taken advantage of an intrauterine opportunity of watching his parents copulating. He was in a deep pit with a window in it like the one in the Semmering tunnel. At first he saw an empty landscape through the window, but then invented a picture to fit the space, which immediately appeared and filled in the gap. The picture represented a field which was being ploughed up deeply by some implement, and the fresh air together with the idea of hard work which accompanied the scene and the blue-black clods of earth produced a lovely impression. He then went on further and saw a book upon education open in front of him, and was surprised that so much attention was devoted in it to the sexual feelings of children, and this led him to think of me. And here is a pretty water dream, dreamt by a woman patient, which served a special purpose in the treatment. At her summer holiday resort by the lake of, she dived into the dark water just where the pale moon was mirrored in it. Dreams like this one are birth dreams. Their interpretation is reached by reversing the event reported in the manifest dream. Thus, instead of diving into the water, we have coming out of the water, i.e., being born. We can discover the locality from which a child is born by calling to mind the slang use of the word lune in French, viz. Bottom. The pale moon was thus the white bottom which children are quick to guess that they came out of. What was the meaning of the patient's wishing to be born at her summer holiday resort? I asked her, and she replied without hesitation, "Isn't it just as though I had been reborn through the treatment?" Thus the dream was an invitation to me to continue treating her at the holiday resort, that is, to visit her there. Perhaps there was a very timid hint in it too of the patient's wish to become a mother herself. 453. I will quote another birth dream together with its interpretation from a paper by Ernest Jones, 1910b, or 4. She stood on the seashore watching a small boy, who seemed to be hers, wading into the water. This he did till the water covered him and she could only see his head bobbing up and down near the surface. The scene then changed into the crowded hall of an hotel. Her husband left her and she entered into conversation with a stranger. The second half of the dream revealed itself in the analysis as representing a flight from her husband and the entering into intimate relations with a third person. The first part of the dream was a fairly evident birth fantasy. In dreams, as in mythology, the delivery of the child from the uterine waters is commonly presented by distortion as the entry of the child into water. Among many others, the births of Adonis, Osiris, Moses, and Bacchus are well-known illustrations of this. The bobbing up and down of the head into the water at once recalled to the patient the sensation of quickening she had experienced in her only pregnancy. Thinking of the boy going into the water induced a reverie in which she saw herself taking him out of the water, carrying him to a nursery, washing him and dressing him, and installing him in her household. The second half of the dream therefore represented thoughts concerning the elopement that belonged to the first half of the underlying latent content. The first half of the dream corresponded with the second half of the latent content, the birth fantasy. Besides this inversion in order, further inversions took place in each half of the dream. In the first half, the child entered the water, and then his head bobbed. In the underlying dream, thoughts first, the quickening occurred, and then the child left the water, a double inversion. In the second half, her husband left her. In the dream thoughts, she left her husband. Abraham, 1909, 22, has reported another birth dream, dreamt by a young woman who was facing her first confinement. A subterranean channel led directly into the water from a place in the floor of her room, genital canal, amniotic fluid. She raised a trapdoor in the floor, and a creature dressed in brown fur, very much resembling a seal, promptly appeared. This creature turned out to be the dreamer's younger brother, to whom she had always been like a mother, 1911. Rank, 1912a, has shown from a series of dreams that birth dreams make use of the same symbolism as dreams with a urinary stimulus. The erotic stimulus is represented in the latter as a urinary stimulus, and the stratification of meaning in these dreams corresponds to a change that has come over the meaning of the symbol since infancy. 1914. This is an appropriate point at which to return to a topic that was broken off in an earlier chapter. Piha 257. 455. The problem of the part played in the formation of dreams by organic stimuli which disturb sleep. Dreams which come about under their influence openly exhibit not only the usual tendency to wish fulfillment and to serving the end of convenience, but very often a perfectly transparent symbolism as well. For it not infrequently happens that a stimulus awakens a dreamer after a vain attempt has been made to deal with it in a dream under a symbolic disguise. This applies to dreams of emission or orgasm as well as to those provoked by a need to micturate or defecate. The peculiar nature of emission dreams not only puts us in a position to reveal directly certain sexual symbols which are already known as being typical but which have nevertheless been violently disputed. It also enables us to convince ourselves that some apparently innocent situations in dreams are no more than a symbolic prelude to crudely sexual scenes. The latter are as a rule represented undisguisedly in the relatively rare emission dreams, whereas they culminate often enough in anxiety dreams, which have the same result of awakening the sleeper. Rank Ibid 55. The symbolism of dreams with a urinary stimulus is especially transparent and has been recognized from the earliest times. The view was already expressed by Hippocrates that dreams of fountains and springs indicate a disorder of the bladder. Havelock Ellis, 1911-164, Schörner, 1861-189, studied the multiplicity of the symbolism of urinary stimuli and asserted that any urinary stimulus of considerable strength invariably passes over into stimulation of the sexual regions and symbolic representations of them. Dreams with a urinary stimulus are often at the same time representatives of sexual dreams. Ibid 192. Otto Rank, whose discussion in his paper on the stratification of symbols in arousal dreams, Rank 1912a, I am here following, has made it seem highly probable that a great number of dreams with a urinary stimulus have in fact been caused by a sexual stimulus which has made a first attempt to find satisfaction regressively in the infantile form of urethral erotism, Ibid 78. Those cases are particularly instructive in which the urinary stimulus thus set up leads to awakening and emptying the bladder, but in which the dream is nevertheless continued and the need then expressed in undisguisedly erotic imagery. 456 dreams with an intestinal stimulus throw light in an analogous fashion on the symbolism involved in them, and at the same time confirm the connection between gold and feces, which is also supported by copious evidence from social anthropology. See Freud, 1908b, Rank, 1912a, Dattner, 1913, and Reich, 1915. Thus, for instance, a woman who was receiving medical treatment for an intestinal disorder dreamt of someone who was burying a treasure in the neighborhood of a little wooden hut which looked like a rustic outdoor closet. There was a second part to the dream in which she was wiping the behind of her little girl who had dirted rescue dreams are connected with birth dreams. In women's dreams, to rescue, and especially to rescue from the water, has the same significance as giving birth, but the meaning is modified if the dreamer is a man, Shat 1911. Robbers, burglars, and ghosts, of whom some people feel frightened before going to bed, and who sometimes pursue their victims after they are asleep, all originate from one and the same class of infantile reminiscence. They are the nocturnal visitors who rouse children and take them up to prevent their wetting their beds, or who lift the bedclothes to make sure where they have put their hands in their sleep. Analyses of some of these anxiety dreams have made it possible for me to identify these nocturnal visitors more precisely. In every case, the robbers stood for the sleeper's father, whereas the ghosts corresponded to female figures in white nightgowns, 1909,